Oh, guys, it's finally time! Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Pravus, and welcome to Frostpunk 2. Easily my most anticipated game in years. If you guys don't know me, I'm something of a Frostpunk fanatic. You can probably tell from the getup. One of the best games I've ever played, something we have played extensively on the channel before, and now I get to give you guys an early look at the sequel game. Super exciting for me. We're gonna be starting up a new story campaign today because the narrative of Frostpunk is always one of its most compelling features. And this all begins with the prologue for The Wanderers. Now, funnily enough, as far as the difficulty setting, when you first start up the game, it actually recommends you play on Citizen, the lowest difficulty. If you're a veteran of Frostpunk 1, they say don't go much higher than Officer difficulty, because this game is hard, and at the high difficulties, you have no margin for error. So we're going to be going for an Officer difficulty this time, mostly to experience the game mechanics, learn a few things, get to experience the story. There will be a challenge run in the future, though, don't you worry. Now, this is going to begin with a new cinematic that was not shown to me in Warsaw, so this is totally new for me.
Captain. Can you hear us?
Captain!
Do you hear us?
A generation ago, we fled the crumbling British Empire as the world surrounded us. I held New London together. United, we survived 30 years of whiteouts. But the world around us is dead. Empty. Right, take it. The city is Estes.
Merely surviving is not enough. We have to expand. After all, it's us who survived the end of the world. It's us who survived.
Okay, that's a little interesting and kind of dark. So, for those of you guys who don't know, Frostpunk 2 is going to be picking up the story 30 years after the events of the first game and the Great Storm. The captain has ruled, probably with an iron fist, for the last 30 years, and the city has kept together, but now he is dead, and someone else is going to take the mantle. But before we even get back to the story of New London, we have to deal with the Wanderers. We have been roaming the frozen desert for years. Many of us do not remember a world before the Great Frost. Now another whiteout is coming, and again, we've reached the old machine. Again, we will rely on its furnace to provide heat through the storm. In the past, we've always made sure that there were enough supplies for the next whiteout, but our numbers have grown throughout the years. Providing for everyone is getting harder and harder, and yet we must survive. And this will lead us to the old, broken-down Dreadnought. And gosh, this game is looking beautiful. Made with the Unreal Engine, I believe, and they're really putting it through its paces. Alright, so this Dreadnought may be an old derelict, but it is our only key to survival in this prologue, and I will show you exactly how to survive here. It's a little bit tougher than you might think, though. When I was playing in Warsaw, it's surprising how many journalists and other content creators died by the end of the prologue. It can absolutely happen. So, the old Dreadnought remains in pieces under layers of snow, but the scattered wagons still have resources inside. First, we must break the ice to reach one of the oil wagons and build up an extraction district, then restart the furnace. So, there's a lot of different resources that are currently hidden underneath the ice. We can see some food, some prefabs, which is a new building construction material, was not in the tech demo, oil and so on, all very important, but to get to them, we have to break up that ice. So in the bottom right, this is where we have the frost breaking option. We can open up some tiles. What I want to do is open up some oil like this so that we will be able to set up a couple of districts. So something like this should be completely fine. We'll go ahead and speed things along. Now, one other thing I'm noticing is that we currently don't have enough housing for everyone, and we're running out of food, which is a bit of a problem. We also have a very limited number of scraps. This is a currency that we'll be able to use for pretty much everything. So I actually may want to consider frost breaking some additional territory so I can set up some easy housing. And something like this might be the way to go. So let's go ahead and place some extra frost breaking like this. Okay, you can see the giant extractors getting out. And now that they have finished breaking this round of ice, we'll place down an extraction district. This game is not set up like Frostpunk 1 where you place down all the individual buildings. We have grown way past that at this point. So now, instead of building individual buildings, we build districts and let the city build itself. Let's get an extraction district. I want to place this on the oil. It's going to take 3 tiles in order to construct, which we can start easily right about now. We'll also go ahead and get ourselves some housing districts. Now, these require workforces, prefab, scraps. They also demand heat in order to operate. What we can do is intentionally build this around the generator so that we'll get extra value out of the heat. By building 3 tiles here, you can see we get 20 extra heat. That makes it a lot easier to maintain this district. So we'll go ahead and build out something kind of like this, and that's about as efficient as I'm going to be able to make it. We'll even build up a second housing district and do the same thing, kind of like so. Getting a little bit ahead of what the game recommends right now, but I've played this before, so I know exactly what we want to do. So the oil is now done. The thick black liquid oozes through the pipes, and our people rejoice. We can turn on the furnace. So let's go to the dreadnought and turn on the generator. Now you can see we have enough heat to take care of our people. In fact, we have a surplus of oil right now, which we can't stockpile, but it is there. The furnace is on, we have enough oil. However, we're going to need some prefabs to get any construction. There are some wagon wrecks right here, so this is where we're going to frost break out yet another area, kind of like this, right? And then we're going to be placing down another one of these extraction districts in just a bit. Boom, done. Let's place it. I need these prefabs or else we're not going to be able to construct any additional buildings from here on out. Done. All right, now we need to get some access to food, though I do still have not enough housing for everybody. So let's go ahead and get ourselves one more housing district. We'll do something kind of like this, I suppose. Perfectly fine. And let's start thinking about food. So we need to frost break our way out to some of this fertile soil. There's not a lot to go around, but it's all we've got. So we'll go ahead and start working our way here. Now, what I want to do is intentionally snake my way down to this. This right here is a seal colony. Hard to see, but it's there. It's got 400,000 food, enough to last us for the rest of the prologue. It is important you get down here as fast as you can. So we're going to do that for ourselves. Again, when I played in Warsaw, some people didn't do that, and then they died. So, yeah, we don't want to be one of those people. Let's get a small food district set up over here, though, because we'll take advantage of that fertile soil. It is not an infinite resource, though. Eventually, you will run out of food here. So be prepared for the possibility that you are going to run out here and you need to get some more sources. That's where the seal colony becomes so good. Whoops, I just clicked through that event, did not mean to, but now it's saying we need to stockpile 40,000 units of food to survive the whiteout, and we have 70 weeks to do that. It's not a lot of time. Also, we're not even stockpiling anything because I still don't have enough food. So let's go ahead and frost break our way over to the seal colony, set something up along over here, get this oil set up as well. We might want to take advantage of that in the near future. In fact, we already don't have enough heat. So we're going to have to do that for sure, but we've got to get the food going first. So we'll set up the seal colony there, and then we'll set up an extraction district over here. And that should be enough to get us some more heat and some more food, so we'll be a little bit better off. We can also see over here a little event popping up. We've been here so many times that the soil is depleted, the yield is low. What this is recommending is we either tell our people to be prepared to tighten their belts and eat less food, and also maybe enact some emergency shifts. We're gonna do both of those things to show how that works. So we can see our people right here. This faction is the Wanderers. There will be more when we get to New London. For now, though, we have interactions with them, including asking them to tighten their belts. This means that hunger goes up, but food demand is gonna go down. That's pretty huge. We'll also finish building up this seal colony food extractor right now, and then we're gonna do an emergency shift. Trust falls, but production efficiency goes from 80 up to 100. So it's a pretty nice boost for us. Trust, by the way, is this yellow bar down at the bottom. If this ever goes down to 0, we lose. So don't ever allow that to happen. Now, as far as some additional frost breaking, I do want more food, but I also know that I'm going to need more prefabs. So let's work our way over here so we'll be able to set up an additional district. Get that going for sure, or I'm not going to have enough prefabs to finish building everything I want to. We'll get ourselves one more of these extraction districts. Again, prefabs, like the food, do not last forever. There's only 9 weeks of these left, which is why I know I'm going to need a second one. All right, what else do we have going on over here? Against the elements, squalor is building up. This is new in Frostpunk 2. See, we've always had to worry about things like disease and hunger, but now, as we industrialize, and if we don't have enough materials to maintain standards of living, squalor goes up, and that creates a whole new set of problems. We need materials. The fact that I'm in a deficit right now is going to hurt. So let's go ahead and start frost breaking our way up over here to some extra food, but also up toward these supplies of materials. Now, note that it does cost some workforce, temporarily, every time you frost break, and some scraps. So you can't just do this everywhere. You need to be intentional about where you're going to place it. Ah, and here's a very important event. All right, there is a mysterious symbol on a dead scout. So in Frostpunk 1, you as the leader had a choice to follow one of two ideologies, order or faith. Frostpunk 2 allows that legacy to carry on into the new city, and this is where we get to make that decision. We could symbolize order or faith, or say we don't really care, let it be a coin flip. I'm going to go for order, which is kind of fun. I usually go for faith, but we'll save that for a higher difficulty playthrough. Let's instead go for order. This does change what ideology you're going to be following with your city. You'll understand in a bit, just understand that that's there, and it's pretty cool that it exists. All right, we need to get some additional food and stuff, but I also need the extraction districts. Let's go ahead and frost break a little bit more. I want to break up this source and this source, and I don't really care where the other one goes, so this is fine. Not a lot of prefabs to go around still. We're making it, though. We'll be all right. Let's go ahead and get the extraction district. 1, 2, 3, done. Now, one thing to keep in mind is there is a finite space for the amount of food we are gathering. Only 10,000. I need 40,000. So we're going to have to place down some stockpiles in a bit. Here's another important event. It's an old lady, Tria Cleghorn, who's basically saying she's lived a full life. If it comes down to it and we don't have enough food, she'd rather die than let her family starve. So this might become relevant for us later on, but if we can get enough food, we can actually prevent that extreme measure from even being necessary in the first place. So the materials are getting built up. Let's go over here and look at hubs. Hubs are something new. We can place this down. This is going to boost up our stockpile capacity, and it reduces the workforce requirement for the relevant districts nearby. Now, it's never going to be enough where it saves you workforce. It takes 100 to build these in the first place, but workforce is really important to maintain. Every little bit counts. So always, always, always place these next to your correct districts. And in fact, plan your city around placing those in a few places, because it is actually very, very helpful. Now over here, we can see that this resource supply is nearly depleted. So this is going to be going away very, very soon. We have the extra stockpile about done. We have met the needs of our people by getting materials, so trust rises. And I could actually get myself another hub, and I'm going to because we know we need a second one in order to have 40,000 food stockpile. I had 10,000 by default. I need 30,000 more. This district no longer has use, so we're going to go ahead and demolish this, get some of our resources back. And aside from this, actually, we are pretty much set. I should have my food ready in 39 weeks. This will run out before that happens, though, so let's get ourselves one last food district right along here, like so. And now we actually are done. We can coast. However, the temperature did just drop. So tell you what, to be safe, one more thing that we can do, place down another extraction district right over here on this third source of oil. If we need to, we can even go over here and do another emergency shift. That helps. We can also go to the Dreadnought and overdrive the generator for a bit just to reduce the damage for a little while. But the extra oil is going to carry us to victory, I promise. We're completely fine. And saving the game. There we go. Now we're in the positive. We're fine. In 21 weeks, we'll get there. We'll run out of supplies. Doesn't matter. We're good. The prologue is done. I'm going to go ahead and jump forward. And now we get our next event, deciding if we are going to make a sacrifice. People are getting tense. They worry there won't be enough food in time. We have a couple options. We could slaughter the seal colony, all of them, possibly making them an extinct species, but it will get us a ton of food. Or our elderly have volunteered to walk out into the snow and die, so we have less mouths to feed. We could do that too. Yeah, a little bit scary. Now here's the thing. I've set myself up so well, I don't need to resort to these extremes, and I don't know if there are going to be any consequences later on in the game. So I'm not going to do either of these. But if you were in a bit of a pinch, this would be your only way out of it, and it's reminding you just how harsh this game truly can be. Anyway, in 4 weeks we've got enough food, nothing for us to do but coast here. We're looking really good. The whiteout is almost here, and there we go. Prepare yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to get rough. Not that there's anything for us to do. We actually finished up that prologue beautifully. So against all odds, the Wanderers have survived, and we can see here from the description, we did great! The seals survived, and the elders survived. But they are still telling us about a sinful city that pumps smoke into the sky. And this is going to begin Chapter 1. We survived the end of the world. Now what? This is about the point where I started getting some actual chills as I was playing Frostpunk 2 for the first time in Warsaw. Because here we're about to have the big reveal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to New London. The city stands 30 years later. Under the captain's leadership, humanity has survived. But the old captain is dead, and New London is weak. Food is running low, overpopulation looms, and coal is running out. People yearn for a future worth dreaming of. But is it the same future for all? Keep the city together, or hold its hand on its deathbed. The city must not fall! And thus begins Chapter 1. Alright, so coal is running out, because the captain appears to have mismanaged a few things towards the ends of his reign, and now that he is dead, we as the steward must suffer the consequences. We need to find coal ASAP. Because if we take a look down here, the generator's off. We've got absolutely nothing, so everyone's gonna freeze. There is some coal to be found over in this direction, some shallow coal veins. So we had to frost break our way out over here immediately, or else we are surely going to die. So we'll go ahead and do that. I see we also do not have enough housing. We have no food production, but we do have a surplus we're currently burning through, so we got some time there. We're also producing no goods. Goods is important for a few reasons. If you don't have enough, you start getting crime. That's a whole new problem to worry about. Also, if you don't have enough goods, you're not going to be producing as many heat stamps. We're not producing scrap anymore. Now we have a proper currency, a unit of heat to be traded with people. Let's go ahead and worry about getting ourselves some early housing. 5 different districts to us now: housing, food, extraction, industrial, and logistics. We'll start with the housing. Now over here, we are sheltered from the wind in this little crevasse. So we're gonna go ahead and place these along here to get the maximum value of 20 extra heat. And then we are going to be placing these, I don't know, somewhere. It doesn't really matter too much. Let's just go ahead and place these up on the cliff faces like so. And this looks really good. I mean, I miss being able to place down the individual buildings. I really do. But gosh dang, the city is pretty. All right, now we need to get ourselves an extraction district. Let's place that along the coal. I'm intentionally going to leave some spaces open because, well, maybe not right here, but in some places I'm going to, because I want the ability to place down some more hubs. Not just the stockpiles we had talked about, right? We saw those with food, and we have those for all resources. There's also heating hubs to reduce the heating demand of nearby city areas. Also, there's going to be things like transportation hubs to reduce workforce. Like, you really need to plan your city out carefully. So we'll worry about the rest of that in a minute, but that is something I'm going to be thinking about as I build out my districts. Let's get some more housing over here. Same exact thing. I want to get the extra heat, so we'll do that. And then we'll place these out, I don't know, over here. That seems fine. We'll need to get ourselves another district too. So let's get a third housing district. 1, 2, 3. So that's worth a bit for the settled from the wind buff. Plus, we build close to the other district, we get 40 heat out of the arrangement. I call that pretty good. So, the extraction zone is now done. We have coal. Let's go to the generator over here. Hello, let me click on you, thank you. And turn it on. Now we have a surplus of heat, and we're going to be fine once the housing is built up. Okay, pretty good. Now, let's talk about a few things. So down on the bottom, you're going to see we have 3 factions currently within our city. These represent the political makeup of our people. We have the Frostlanders, who want to adapt to our surroundings, and the New Londoners, who want to industrialize and basically conquer the lands around us. And their more fanatical version is the Order faction, the Stalwarts. There will be a fourth faction at some point, but who it's going to be, we don't know yet. That is still to be decided. Now, something else I know I'm going to need is actually an expansion to one of these housing districts. So let's go to this district here. We can spend a little bit more prefabs and heat stamps in order to place down a little extra space, kind of like this. I'm actually going to leave this open. Let's do this instead. And this will be a really good transportation hub or something later. So we'll do that. There we go. The reason I'm doing that is because I know what the next steps are going to be. First off, let's celebrate that a baby was born. Hello, Lily May. You give us hope. Because she was born as soon as the generator turned on, which is very poetic. There we go. We have moved on. We have scraped the barrel. We have the last veins of coal being extracted. We need to mine it efficiently. So this is why I want to have the extra expanded district, because we can place down some buildings in this game. If we go over here, we can construct a research institute. Now, it only can be placed in housing districts with building slots to spare. This one doesn't have any, but because I just expanded this district, we have an empty building slot. So now I can place down the research institute right over here. This is what's going to unlock all the research. I'm going to also get one more expansion for our housing district, let's say right over here. Just because I'm still at -5, and why let anyone freeze to death right now? We can see that the cold is quite notable right now, but it is going down because we have enough heat, and shelter scarcity is going away. Now we have access to our idea tree. Okay, so there are different ideas, based on these political factions I talked about earlier, about how we should develop the city. The stalwarts and New Londoners want to lean on machine-powered mining, but the Frostlanders want to be more frugal. Let's take a look at our options in the idea tree. So this is basically your research screen, and it is a lot bigger than in Frostpunk 1. Because not only do we have a lot of technologies, most of which you can't see now, broken apart across many different categories, but within each of these, there is also multiple choices to be enjoyed. So for example, the Frostlanders believe we should build a dust coal mine, which is going to suck up the extra coal dust and compress it so we get more briquettes. We get pretty decent coal output, 400 workforce, a little bit of disease increase, not a lot of material demand. But alternatively, the New Londoners and the stalwarts believe we should have blasting coal mines. More coal, less workers, more squalor, a lot more materials. So this is where you have to kind of decide based on which faction do I want to make happy, who has the most political power in the city, and also, economically, what can I handle? Because workforce is a very precious resource, and I do need fast coal output so I can stockpile it. But squalor, materials, that's all bad, so what do you want to do, right? We're going to go for the blasting coal mine, but these are the kind of things you're going to have to think about, and this is where the game starts getting more and more complicated, and every technology has those kinds of branching paths. You make some people happy, but you're going to make other people very unhappy, and that's something you need to be aware of. Alright, so while we're working on all this, let's think about some additional things we could do. I could build out a food district. I do see that we have some food sources that are set up over here, so it would make sense to go ahead and build out some of these districts. Now, I can't place this in a way where I'm going to get 3 rounds of heating, so I don't know if you get partial benefit or you have to do 3 or there's no point. So I'm going to do something like this to start, and that's going to leave some room for some hubs, and then we'll do an expansion later and try to get some extra heat value, just so we can reduce how much coal we actually need. Which, by the way, the more of these districts we build, the worse this gets, so be aware of that. We get a little pop-up here for the Order faction. It's good to have you back, old chap. It was a terrible fright to have you switched off. You're more than just a heat source to us, you know. They're talking about the generator, by the way, not me. To us, you're a symbol of what we should be. Unbending, unyielding fortitude. May we all stand so bold against the frost. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about ideology, because there are 3 different axes of ideology you're going to have to worry about in this game. If you look down in the bottom left, you can see there's a competition between progress and adaptation. There's also going to be merit and equality and tradition and reason. And these are all at odds with each other. You're going to have to pick a lane at some point and try to build those out. You cannot satisfy everyone. It's just not going to work. Politics will get more important later, but you will understand eventually, I promise. Let's go ahead and frost break out some additional coal sources. There's a pretty good amount to be had over here, and I know that I want as much of this as I can. So let's go ahead and frost break that area. I'd like to start building up a surplus of coal, not relying so heavily on just like barely scraping by. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. That'll do the job. And now we can get this district built up. Perfect, beautiful, thank you much. All right, we have finished with the idea. We've got the blasting coal mine. So now I'm going to move on to other things, like, let's say, housing insulation. This is one of the few technologies that everyone agrees is a good idea, so we might as well do it. I'm going to throw the Frostlanders a bone and do this at their behest. Costs me a little bit of money, reduces the amount of heat that housing districts request. So the extra insulation of keeping these guys together is actually pretty great. Right now, they do still demand a bit of heat, but we're about to reduce that. That will help an absolute ton. Let's go back to our buildings. We have a new extraction building, and we'll get a blasting coal mine to be placed in this district, which means we're going to extract from here a lot faster. Now again, this is not an infinite resource, so the faster you burn through it, the faster it runs out. Hopefully you have enough surplus stockpile to be okay. Alright, with the new mine, the impending doom of depleting coal is postponed, yet the tensions remain. We need to give the people an opportunity to voice themselves and how they think the city should be run. This means we need another new building. In Central, we can build a council hall. Let's place that right over there, like so. So that's going to get built up. We have a lot of coal coming in right now. What else could I do that would be helpful? We could try to get some materials. We're burning through that stockpile pretty quickly. We could also go for some additional food. Place something like this over here. Yeah, this may not be a bad idea. I would like to go ahead and get myself some extra food production so we don't burn through that surplus too quickly, though it is only a matter of time. The council is gathering. For the first time, we can now vote on new laws. Anticipation fills the air as the council opens. The captain ruled with a firm hand for years, but those times died with him. Now the communities of the city want to say. They're clashing over their vision. You can see here the stalwarts believe in progress, merit, and reason. So it is safe to say that when we eventually do have an opposing faction, they're going to prefer things like equality and tradition and stuff like that, right? So be aware of that. All right, let's open up the session. Now, based on how I handled the coal crisis, this is an opportunity for the council to decide if they have confidence in me or vote me out of office. So we'll take a look at the council like so. It's looking beautiful, by the way. I think it looks great. So you can see here that 22 delegates are definitely voting for me. 13 are voting against. The rest are independent. Now, you could just do the vote here, and it's like a 50-50 chance that you survive or outright lose the game when you're kicked out of office. I've done a playtest. That did happen. What's better is instead to negotiate. Let's talk about how politics work here. So we can negotiate with the different political factions here and try to get their delegates to vote for me. So if I go to the New Londoners and say, hey, please vote for me, they'll say, okay, give us something. We can say we will vote for machine-centric shifts, or an automated logistics bay, or we'll research a mechanical factory. One of these three has to be met within a certain amount of time, or else we will have betrayed their trust. I will say that I'll do a machine-centric shift. This is a law I already might do. Workforce requirement decreased means I have more workers to go around. Squalor's not good, but we can live with it. So now we definitely have enough votes. Let's go ahead and cast the vote of confidence. And I immediately have the 51 votes that I know I'm going to need, so our game is secure. Okay, looking good. We survived the first threshold. Good, there are challenges ahead. The vein is only going to last so long. Now we must find more fuel. This ends the tutorial. The prologue, the tutorial, it's all done. No more hand-holding. Now we need to find a source of fuel, or we will surely die eventually. Now, what the game is recommending is that you build a logistics district, and I very strongly agree with that. There are 3 in this area. 1 up here, 1 over here, and 1 down here. If you're going to be building a logistics district, and do not wait on these. Seriously, they are super important you get early, because you have to explore. I recommend building here or here. One of these 2 is acceptable. I'm going to go ahead and take this one to the north. Let's go ahead and start frost breaking our way up toward, let's say, this extra food, but then kind of take a pit stop over in this direction. Now, we are running very low on heat stamps. One way you can get a bit extra, if you go to factions who currently like you a lot, there are things you can do with them. So with the stalwarts, we could actually mobilize enforcers to have some extra police roaming the city and make sure crime stays low, which is quite tempting. Not worried about that right now, though. We could fund their projects, we can make them promises, we could grant them the next vote. That gets some extra support. We could also promote them to get extra members, or condemn them to reduce it. And then we can also call in some favors and ask them to give me some extra money. So what I'm going to do is promote these guys so that they have extra council members. Then I'm going to raise some funds. This is kind of trading off some of our relations, but it does get me some extra cash that I know I'm going to need. I also recommend turning on the generator's overdrive periodically, even if you don't need it, because it's going to let you save a fair bit of coal. And if this is ever sitting at 0%, that's basically just extra coal you're using up for no reason. So always be willing to turn this on and off and on and off. Be willing to toggle it around. It gets you a little bit of extra resources because the temperature's about to drop and you want to make sure you have plenty to go around. We'll frost break this last little area right over here by the logistics point. Thank you. We got the asbestos lining. I did promise that we would go to resources and vote on worker shifts. The machine-centric shifts right here is what we said we would do, so let's go ahead and research that idea. Then we'll have to vote on it as a law. It's not an instantaneous thing. And let's go ahead and place down our logistics district like so. This is going to allow me to start exploring the Frostlands, and the faster we do this, the better, by a long shot. Temperature is about to drop. There it goes. All right, so we're now down to minus 30 degrees Celsius. Cold, but manageable. Really not that big of a deal. I'm going to go ahead and start frost breaking some extra land out here to get access to these materials. I want all of these. And we actually should be able to build out a perfect 6-tile district right here to take advantage of all of these with room for a hub. So that's pretty nice. Can start working our way toward an infinite source. We don't have the technology for this yet, but obviously someday we are going to want that. I do need more prefab production. We don't have enough workers though, so that's not going to work. Boo. Yeah, workforce is hard to come by enough of. It really is, but all right. We did finish getting our logistics district. Now we have access to the wider world. So you can see here that there are several different areas we can explore. Now, to the south, we have things like the Highlands, which is dangerous territory and takes 20 Frostland teams. In the top right, you can see we only have 15. In the east, we have the Gorge, also dangerous. This is why I say don't build your logistics area to the south. You can go anywhere, but it makes it a little bit longer. Better to build in the north or to the west. What we're looking for are points of interest. We already have one right here, actually. Makeshift shelters. We can take some new Londoners who were settling outside the city waiting for more space, and we can bring them back in. This means I get more workforce. So temporarily I will spend 5 of my Frostland teams to get 2,665 more new Londoners, and they're also the faction I politically like anyway. We also want to go to the foothills to do some early exploration. Now this says we might find prefabs, steam cores, and some more Frostland dwellers. But if you look at the text here, it also says there's an old coal mine. It may not be a permanent fuel source, but if it gets me some more fuel that buys me more time, it is well worth it. So that is the first place we're going to go. Again, that's why I recommend building up here to the north. Unfortunately, with all the new people, we have housing issues again. No problem. We keep building additional houses. Always build in a way that you're going to be able to get additional heat. You want to stack these up together. I also would love to get another extraction district, so the materials are important, but I need prefabs. I'm going to build over here. Now, one thing that might be tempting, you see all the extra heat, but if I build here, I'm going to start building up some additional squalor for my people, and that is not wise. So we're not going to do this. Maybe we could afford to, like, getting 1 or 2 tiles. Actually, I kind of wonder if this would work. If I did something like this, it wouldn't be enough to get enough heat. That's too bad. It would be kind of cool if we could find a way to get some extra heat and not trigger the squalor. Well, I'm not going to risk it. For now, let's just go ahead and build like this. Get me some extra prefab production so I do not run out of gas when it comes to building out the city. We have met the demands of the new Londoners. Trust rises as a result. We can go over here and try to get some more funds from them. And I will. It's going to cost me a bit. It reduces trust because trust is an aggregate of all the political factions. But it's okay. The extra money is a big deal right now. In fact, I could spend some of that money to go ahead and fund the stalwarts and help them get more membership so I can have my fanatical branch getting stronger. We'll worry about that another time, though. Electioneering is kind of important. What other things would I want, though? We could research some city upgrades, worker compensation, denser housing blocks, youth rules, new hubs. The air transport hub is kind of a big deal. This is a way of reducing workforce requirements in neighboring districts. This is why you want to have room for these all over the place. They do take a lot of heat, that's the downside, but otherwise, they are very good to have. We could work toward things like advanced coal mines, but this would take steam cores. We don't have those yet. Obviously, though, that could get me a lot of coal. I'm going to go for sawmills, because I know that I'm going to be running a pretty big deficit on some materials, and I'd like to be able to get an upgrade to make that even better. Let's do this. This is a really long-lasting stockpile right here, so that's going to be worth a lot. I need one more housing district. We could do something like this and just keep building around the city. That is an option. Or we could build over here where there's actually double value to be enjoyed. Lots of districts are getting some extra value out of that. Ooh, yes. Perfect. This gets me so much extra heat value across the board. That's going to save me a lot of coal. We get another event here. Cindy's paw went and got herself a governess, like she's going to be a duchess or summit. Yeah, this is basically saying the children are running wild. Sometimes not having laws to address things actually makes things a lot worse. By the way, we can vote on this. It's a guaranteed pass. Let's go ahead and do it. But yeah, so like having no children, like laws about how to raise them and stuff can lead them just running wild and causing crime. So like, you really have to be thoughtful about what laws we are going to pass. And if you want to explore these, we can see a lot of options here too. Things like food additives or rules around goods so that we have less goods demand or more production and stuff like that, right? We could go for some city things, basic necessities, contagion prevention, childhood, funeral rights. There's also a whole new set of laws just for your rulership, which can lead to things like martial law and secret police. So when things are looking bad, you might be a little bit of a dictator yourself, but I mean, if the captain could do it, why can't we? Anyway, I actually think that we've covered a lot of ground in this first video. These are the opening moves that I would recommend for anyone first starting out in Frostpunk. And we're already almost at the point where I finished my playtest in Warsaw. So pretty soon I'm going to be going into blind territory and I'm going to have to adapt. But we're going to end things here. Hey ya folks, my name is Pravus. Welcome back to more Frostpunk 2 in New London. We are continuing our series. We finished the prologue. We're partway through chapter 1. We have an idea what we are going to be doing with our time, and we have already started exploring the nearby Frostlands. I'm starting to get some more housing. Our food is looking, it's starting to get somewhere. We're currently working on a bit of research for, what are we working on actually? Oh, the untreated sawmill, that's the one, right. So I'll be able to get some additional materials since right now we are running a pretty bad deficit. And also our goods demands are starting to go up as well. We'll need to get ourselves an industrial district at some point in order to get around that. As it is right now though, we're completely out of prefabs. Not a whole lot that I'm going to be able to do, not for a little bit longer. I could get an industrial district just for that, I suppose. It's a little on the expensive side, but if I wanted to, I could basically turn this into a big industrial hub right along over here. And that may not be a bad plan. That said, I think I can be more efficient with the heat if I were to frost break out a little bit more space. So let's do something kind of like this. There we go, an industrial hub over 1, 2, 3. There we go, 3 heat along there, 1, 2, 3, 3 heat along there. That's looking a little bit more manageable, very efficient. And we'll upgrade that later on to have a goods factory so we can start producing goods. Uh-oh, we got a little thing here. Deposits of coal are starting to run out. Yeah, like I said, we have a very limited source right now. That's why we need to find a new fuel source. So there are some ideas, though, to get more value out of the coal we currently have. The stalwarts and the New Londoners believe they can use explosives to access deeper veins of coal. The Frostlanders, on the other hand, believe we should send children into the mines. Because you all know that the children yearn for the mines, right? It's a meme at this point. We could do that. It's worth 15% extra coal, as opposed to laying the explosives, which is worth only 10. The thing is, I know that if I do this, because of course I did in my first playthrough, there's going to be a nasty follow-on event, and the children may die. So I'm going to try laying explosives to see what happens. This is a fun meme, but let's find out what happens with the explosives. I'm imagining there's still going to be a negative event, but maybe it's not as bad as the other alternative. We'll see. All right, people have returned from exploring in the Frostlands. Good. So we can see here in the Battered Foothills, first off, there's a bunch of new zones we can go to, hello. But also, we have 3 new points of interest, including new people at an observatory, who we could bring back, though they are of the wrong political faction, so be aware that that is a thing. We also can't convince all of them to come here until we find a new source of fuel. We could also find a rusted engine to dismantle and get myself some cores. And we could also go to an abandoned coal mine, a mining complex inhabited by children long ago. You remember that from the first game? Because it's still here. We can use this to try and get a new source of coal and bring it into the city. Now, if I take the prefabs that are already here, it's going to take, I think, 10 Frostland teams in order to operate this. But if I leave them there, it will only take 5. And Frostland teams, you need a bunch of them. So I'm going to go ahead and say future miners will appreciate the maintained trail. This will give me 250 coal per week. But in order to make that work, I need to first set up a trail. Basically a way for people to deliver goods. This is, again, a reason I recommend placing logistics outpost up over here instead of down over here. So what we can do is place this kind of like so, connect these points up like this. It's going to cost me a little bit, a few weeks to set up, but once it's done, we're going to have a lot more coal being sent into the city, and that is going to be a big deal. The city has grown. Oh good, we have even more people we need to put into housing. Yay! It's fine, I'd rather have the extra workers, honestly. Alright, so there we go with the extra industrial zone. Our prefab income should be jumping up by a bit. That's good. We do need more housing. I need 200 prefabs for that. We're making 27 a week. It's only going to take 2 weeks to get there. There we go. Let's get that housing taken care of. So I can't easily set this up without problems, right? So maybe we try building over here instead. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Sure. That's going to be fine as a new housing district. Looks like the coal is now set up, so we can see that path and the coal that is progressing over here. Beautiful. We'll also go ahead and send 5 people to set up this rusted engine. I might as well get the steam cores. Now, I'd like to have more people. So for that, I need to go to my... I need more prefabs. I need to go to my logistics district, and we can do an expansion just like we did with the housing districts. Because that will get me 5 more teams I can work with. So, 1, 2, 3, done. Thank you. We'll get that set up, and then I can start exploring some more regions. Oh no! The repository over here is almost completely gone. There's a fire in the shaft! No! Steward of Fire has broken out. If we don't react, we're going to lose the mine along with the deposits. Some of the stalwarts engage in a rescue effort, insist we can save it by cutting off the air supply to the shaft and suffocate the flames, but there are still people there. So, we could save the deposit and some miners will die, or we could evacuate the miners. And we are going to lose the coal deposit if we do this. This is the exact same event that we had done if we had done the children. So it turns out that no matter which direction you go, it's going to suck. Okay, fair enough. We're going to evacuate the workers. I'm going to save the miners because 1, the workforce is very important to me. And 2, we have extra coal coming in thanks to the mine that we already found. This is why the timing of what I did was so important. So we can afford to lose this right now. It just kind of really sucks. Let's go ahead and plan on getting myself an additional one of these coal extraction zones set up over here. All right, so this area is going to get dismantled because 1, we lost the mine, and 2, apparently when they say that you lose 50%, they don't mean that you lose 50% of what's left. You lose 50% of the base value, which means we're technically in the negative. So this is a useless extraction district. Let's go ahead and dismantle this. Make space for housing or something. I don't really care that much. We have 10 Frostland teams. We should now go to the Frozen Bay over this direction. This is safe. There are some more dwellers probably in the area, but it's very important we go in this direction. Again, you'll understand why in just a bit. 477 weeks of coal remaining at our current rate. And that's without me actually installing any of the more efficient mines right now. I haven't used up any resources to do that, so that's going to be a thing later on. Let's get ourselves the untreated sawmill. We knew we wanted one of those, so that's going to help deal with some of my materials deficit, which is causing a fair bit of squalor right now due to the material scarcity. We also, I think we were going to work on a factory, right? No, we got the sawmill first. Let's do this next. So I want to do a salvaging factory. I want to do a mechanical factory. Which one do I want? Well, I mean, if I'm going to make a decision like this, first off, can we go to a vote and get something I care about? And maybe I can negotiate for something I was already going to do. So under, let's say, survival rules, goods. Yeah, mass-produced goods, something that is highly supported. Let's go ahead and do this. I could negotiate with the New Londoners who are open to negotiating and say, vote for this. No, none of this is quite what I was looking for. Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. Maybe we could get some extra value. Nonetheless, this is going to pass. And the extra goods production means these factories will be better. So with that done, let's go to the factories. Do I want salvaging or mechanical? They produce the same amount of goods. Salvaging takes less materials, but more workforce. Less heat demand as well. Disease versus squalor. Yeah. Workforce is really hard to come by enough of, though. Let's go ahead and go for the mechanical factory. I'm also going to promote the stalwarts again. Keep more people moving over to the fanatical faction so that there's less to go around for my enemies. I say enemies. I am the leader of all, of course, but I'm a better leader to some than others. Is there anything else I really want to frostbreak right now? I feel pretty good about most of what I've got. Instead, I'm just going to focus on... I need more prefabs. Getting more of the coal production so we have a big surplus to go around. Infectious agents. Steward, during a routine medical examination, we found that a bunch of people refused to be assessed. These checkups are relics of years past when a cough could endanger the city. That's gone now. We've adapted. No point continuing this invasion of privacy. And the stalwarts say, we will do whatever is necessary to maintain our public health. So, mandatory checkups will make the New Londoners and stalwarts happy, but a new subgroup of people opposed to the stalwarts are about to organize. Or we could ban it, which, you know, will make some people happy. Or we could just not interfere, make everyone angry. So this is kind of where you really need to be committing. Are you going to focus on the order? Or are you going to definitely go for the opposing faction? I'm going to go for order, but I'm curious who we're going to get next. Now, the Frostlanders are quite angry. I'm going to fund one of their projects. It's a little expensive. I will make them a promise. Research heat recycling. Not repealing. Weather-adjusted shifts. I will promise to research heat recycling in 40 weeks. This should make them a little bit happier if we can do that. I just don't want the tension to get too high. See, above this trust bar down at the bottom, we also have this little bubble representing tension. And the more problems there are in the city, whether that be squalor or crime or anything else, the worse things are going to get in the city. So we need to keep that under control. By the way, the stalwarts can go ahead and mobilize their enforcers, because we can do things like that, and the more enforcers I have, the more we can put down the crime. Though, getting goods will also solve the problem. Okay, it is now even colder than before. Another good opportunity to go ahead and turn the generator overdrive on. We've been letting it rest for a little bit, but this does save me a fair bit of coal, so we can just keep toggling this back and forth for a little bit. Mechanical factory, proposed by the New Londoners. Yes, I do want that. Badly. Are there any other rules that we could pass that would make our lives a little easier to reduce things like crime? Childhood stuff, yeah, family apprenticeship, mandatory schooling. Cost me heat stamps. But right now, because we haven't done anything about this, crime has gone up. So if we do this, that does actually make things a little bit better. I'm going to go for the mandatory schooling, and then we're going to vote on this without even negotiating. I've got enough people who are supporting this already. I feel pretty good. Yeah, there we go. We did pass that. This, by the way, is a Twitch integration feature where you can have Twitch audiences voting on things too, which seems a little nuts. I'm not sure I would trust you guys with that one, but there you go. All right, we have the factories. I need hothouses next for food. Do I? Is that what I need? Wait, actually, is that true? Maybe I don't need that. Maybe I just want logistics bays, because we're about to need more Frostland teams. Yeah, I'm going to research this instead, and I'm going to support the Frostlanders here, because more teams is actually more important. Those are hard to come by under normal circumstances. Let's get another industrial building, mechanical factory, place that here. Get some goods produced, for God's sake. Also, our food is starting to go down, but, we did just discover the next zone. So what's over here? Well, first off, something kind of creepy. In a cavern near the bay, we found a disturbing sight. Bodies in sturdy Frostland gear neatly laid side by side and left to freeze, with black oil markings covering their eyes. A ghastly burial ritual. So this might be leading me to some sort of machine, and a machine that would require fuel might be what we want to do. Then we also have this over here, a fishing village. We could take in the Frostlanders, which I will. That'll take 5 teams. And also, we can start harvesting the food. So this gets me an extra 100 food, and I don't think this one even requires a trail for some reason. So we actually now have a surplus of food. That's why I didn't get the hothouses, because I knew we were about to have a different solution available as long as I had enough teams to go around. That's all the reason I did that. Okay, what else do we have here? Ruby King, an apothecary. Suggesting anything against the captain meant scrutiny from the stalwarts. They're about to organize a new fanatical group. Who do we have here? The Pilgrims. There are a bunch of new factions. You never know which ones you're going to get. I've never seen the Pilgrims before. They don't like some of the things that I proposed. They believe in adaptation, equality, and tradition, the exact opposite of what the stalwarts believe. So yeah, There we go. We now have a fourth faction to worry about who's going to be causing some problems. Yay! Anyways, alright, well, we still don't have enough food. Well, that freaking sucks. It's because we got more people. I'm just too nice. I'm too nice and let too many people in. No, it's fine. Let's go ahead and get some extra heating out of here. There we go. We'll get some more housing districts set up. They should be relatively free. I think they are, right? Maybe not. Let's take a look at some of these housing districts. Now, this one actually has a really high demand right now. Huh. I actually had a test game where I could have sworn that it actually had no heat demand. But in this case, it definitely does. That's interesting. Okay, well, we're producing as much as we can to make it maintainable. Stockpile's depleted. We need materials. Yes, duly noted. That's why I have this over here. It's not enough, though. We can frost break some more areas. And I guess we should. I will not be able to get all of these into one, but I could do an expansion. No, I don't think I can get all of these in one district, even if I did expand it. Well, we'll try something kind of like this anyway. Anything else we can do with the stalwarts? I could raise some more funds. Let's do it, since they seem to like me an absolute ton. I could do some stuff to try and make these new pilgrims happy, or I could just go ahead and condemn them and make them lose some members. Makes them more fervent, but we're going to do it. Let's condemn them. Now we can see that this has just created some fervor. Whatever that means. I assume the more fervor you have, the more tension they create. But the less of them there are, probably the better. Pouring ice on fire. The growing fervor of certain groups has caused alarm. Agitators rise up and push their factions for more violent action. If we build prisons, we might be able to stop them, round up militants. So I've never tried the condemn feature before, so that's actually new to me. So maybe increasing their fervor was a small mistake. I don't know how much damage they actually can do. I guess we could find out later on, though. I also really want to finish researching this logistics bay so that we will be able to get another upgrade. Let's do that. Place you right along over here, like so. Alright, so that'll give me the extra teams I need to keep exploring. New ideas. We made promises around resources. Waste heat. So heat recycling. Yeah, reduce heat district demand even further. That seems like a smart play. So I will do it to make the Frostlanders happy. Tension is now rising in the city because there is no contagion prevention. Yeah, we are going to need something like that. New vote available. Community service expedition support, faster exploration time. So, we should probably take a look at this. Yeah, it's community service. So right over here under city. So if we voted for this, what are our other alternatives? Faster exploration time is tempting. The main district provides some prefabs. Okay. Heat demand decreased. Okay. And then service exemptions, more heat stamps. You know, I'm actually okay with this. I think this could be fine. That said, I also didn't promise that the other faction would win the vote. So we're going to have this, and we're just going to see where the cards fall. If it happens, I'm okay with it. If it doesn't, all right, fine. No big deal. Let's just see. Does it pass? It does by exactly the right margin. All right. Well, the result is now we do have faster teams, and I've got 25 more of these Frostland teams to go around. So let's go to the Desolate Coast. It's going to take 10 teams. That's fine. It's going to take 15 weeks to finish. But you may have noticed there's the symbol of an oil derrick right here. That makes me think this might be kind of important. Where else could we go, though? We could go to... not the High Pass. We don't have enough people for anything else, do we? Well, we could go to the Approach, actually. This is safe. We might as well. They'll finish around the same time, and then we can decide what to do, but at least I understand more options to us. I like that a little bit better. We may want to consider possibly going over here and building another logistics hub so we have even more teams to work with to the west. We don't have to do that, though. By the way, I think that the Pilgrims are boosting up the ideology of adaptation. They are. Even though I've never done anything about that, because they are fervent, they are currently boosting this up against me. Okay, so that's what happens. That's interesting. All right, we got our heat recycling. We fulfilled our promise. We're good on that one. What else could I do that would be good? Hot houses for better food? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And I think I want to go with whatever the Frostlanders are recommending here. So I know from having played this before in Warsaw that certain decisions, laws, and technologies, if both enacted, can actually have a combo effect. which is kind of interesting. So let's give this one a go. New vote in the council for the heat waste recycling. See, I actually like this, though. It's a step toward adaptation, but I actually do like this. What are the alternatives, though? Waste heat. See, we don't even have another option right now. We could probably research it. I think if we actually go back, we can still research the alternative model, which would have boosted production instead. But less heat issues is not so bad, so I actually might want to support this. Let's negotiate. New Londoners are mostly against it. What would it take? City development effort? No, I don't want to do that one. Calibrated goods? I don't think we have that. So they want an advanced building. Okay. Alright. We'll go for the advanced blasting coal mine and accept that. That is a new promise, but this should get this passed so we don't need as much heat. So this is going to save us a fair bit of coal and increase our survivability. We've got 200 weeks left. It's not a lot, guys. Sick neighborhoods. We have no common rules about contagion. Yes, yes, yes. I know. I'll work on it. I'm sorry. You guys don't meet and vote very often, okay? I don't know why. Hey, alright. Well, we can't do anything about bio-waste right now either. Food, 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 bio-waste. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I want this for the food. Alright, so we're gonna place this sucker down. And that should solve my food problem. So now we're back in the positive. Excellent. Alright. We're also about to finish exploring. Let's go to the Frostland and see what we've got. A lot of new things. What's over here? A whale mine? Multiple pods of whales froze here after being pursued by humanity's last whaling vessels. Finally caught your white whale. Ha, ha, ha. Alright, so we could take some machines. Production efficiency in New London, 10%. Wow. Or we could get a food outpost. Can't do both, though? Okay, we'll think about that. Crash transport, collect 50,000 coal. Okay, we'll come back to that one later. Over here we have a mangled cart, salvage some parts. Cores, come back to that later. And we also have an oil cistern. Can't do anything about this right now, so that leaves us with the last one. What is this? Oh, it's an old dreadnought? A ruined machine lies across a crevasse. With the wagon spilled into the nearby snow, there are signs that people have come and gone, and there is oil. A lot of oil. We finally found it. Alright, we can build a colony on this site. This is a big deal here, because what we just did is unlocked a whole new map where I can build another settlement for our city. It's ridiculous. Oil tombs. On the broken shore lies an old derelict dreadnought. It seems to have been upgraded to run on oil and a rest beside a rich deposit. Perhaps it was a refueling station. But deep in the black pools lies rows of frozen bodies wrapped in shrouds and placed in the still wells. Our scouts shudder at the sights. Do we remove the bodies to get more oil or respect the dead? I don't care. No, I don't. I want oil. All right. Black gold. Oil can save the city. We need to create a colony, and we need to connect it with a trail to New London. If we can do that, we have a new fuel source, and New London will be saved. Right now, we're okay. All right, I've got a fair bit of coal being produced at the moment. In fact, I don't even have a single fuel stockpile, and if we did this, we could do this like right here, and this would reduce some of the workforce requirements, and we could stockpile a fair bit more. And I'm going to, because it is worth having a lot of that stuff available. But yeah, okay, hang on, we found a solution. So we've now got 25 teams to work with here. What do I want to do? We could explore the meadow. It's dangerous. Really? A meadow is dangerous? Ugh. We could collect the coal here for 50,000 more coal. I kind of like the idea of getting the machines. I mean, I want more food, but like, this might be a better way to go. We haven't got any steam cores yet. We could do that. Is there anywhere else I could explore that's not dangerous? Not until I do some research, there's not. So this just kind of is what it is. I'm going to take a risk and go for the machines here with 10 teams. Can we explore anywhere else? Yes, we can explore the frozen sea. Let's go ahead and explore off that direction and see what else we can find. Let's see. Oh, we get a follow-on event for the child. She's reading. The rabbit took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket. Yeah, there we go. Go ahead and read a little bit of Alice in Wonderland. That's a classic. So if we wanted to get an iron mine, what do we do? Well, there is iron right here. 2.4 million iron is a thing right there. It's not exactly an infinite source, but it's close. Right over here, this is a frozen forest. There's 100 million resources there. A lot of infinite food that way, but we just don't have the tech for any of it yet. I'm going to run out of prefabs here pretty soon. Let's go ahead and break this area open so that we will be able to get another source of prefabs so I don't have to build a second industrial district yet. At some point, we'll do that. I am going to go ahead and start working my way over to this logistics point. At some point, I know I'm going to need it. Oh, God, population just jumped up by another chunk. Okay, more housing, please. So far, people actually like me quite a lot because I am fulfilling all of my obligations. Got an event over here. We just depleted that. All right, a program war, mandatory school, curriculum. We're teaching kids about numbers and useless junk. We should teach them useful things. Well, we could teach them a little bit about survival training. Does not increase research speed, but instead provides food. No, I'd rather concentrate on the science. This would get me even more research speed, or we could have a balanced education. Now I'm going to focus on the science. All right, we're going for lots of research. It was extremely powerful in Frostpunk 1. I'm going to assume it's very powerful in Frostpunk 2 as well. I might be wrong on that, but I really hope not. Oh, here we go. See, I was telling you earlier that there were some cases where I had housing districts that had no heat demand whatsoever. But I've got so much insulation and so many benefits in some of these places that this is a good example of it. Yeah, we have no problems. No heat required in a district. None here either. So if you build intelligently, you actually can survive a lot more effectively. Now let's see. I said I would research new foundries with a silica foundry. All right, I will go ahead and research this idea. Perfect. And we're about to finish exploring a new area of the Frostlands. So let's see what we have up in the frozen sea. Another fishing trawler. Take the catch. That is a lot of money, but disease increases. Right. Frozen creepy fish. Nomad exiles. Take them in. More Frostlanders. Yeah. We could try to integrate them in. I guess that's all right. What else could I do with my extra people? I don't really want to go to these dangerous areas quite yet. So for the colony, if I want to do anything here, we have to establish a path. We're also going to need a steam core. So let's go ahead and salvage some parts. And also plan on connecting up a path. It's not easy to find a good path sometimes. Sometimes it takes a little bit of finagling, but we can do it. Yeah, if I built another logistics bay over here, we would have been able to connect that right off the bat. It's fine. We'll just have to pay a little extra to do something like this instead. All right, go ahead and build that up. And then with the others, we can go ahead and escort in some additional agreeable people. And we could just go ahead and collect the coal. All right. New laws available. What would make sense here? Well, we do have some tensions building up because we don't have any funeral law. So we can fix this. Harvesting funerals. Research speed increases, disease decreases, or funerals where trust goes down a little bit less when people die. I'd rather just hopefully not let anyone die. Let's go for the extra slight boost to our research. What negotiations can I do with the New Londoners? Actuated blasting coal mine. Gosh dang, you guys want everything, don't you? I can build another one of these. It's not that bad. All right, this I can't afford to keep researching forever. I'm going to just have to accept at some point building something out. So this guarantees that I win this election. Done deal. All right, slight increase to research speed seems quite nice, if I'm honest. All right, some teams coming back, starting to run lower on things like the food. We can get myself another bio-waste hothouse. I don't know how much longer we can count on the food here, though. 235 weeks. Okay. New deposits are needed. Yes, I'm aware. We're okay, we're okay. We can burn through this safely for a moment. Goods production appears to have reset after expanding this. All right, let's go ahead and fix that. So we'll make 87 goods per week right now. That's still nowhere near enough because our population continues to grow. Ugh. And we should have a path set up. So now we need to send some colonists to the Dreadnought. And this is the only way we get the oil. Let's go ahead and send it. Just like that, you see that now we have New London, plus we have a whole new area that I need to build up. It's currently being constructed. The cold continues to get worse. All right, minus 40 degrees Celsius right now. That's fine. Alright, I built an advanced blasting coal mine, and now I'm making more coal that I have any idea what to do with. Oil posit discovered. Okay, hold on. Let's pause. So now, the old dreadnought with 3,000 people living over here is a whole new area that I need to build out. With colonists being a new community type. Can we do any council laws here? No, this is all going back to New London. Okay, just wanted to check that. So, we know roughly how this all works. There's the oil. There's oil down here, oil up here. I don't see any sign of a seal colony, which makes me kind of sad. I was hoping that maybe they'd stick around and we get some sort of a reward for how we did things, but no. It does not appear that's going to be the case. It's fine. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a nice, healthy extraction district. I also know that I need housing and stuff like that as well. Plus, we wanted to get these prefabs. These prefabs are kind of in an unfortunate place. Well, I need to get these for now, so we'll burn through these prefabs pretty quickly. Let's do that. Let's get some housing along here, like so. And, of course, let's get ourselves an extraction district on the oil, which I can barely fit right along here. And that's fine, because I need to turn this generator back on. What else is in this area? Any food? None. Okay. Down here, though, in this crevasse, we would be able to build some housing that is sheltered from the wind. So working our way down there is actually quite a tempting thing. I don't mind doing that, especially if it means I can work my way toward this extra oil district. It's going to take a little bit of time and money, but I think it's well worth it. By the way, let's go to our ideas. Scouts headquarters. I want to reduce territory threat level. That's what I want to do. Exploration time reduced. It does seem like no matter what, the survivalists are just straight out better in this case, right? Am I crazy on this? By the way, the pilgrims have almost reached the same level of control as the stalwarts, so I need to be a little bit cautious about this. Yeah, alright. Well, let's make the Frostlanders happy then, since they're willing to work with me, since they're the moderates. I need to find out what I can get away with there. Let's go to basic necessities here. Production efficiency goes up and more heat stamps. Yes, I like this idea. I'm going to try a vote without negotiating. May not work, but I can't negotiate every single time. At some point, I have to roll the dice just a little bit. In this case, there we go. We barely did make it. Okay, so a little bit of extra free production and more heat stamps is just good. Okay, we've got housing. We'll have food being imported, I assume, from the city. We have oil, so let's go to the generator and turn it on. Okay, we've got enough oil to survive with what I've got. Not enough to send back to the city, but it is a thing. Our goal is to get 75 brought back to the city every single cycle. We're gonna go ahead and open up then some of the extra territory around this oil. We're running out of coal over here though. Let's go ahead and turn that off temporarily. We can afford, we're already at a stockpile, so we'll just wait. Need to get another industrial district as much as I don't want to. If we frost break this area though, we should be able to get a pretty good amount of extra heat. And what is this? Everyone in New London is waiting for the moment we get a steady supply of oil. So many fears would vanish, so many dreams made possible. Let's see, an eternally warm New London, but the Pilgrims want to reach remote places in the Frostlands. Both factions are thinking about what to do with the oil, and when that happens, we're gonna have to decide what to do with it. Yep, I know exactly what they're talking about here. I know exactly what's gonna happen. So I don't have the workforce to do anything else here right now. The prefabs, I could pull back a little bit and free up some workforce. We don't need as much production. And this is gonna last for only a while anyway, right? So that's okay. And then I could get myself another extraction district and keep this a-going. What are skyways? Colonists agree with this idea. A way of transporting in the Frostlands more efficiently. I do like the idea of that, yes. Alternatively, what if I did things like unlock, I don't know, watchtowers, crime reduction? I don't know about that one. We could go for youth laws, liberated youth, or dutiful youth. More workers, crime decreases, and stuff like that. Yeah, youth employment program. Hospitals would be a way for us to try and take care of disease. Or we could unlock some of the new hubs, such as the air transport hub, so we'd be able to reduce workforce requirements for everything around it. Sure, communication hubs. Trust in neighboring housing districts goes up. Fighting hub? Tension goes down. Rail hub. Efficiency goes up. Yeah. Maintenance hub. Material demand decreases. A lot of things we could do there that wouldn't be bad. I don't know what's going to be best. What are pump jacks? No one else shares this idea, but a hydraulic pump jack would increase oil output at the cost of things like materials. Shocker. Let's just go to materials maintenance instead. All do maintenance or unproductive. The unproductive do the maintenance. Materials demand goes down a little bit. I need a big drop in material demand. That thing is constantly a problem for us. So this time we actually agree with the pilgrims for once. I actually want everyone to be ready to do their own maintenance in the city. We also need to research hospitals. I promised we would do things like that. Regular hospitals, recovery hospital, or a teaching hospital. They're all slightly different. Interesting. Well, I guess I'll go with the teaching hospital. I like the idea of getting extra research speed once again. We also can build an survivalist headquarters. Oh, this is what's going to reduce the territory threat level. I did not realize that. Well, if we place that over here, done deal. And in this area, we're still not producing enough oil. But I can't frost break anything else. Can I do an expansion? That would make sense? Maybe, but I could also introduce a lot of squalor by accident. Do something like this. I'm just trying to get a little bit of extra production here. That brings me up to 80. Okay. Hey. Now, we would be able to start sending some stuff back to the city. So if we want to do some resource transfers, what we do is we go to the old dreadnought here, and we can go to resource or people transfer. Click on this, and this lets me start thinking about resources. So, for example, if I want to send just a little bit of food over here just to make sure that we're okay. Right, I don't need much. Technically, I don't need any. So I guess I won't mess with it, but we could. But I can send 75 oil over here to New London, which would accomplish one of our big goals. We're very behind in material production. Meeting this demand would be extremely difficult. Same with goods. I'm also pretty sure that if we do this, we immediately finish with Chapter 1 and move on to a new stage of the game, which would be pretty difficult. But I can't do any more frost breaking right now because I'm 4 people short. What could I even work my way toward in this area? What would make sense? It's just things like prefabs, right? Prefabs and oil? There's no food production whatsoever. There's no way to make this better. So this just kind of is what it is. Well, I'm going to go ahead and open up the 3rd round of oil then to be safe. But back in New London, I need to get a lot more materials, a lot more goods, and a lot more food. Tell you what, alright, let's go ahead and go to the Dreadnought and just start sending the oil. There we go. A new fuel is flowing. Anticipation fills the air as the first transport of oil is sent to New London. To dream of a future without feeling cold feels surreal. To make it happen, however, we need to modify the generator to turn this black gold into heat. It will be irreversible. And we must decide upon our future. What are we gonna do? Great question. Everything is about to change. There's Chapter 2. Ambitions. So, yeah, I didn't necessarily mean to push that as quickly as I did, but okay, we did. Maybe there's an advantage to finishing it faster. Because now we have to make a choice, guys. A very important choice. People cheer as the oil reaches the city, but the question of what it means for our future remains. The years of suffering are coming to an end. Let us improve the generator further and pump oil until the snows of the city melt forever. But the pilgrims disagree. What they want is hubris. New London won't last forever. The frost is our reality. We have to embrace it. Venture forth and use the oil to set our new homes in the white beyond. Will we defeat the frost? Or will we embrace the frost? Oh boy. Can I save before this decision? Nope. All right, I gotta make it right here, right now. But I'm gonna save that decision for the next video. Hey folks, my name is Pravus and welcome to more Frostpunk 2 with the story of New London. And in the very last episode, we left you with a bit of a cliffhanger. Are we going to use the oil we have uncovered to defeat the frost, or to embrace the frost? Honestly, it's a bit of a coin flip to me. I don't know which one would be considered better or more interesting, so I simply asked my wife with no context, would you defeat the frost or embrace? And she said defeat, so that's what we're doing. Which means we are committing to the stalwarts for this particular game. Unlock the oil pump's generator upgrade if it uses only oil, and unlocks the ability to exploit the unlimited deep deposits, which seems pretty darn helpful. So we're going to be focusing mostly on our main city as opposed to building wide with lots of outposts. I assume that's how that works. All right, let's pick this back up. So we have another little settlement over here at the oil dreadnought, which is going to get me plenty of oil, which I can send back to the capital. What I don't have is anywhere near enough materials and goods. I could send that back from the city, but I need to boost out our production by a lot. My question is, do we now have the ability to exploit these unlimited deposits? It said that we might. So if I zoom in here, for example, deep melting drill building. That is something I need. So we have access to the deposits, but I need certain technologies. Has anything new become unveiled to us? Yes, actually, there it is. Melting deep deposits. Okay, so the new Londoners and the stalwarts would agree on this one. We would be able to access the deep deposits, which are virtually unlimited. Very interesting. I like this idea. I like this a lot because it's consistent. That said, it's probably not the highest of priorities yet. There might be other options for us. Coal liquefactors? Yeah, I guess we could just use coal in order to get oil. So there is still a use for coal. That's good to know. Generator upgrades are a new option for us, and it's already researched. It can run exclusively on oil, but with increased efficiency. However, it will produce squalor as we do this. Okay. Well, we do know that we need to be getting things like more materials. We are struggling on that front. More factories for goods could be useful as well, for sure. Well, we did make it safe for us to explore several new areas, which was not a thing before. By the way, we now can go to the oil cistern over here, send workers to get some oil stockpiles, or mountaineers. Some workers may die as opposed to sending mountaineers. It looks like no matter what, it takes the same number of Frostland teams, so I'm not sure why there's a distinction here and why we have access to something better, but okay, if I need a stockpile of fuel, that is an option for us. But what I want to do is start looking around in nearby territories, like, let's say, these highlands over here. So let's go ahead and launch that expedition, and then do I have the stockpile capability? Yeah, I can go ahead and get the oil. Alright, if that's the case, let's go to the cistern and go ahead and send the mountaineers. So what other technology would make sense for me then? I mean, I'm doing pretty good when it comes to things like the workforce. So that's not actually too bad right now. I would be tempted to get something like a rail hub, just so we would be able to boost up efficiency for our industrial and extraction zones. So we have to finish what I'm currently working on, which, I don't know why it's got a little exclamation point here as if I haven't finished it. I should have finished it. Huh? Why aren't you continuing? Keep going, guys. Ooh, new research just popped up. Hold on, we've got new radical ideas for researching? That'd be kind of cool. New building proposed by the stalwarts. We have our teaching hospital. Excellent. You know something we might be needing, honestly? Methods of dealing with crime. Watchtowers might be a good idea here. Yeah, extra 12 guard squads, random searches and stuff to decrease crime, though it does cause some tension. Okay. Everyone pretty much seems to agree with this idea to some degree. Weirdly enough, the Pilgrims actually seem to have a better patrol watchtower option. More guard squads, and it does take more workforce, but, like, it doesn't take heat. Then again, how much is heat really still a problem? Is oil that powerful? I don't know yet. Well, just because it makes sense, I'm going to stick with the stalwarts here, and hopefully that is the right decision. Let's mobilize more enforcers to keep crime under control. I'm going to probably... I can't promote... Yeah, I can't promote the new Londoners here. I'm going to promote these stalwarts and continue taking away from the other factions where we can. The Frostlanders are weirdly very happy with me, and I don't know why. Let's de-radicalize. Is that an option? De-radicalize the Pilgrims? Sure, do that. There we go. Okay, so that made the Pilgrims really angry, but it's going to prevent them from continuing to cause trouble in the city. If I go down to the generator over here, I do want to see, do we have a special choice to toggle on? Okay, so right now it's still using coal. Huh. So how do I change the fuel mix? I bet you we need to build something here in Central. There it is, the oil pumps. Okay. So yeah, if we place this down here, that's going to change everything. All right, well, we don't need to do this second. Let's go ahead and start building up a bit of an oil stockpile, but now we have options. From here on out, I am completely blind as to what is going to happen in this game. All right, this is where my playtest in Warsaw ended. Now I have no idea what to expect. We are in bold new territory here. Let's build a teaching hospital. It'll boost up some research and also fulfill a promise that I made. Reducing disease seems like a smart play. And I think we need to go ahead and start getting some more logistics, because we now have the ability to start going deep into the Frostlands. So let's go ahead and burn this whole area out and plan on getting another logistics hub to get some of our teams up and running. We did just get a 50,000 stockpile of oil, so that's looking nice. Another event. Hiram Townsend. Sorry, little one, I had to take your mother. It was her time. Sparing a baby seal. We have made steps toward the adaptation cornerstone. Now, that's interesting. That's been mostly from a lot of my technological decisions. I really thought that we would make a lot more progress toward, well, progress, but somehow we went down adaptation. That's interesting, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm going to try to melt the ice, so I need to focus more on the progress solutions. Do we have any new laws that would make a big difference here? Nothing yet. Food additives, I haven't really had any issues here, but we could go for the foraged additives, and I am going to do this. Interesting that people feel very strongly about this one way or the other. Let's go for a random vote here, but I'm pretty well trusted, so I'm hoping that people are going to go with what I want them to do. This is one of those laws that has a synergy effect with the bio-waste hothouses that we researched earlier, which we should see at some point. So we're actually going to get a nice boost in our food production just from that alone. Now, the game actually wants me to go for the deep melting drill, which, fair enough, I suppose. Note, by the way, that we do not have half the city on our side. Okay. That's interesting. Well, let's go ahead and research this idea, then. Let's learn how to do it. Nothing lost. There we go. The bio-waste hothouse mixes with our forged additives, and now we get even more food value. A lot of food value. Holy crud, I just got about 110 extra food. That's like 50-some food per hothouse. That's not insubstantial. Well, in that case, maybe it'll be worth building a food stockpile hub and trying to reduce our workforce requirement a little bit, but also just give us a larger stockpile, because you never know. I don't know what's coming, I just know Frostpunk. Bad things will be coming, eventually. For buildings, we can get the surveillance watchtower, reduce crime and stuff like that. Yeah, let's go ahead and place one or two of these. Let's start with one and see what kind of effect it does have. But crime is currently minor because of goods scarcity. This might be enough to kind of burn it down. We could also go for some scrubbing towers. That is another thing we could work on. Under, I think it's... Is it the city? No, it's under... Resources? Filtration towers, that's the one. That would be a way of significantly reducing the squalor, which has been building up because of my lack of materials and other things. Well, I think we finished exploring part of the Frostlands, so what do we have over here? An abandoned research station. Salvage for prefabs, but the stalwarts would prefer we destroy all evidence of this place. Really? Interesting. Frozen naked bodies lying around a strange idol made of ice and a pile of stalwart uniforms. That's scary. Okay, what research station? Come back later. We're gonna come back later to that one. I don't need to deal with that yet. A wise women camp? So this would get some extra population, but it would upset the stalwarts. They'll be new Londoners. That doesn't seem so bad. They're easy to radicalize. Plus, they have cores. We'll live with it. Go ahead and accept it. And then, abandoned lazarette. Hastily built during the 1901 plague, used to quarantine infected new Londoners. Okay. So we could go ahead and dismantle this. Tension increases. We get some prefabs. Or again, come back later. I don't see any reason to do anything about that right now. What's this over here? There is a valley that we could explore. Materials, cores, prefabs. A gorge. We have no idea what's over here. Mountains up in this direction. Don't have enough. The high pass is safe. We could go there. The mountains are still dangerous. The howling shores are safe. Cores, food. I'm not really worried about things like food. There's so many regions in this game now. Jeez, dude! Tell you what, let's go check out these mountains then. Let's go find out what's over here. Maybe we can make use of the extra coal. I'm raising some heat stamps from a bunch of people. We do need some more housing. Once again, that's fine. I'm still leaving more space around the city for things like this. And crime, by the way, has been basically removed thanks to having only one of those towers. So yeah, These upgrades are very, very powerful and should not be ignored. New work model? Sorry, hold on. This appears to be a stalwart, unique technology. No one else agrees with this radical idea of machine attendance. Machines will take over the burden of work from humans, optimized... Really? So we could research this very quickly and just have a ton of machines serving us. It's the freaking AI apocalypse. Oh my. Well, if there's anything I've learned, it's that going for very extreme ideas and technologies can be a bit dangerous. Let's focus on things we know we need. I don't know why I just did that for the Frostlanders. That's not what I meant to do. Hold on, I wanted to see what my other options are. So we could have the Moss Filtration Tower. Okay, or we could go down ventilation. See, I need to continue making some progress down progress, so I feel like we've got to go down one of these. It's not as effective, though. That's the thing. This is where, like, sometimes you really want the adaptability. I honestly am starting to think that I prefer things like adaptability, merit, and reason as my setup, which is where I'm kind of naturally trending. But that's not what the Stalwarts want, so we got to be careful with this. Okay, we just did get the Progress Cornerstone. Now, these Cornerstones, I believe, are going to unlock new technologies as time goes on. I don't know if we can see any of those right now. Maybe? That's a new work model. Don't worry about that. So, like, for example, this one right here says, famine prevention. Your city has not moved enough towards equality to envision this. So, like, certain technologies are going to be gated based on your ideology choices, which I think is really cool and adds in a lot of replayability into the game. So do we finish with the deep melting technology? We did, which means we should definitely build up a new district in this area, and then be prepared to place a deep melting drill, which we will also pair up with things like this rail hub so that we will be able to get some extra efficiency, and everyone agrees about this one. So I'll throw a bone to the Pilgrims and make them feel special, since every other faction currently loves me, which is a weird feeling. We've now made progress towards reason, by the way. Okay, so yeah, we're getting there. We're hitting our milestones. We also, I think, finished exploring the mountains over here. What do we find? The Captain's Mine, more coal production. Okay, that's good to know. So that's an option. Mysterious towers. Tall towers can be spotted on top of these peaks. Further exploration has been hindered by the constant winds and shearing glaciers surrounding the site. 30 teams to find out how this goes. Tesla City? Ooh, all right, we're going there. We're gonna find out what's in that direction, for sure. And never mind, that's the ruins of Tesla. Well, why did I do this? There's Tesla City right there. The looming remains of a city once famed for its technological marvels. The place has a bad reputation and been picked clean over the years, but there has been an undiscovered chamber, houses a mechanical calculator powered by coal-to-oil converter. Okay, so we could complete the research for free, or we could create a research outpost, which would boost up our research speed. Ooh. Ooh. I like that better, because I could use the extra research speed to just research coal liquefaction. I don't need the coal stockpile, but permanently faster research? That sounds like something Progress would like, right? Yeah, we like Progress. Let's do that. We need to go through this pass and then hook up right here, and that'll do the job. All right, so we're going to get ourselves a nice little connected path, and it sounds like I have another outpost to go with. Very cool. Warmer season, heat demand down. We are now stockpiling all resources once again. Okay, so I'll worry about the heat pumps in a bit. Let's go for the deep melting drill. This boosts up squalor. But this is why we wanted to be getting things like the ventilation tower, which I can place in a few different locations, and I suspect I need 2 of them. So we'll go ahead and build a second, like so. And this should be enough to greatly reduce the squalor, so that hopefully we are completely fine? Wait, hold on, what's going over here? The Dreadnought, bad things, hold on, what do we got? Severe squalor, yeah, it's because of the complete lack of materials. That's kind of what I'm trying to fix right now. Maybe with the housing district, though, we could expand this. No, not the way things currently sit. I want to get things like a ventilation tower and probably a surveillance tower here as well, because that could offset the damage being done by not having what we need. I'm also very curious if there's anything that can happen with the colonists as a community. Can they radicalize against me as time goes on? That'd be very interesting if so. I do not know if that's the case, but it'd be very interesting. Anyway, New London is making plenty of materials. Let's go ahead and meet the needs down here. That'll be fine. Start transferring these resources. And now the severe squalor should start diminishing. Plus, we will get ourselves one of those towers I was talking about, and hopefully that solves crime for now. Look, I don't know if this is all going to work. I am very much in uncharted territory right now. I've got no idea what to expect and if what I'm doing is right or stupid. Another event? 6 times the charm at the teaching hospital. Oh god, this just seems creepy. Alright, save the life of a patient suffering from appendicitis by removing the deceased organ. Oh, you just figured out appendicitis? I had appendicitis. I nearly died from it. So, okay. Yeah, no, I'm glad you guys have figured this out. It only took 6 attempts? Jeezums, dude. I mean, I could ban the students from the operating room, but that does sort of defeat the purpose of having a teaching hospital. So we're just gonna make the pilgrims even angrier. New laws, new laws. What would make sense here? Maintenance duty. We haven't got this yet. All do maintenance. Why can't I propose this? I want to propose this. It's because it's supported by the pilgrims, and the pilgrims hate me. No, I'm gonna propose it anyway. So, New Londoners, Frostlanders, any of you guys, would you be open to this? You should be. Frostlanders, what would you want? Build an advanced bio-waste outhouse. I would like to do that. A carrion coal liquefactor. Or fund the projects of the... You know what? That's 421 heat stamps just to straight out get what I want. I think that's well worth it. I'm willing to spend the money to shut you up. And if this does actually reduce my maintenance cost by a lot, I actually thought this is already passed, so this was a dumb thing on my end. Oh, now we have a lot more to work with. Okay, Frostlanders, here, have some money. Boom, see? They're fine. So what I need now is still more goods, because goods is what I don't have. Here's the automated workforce and new technology by the stalwarts again. Gain 1,600 workforce. Okay, it takes oil. Squalor goes up by a lot, but if we need workforce, it's an option. This is like going back to Frostpunk 1 and getting the automatons, which was always one of my favorite ways of actually playing the game, because good lord, you could do so much with those. Anyway, alright, so we're gonna go for calibrated goods factories, I believe. So let's plan on this. I need more goods production. Also, hold up. It looks like the fishing village may have depleted itself. Yeah, it is gone. There's no more fish to be had up over here. Alright, so that is officially done. Boo. So, research speed is just permanently up thanks to the Tesla City Research Outpost. I've got 55 scouts to work with. Alright, so we should just go wild now. Anything I can find, let's go and explore. Like, we'll go to the shores over here, that's fine. Let's go to the valleys, let's go to these valleys. I just want to discover everything I can at this point. We've got a slight advantage right now. I'm worried that I beat Chapter 1 too quickly, and then by accident, I'm gonna have a serious problem soon. That's what I'm afraid is gonna happen. Alright, so we did get our deep melting drill. So out of curiosity, how many resources we get? 255 output right now? Well, that's really good. I mean, it's not as good as this extraction outpost is right now, but it's solid. I can't be upset about this. Not to mention, it will literally last me for the rest of the game. Oh, but I'm completely out of workforce. How did that happen? Oh, never mind. Problem solved. Thank you, population increase. Well, did I finish researching my new hub? I think I might have. Food stockpile, rail hub, there it is. Takes a fair bit of heat and materials to work, but boosts up efficiency. So, if you can at least cover 3 tiles from different districts, production efficiency is slightly increased. Only slightly, though? I feel like it ought to be a bit better than that. Well, if I place this here, though, I boost up both of my industrial hubs, which to me makes perfect sense, because I need the goods production. We really should consider swapping over to oil for our engine, though. Need more workers if we're going to get the last extraction district I wanted for this oil. And we're going to have... We have enough housing at the moment. How many more workers can I transfer over? To get another extraction district, I need 600 workforce, so I need 450 more. So let's transfer over 450-ish people, which I wish you could fine-tune this just a little bit better than this, but okay. It's going to take a few weeks for them to arrive, but when they do, we'll go ahead and frost break this out and get myself another oil deposit. With a lot of oil, we can start sending a lot more back home. Just like that. Okay, so we'll have a lot of extra oil we can start sending back, and I think back at the capital city of New London, we need to go ahead and upgrade that generator now. It is time to make the switch. So, oil pumps. Here we go. Squalor's gonna go up, but I have a way to deal with that now, so I don't feel too bad about it. By the way, we get a follow-on event here for the teaching hospital. Let's see. Looks like somebody successfully performed an appendectomy, saving the life of a 9-year-old. I take no credit, I learned from the best. And this is why you allow the students to learn in a teaching hospital. Boom. Alright, so they observed, and now hopefully our disease is going to go down. Starting to burn through some coal again. Okay. I'm not doing great on workforce. It may be time to start finding more people that we can send back to the city. And how's this rail hub look, by the way? That's pretty cool. Look at this, it's like having some sort of a subway that hooks into the actual city. Oh, that's awesome, I love the look of it. And it looks like it's boosting up a pretty decent amount, actually. 15 is the base modifier for our goods there, 4.5 of which is coming from the near rail hub. It's a bit, alright? It's not massive, but it is a small efficiency boost, and I'm not upset about that. What I need to do is consider researching some transportation hubs, air transport. Yeah, this is going to reduce workforce requirements by a lot. The commuting should help deal with one of my big bottlenecks, which somehow we just got a lot more people, but that's great. We're definitely researching a lot faster now. Getting Tesla City online was pretty darn nice. I'm not worried about getting the new laws in any of this right now. We've already got everything I care about there. Under society, we've got everything. Is there anything I'm missing here? We've got forge additives. We've unlocked something for every law that is currently available to us. So now I could go for things like rule, which would let me, I don't know, start guiding the votes a little bit. Interesting. Enough people are in support of this that it would be a win. I don't even have to negotiate. And this is why we like having radicalized governments, right? This is not gonna work. Oh, I need 67 for this. I got it, though! Okay, so, it's like a constitutional amendment. We need a slightly larger majority than before. But there we go. I now have the ability to start guiding the votes. Leadership has grown more centralized. This won't be a problem. I'm so sure this is gonna be fine. By the way, there's nothing left at this coal deposit, so we're gonna go ahead and demolish this one. Let's make sure that this is back up to full strength, so we have lots of coal being produced. I have not nearly enough oil anymore, though. So back at the Dreadnought, we are producing 84 more. Okay, so let's start transferring more oil back to the city. Still not enough, but it's very close to enough. Okay, can also get some goods, which I'll get. For now, I'm going to leave this more or less alone. But yeah, let's just do this for the moment. So we're out of prefabs here. I don't need this. Get rid of it. We could expand out one of these extraction districts. I don't think I've got the building yet that would boost up our oil drilling. Not yet. But if we do that, I should have enough oil for the time being. And we're probably going to need that in every one of these districts in the future. That is my guess. Is there, like, unlimited oil here? Practically. So yeah, that's something we're going to want to learn about. I feel like we're doing really well for ourselves here. I might be jinxing myself in a horrible way, but I feel like we're doing pretty good. The city is growing. It's looking very healthy right now. Doing pretty good on fuel. I'm going to have more coal than I know what to do with until I start liquefacting things. I do need to research surplus injectors. That is something I don't know what that means. Let's go to heating and see if we can find it. Generator upgrade level 2. There it is. Advanced delivery mechanisms. Distributing excess heat to other districts and facilities for them to operate unlocks a new ability. Burn excess fuel to increase output of districts. Yeah, I mean, if you have lots of fuel, just get production boosts. I don't know how much I love that right now. What is this, by the way? We have something going on here. Okay, what is this? A rally of support from the stalwarts. They're campaigning, guys. We may be in a little trouble. Steward, the stalwarts have begun throwing rallies in celebration of the generator upgrade. Orderly rows of faction members and supporters fill the city squares. Tell them what we rally for, their leaders shout from the podiums. We rally for progress. We rally for the generator. We rally for the city. Their passion is contagious. Do we contribute more to the workforce? Percentage of active workers increased. Heat stamps income. Enforcers, or nothing. Is there any downside to say I want more population? Why would I say nothing? Is there a reason to do that? Or does doing this radicalize them? Let's go for the extra workers. Frankly, if the stalwarts radicalize, they're just going to boost my ideology in the directions I want them to. So is that really such a bad thing? Maybe. But the city is, like, positive across the board right now. Like, we're looking really good. All right, let's go and take a look at some more map icons we've got. All right, what do we have here? A weather station. Increased population growth. Seems useful. I don't know if this is going to require a lot in the way of maintenance, but we can do this, and that should hook things up. Winterhome Bridge. Oh, Winterhome. I miss Winterhome. That was a great scenario from Frostpunk 1. Remains of the old bridge leading to Winterhome. An ominous sign says, only death lies beyond. Yeah. So there's nothing really to see there. Dreamer's Mine. Materials. I wouldn't mind having an ironworks giving me extra resources. Okay. Fortitude Base. A possible settlement. The abandoned base welcomes us with the Fortitude sign. The roof has collapsed on a lab where scientists study the cause of the frost. I feel like that was from Frostpunk 1 as well, but the training halls remain intact, along with the equipment used in the attempts to contact other generator cities. Take the supplies, including some cores. Leave the supplies, get an outpost. Assist in exploration? Does this speed up exploration time? Oh, good lord. I need to get more logistics. That's what I need. Let's leave the supplies. We can construct an outpost here, too. So we'll build this in this direction, because I'll need to hook this up to the other outpost eventually anyway. So if we do that like this, that solves that problem. I mean, we're getting a lot from the Frostlands right now. We're really getting a ton. Like, exploration is good. The first time I played this game, I neglected it. I'm glad that I'm not neglecting it now. Trust seems to be falling a little bit, though. The pilgrims are really angry with me. I could make a promise to them. Dutiful youth, conservative treatment, or equal pay. I think I could research dutiful youth. Yeah, I'll make a promise. I just need to keep them under control, because if they radicalize too much, we may be in trouble. I don't know if they're going to. I just fear that they could. Alright, so this hub just got boosted. Interesting that this building appears to have been slowly growing like a watermelon. I don't know why. But alright, logistics, more survivalist headquarters means we can get some additional safety and open up some new areas. That's great. Dutiful youth, huh? Alright. So where is that? That's under Society and Youth over here. Yeah, I'll go ahead and research this for you. Sure. I think a new zone we unlocked up over here. Yep, there it is, the Howling Shores. Nomads. Forget hope is carved into a bunch of machines. Curse and should be left where they are. Get the cores. Trust falls. I mean, I can accept a little bit of trust loss, not a big deal. Mossy Caves. 60 food for a while, and send it to whichever location we want. It takes 5 teams, but I guess I'm okay with that. Sure, we'll take it. Why not? And then where else we go? Not the mountains. Could go to the high pass. More cores are good for us right now. There's people in the Cursed Valley. So maybe we want to go over there. Strangely enough, it's taking, like, less Frostland teams to do exploration. We're reducing it by, like, 10% here and there. Okay. Well, gosh, I don't know where to go. There's so many options. We'll go to the meadow over here, and we'll go to the valley over here. There we go. Man, things are going great. I could use a new stockpile, if that is an option for us. Material stockpile. Let's do this. I want to place it in the area that oh my god, this reduces workforce by 10% in 3 different areas. Sounds smart to me. Good lord, that one actually might pay for itself. Did we research the air transport hubs? We did. So now I could start placing these in a bunch of locations too. And that was the intention. Place these in a few spots, like this one right here. Reduce workforce requirements by a lot. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. With that, I think we go ahead and get ourselves... I need the calibrated goods factory. Who's gonna give me money? Stalwarts? Mobilize the enforcers. I'll promote you later. I can't raise funds from you. Dang it, someone give me money. New Londoners will do the job. Sure. Calibrated goods factory here. Takes a fair number of materials, but we have an excess, so that's fine. With the extras, I can send that to the Dreadnought, and that should solve that problem. Perfect. So we have 16 surplus still in the city. Guys, we're basically positive across the board. Do you guys see how cool this is? Like, legitimately, the city is in great shape. I don't know what to do with this much success. We can dismantle this entire district over here now, by the way. No longer needed. We can pass a new ruling law, the Bureau of Propaganda. Our words will be broadcast throughout the city. Defeatist talk and slander will be prohibited. Not everyone is really in favor of this one. What about guard enforcers? Quell protests? We're not at the point where we have protests yet. Though that 100% could happen, honestly, with the pilgrims being as upset as they are. Could I maybe get you to de-radicalize a bit more? I need better relations than that. Okay, what if I make you... I could grant you an agenda. Tell you what, we're going to grant you an agenda. And with that, please de-radicalize the pilgrims a bit further. Which really upsets them, like, a lot, and fair enough. But it also reduces their share of the votes by 3%. I feel like de-radicalizing is a little bit risky. Maybe it works really well, but it just feels like a risky thing to do. Then again, they're radicals. Isn't it risky not to de-radicalize them? Maybe now's a good time to just go ahead and start doing some mass ice removal. Because I don't need any resources right now. We are pretty much positive with the exception of only 2 oil. I could just go ahead and unlock things like the deep deposits for, let's say, food and stuff. Sure, we'll do that. I mean, we get the workforce back. It only costs me heat stamps to do things like this. And we can start working ourselves to some really good housing locations, too, that have a lot of heat. And we don't even have any issues here. Cold is absent, squalor is absent, crime is absent. Guys, I think we're doing it. We're about to have some problems with this. Admittedly, we're about to have some problems with the temperature drop. The temperature's dropping 3 times. Uh-oh. Okay, if the temperature's going to drop 3 times, I could see that being a bit more of an issue. Let's go to resources and see if we can... find, that's not it. Where can I find the oil extraction that I wanted? Pump jacks? That's the one. We could do fracturing pump jacks for a lot of oil. Or we could do something that's a little bit less intensive with hydraulics. Well, I'm supposed to keep working down progress. So this means I need even more materials. But it's fine. If it gets me the extra oil I need to survive, we're okay. Demand a vote. We have 15 weeks to grant the Pilgrim's agenda. Okay, we can do that. That's fine. I admittedly did forget that you asked for me to do that in the first place. It's okay, though. People are mostly for it. Oh, this is durable goods. Oh. Change proposal? Can I do that and change what we're talking about? Youth, dutiful youth, propose. I'm not allowed to change a law proposed by delegates. Darn it. So I have to vote for this, but I don't have a lot of time. Well, let's find out if this works. We don't have a lot of time to get a new session of the council in order to make the pilgrims happy, otherwise they are going to revolt. They're already revolting, but it's fine, it's fine. The stalwarts are shunning progress? Why would you shun progress? That's your thing. I don't know, but adaptation is absolutely thriving in this city for some reason. Which is not what I was intending, but okay. We're gonna end this video here. I think we've gotten to a remarkably good point. But as you've seen, the temperature's dropped and now we're going to start burning through the oil. This is solvable with pump jacks and a lot more materials, more mines, silica refineries, etc. And we are exploring a lot of the Frostland. I've got a whole bunch more to look at, but we'll come back to this next video. I think things are going great. But that's exactly when I start to feel scared in a game like Frostpunk. When you're doing really well, it means that you've done something okay as far as like getting to this milestone, and then the boot's about to drop. Hey folks, my name is Pravus, and welcome to more Frostpunk 2 in our tale of New London. We are partway through Chapter 2, and honestly, things are looking pretty good right now. Which is why I suspect things are about to take a turn for the worst. Alright, so we did do things pretty well last time. We got our economy in a really good balanced position. We are also pumping a good amount of oil, but I've also seen that the temperature has dropped and will continue to drop, so we're going to need more oil. So if I go back to the oil dreadnought, there's a few things we could probably be doing right now. Wouldn't be a bad idea to start getting some more expansions for our extraction districts. We're researching the pump jacks right now, which are going to boost up my oil production dramatically. But we're also going to need more workers, I'm going to need more housing, and we'll probably need things like more heat. I kind of wonder if it would make sense to place down things like, let's say, some rail hubs to get more oil, transport hubs to get more workforce, and then a heating hub in order to try and reduce how much heat this is requiring, because this does demand a lot. Alright, no doubt about it, this does demand an absolute ton. So this would cost me mostly materials, but with enough materials, this would boost up production efficiency by quite a lot. Very tempting. We should also go back to the Frostlands and continue exploring. What else have we discovered? A Windward Moor. Let's see, the area contains resource deposits, but they're inaccessible. I'll bet you if we had decided to embrace the frost, we might have been able to do something with this. Maybe. That is a shame, but okay. What about here? A possible settlement at an IEC smelter? Let's see, mine to create the generators once upon a time. We could take some cores. That's a lot of cores, 400 and 500 prefabs, or restart the machine to generate materials. Now, doesn't that sound exciting? Ooh, I like the idea of having cores, but unlimited materials sounds good too. I wonder how many materials this makes. Maybe a lot, maybe not. We could get some more coal over here. We could get some prefabs. That could be useful. We'll go ahead and just say, sure, let's do this. 1 prefab a week, though? That doesn't feel like much. That doesn't feel very worth it at all, actually. I don't know about that one. What we discover here, silver automatons. Under the snow lies a convoy of automatons with imperial livery and tarnished silver hulls. The Ashtop Mountains, if no one arrives, seek survivors. Interesting. Repair the automatons to gain workforce. Huh. Well now, that's interesting. We could also take the cores. Huh. We'll hold that on to that in case we don't know what we need at this point. So we don't need either. Let's just hold off and we'll decide later. Plague shacks. Population that is undeclared, it looks like, in its ideology. So I'm not sure if we're bringing in new Londoners or Frostlanders. That would make more sense based on the fact that it says Frostland dwellers, but I don't know that for sure. In the past, it said. We could also inoculate if we had a law. Okay, what else have we discovered? Anything? No. So we can continue exploring, or I can start getting some more outposts. For example, getting more materials and stuff would be good. There's something tempting about all that, for sure. I would like to have more materials. We already know that that would do a lot for us. We could also just start salvaging some remains. I'm going to upset the stalwarts, and I don't really care. It's fine. We'll just go ahead and antagonize them. Dismantle this, tension goes up. I don't really care that much. Let's just go ahead and get the extra prefabs. And what else can we explore? I mean, there's a lot more territory to go. The Cursed Valley, some plains with potentially a lot of stuff, ridge lines. No one knows what happened to the Explorer Rowett, or however you say that. I want to know what this is. Let's go ahead and launch that expedition. Always looking for more options. Exploration is key. That's how it was in Frostpunk 1, it's how it is here too. Family duties. Oh, look at the little child holding a wrench. He wants to help. That's cute. Let's see. School's fine and dandy, but what are we supposed to do with them after hours? Let the children participate in doing maintenance, but then we are not as good at decreasing our material demand. No, the children belong in schools. And then when they're home from school, you guys should be parenting them, okay? That's how this works. Are we almost out of coal here, by the way? We do only have 87,000 left. It's not going to last that much longer. Well, let's start hunting for new ways to get more materials. So we have a couple more areas we could break up over here. I could work my way to this infinite source, which doesn't seem like that bad of an idea. I do wonder, by the way, does it make sense to have a district with other nodes on it? Because if this ends up having, what was it, 100 million resources on it, it doesn't increase the rate at which you gather, does it? So all you'd be doing is wasting the other nodes because they're completely overshadowed by the fact that you have a deep deposit. Maybe. 277 here. 75 from the deep mining drill. Okay, that is worth a lot. What about over here, though? See, 367. Yeah, I feel like it might be better to have a district exclusive just the deep deposit and not waste these. We could have a temporary district that just extracts everything here, and this will be on its own. I don't know if that's true, but I kind of wonder if it is. On the other hand, if we just grab all of this and then expand it out there, maybe we get the best of both worlds. I don't know. I have no idea if any of that's correct. I also should start thinking about getting some of the infinite food sources here, too. That's all going to be important. Well, I am going to start transferring some more people over here to the Dreadnought. I'm fairly sure we're going to need at least a few hundred more, not only to run all of the hubs and stuff I want to, but also it lets me frostbreak some more areas, and we're going to need them for the pump jacks. The whole point of the Dreadnought is going to be to provide as much oil as possible. And actually, to that extent, the trails that we have right now running the city have a limited capacity to them. If we take a look here, I think the max we can send is 250 or 234. Is that right? Well, either way, it's something along those lines. The result will be that we need to get an upgrade, and that's where skyways come into play. So if I go to ideas and go to our hubs, no, city, society, where is this? Frostland, there it is. Skyways right here would basically be a highway that has much higher capacity for additional resource transfer. So when we start producing way more oil than we know what to do with, that's what we have to do. We have to actually build up the skyways. Basically, there's a lot of things we need. Maybe we should get some more research hubs. Yeah, I think we should, actually. It might be wise to just go ahead and start researching a lot faster, because it seems like there's an absolute ton of technology that I want to get. Okay, we did say we were going to vote on Dutiful Youth. I do want that. New Londoners, are you willing to vote for anything? An advanced fracturing pump jack, synthetic composites. I'm not going to use the oil for that right now. City development. I don't like any of these. Can you vote for some? Can you request something else? Please? What about the Frostlanders? Dust coal mine, refurbished goods, Pathfinder scouts. I don't really want this either. Alright, well, I guess we'll do this. I need to get this. We'll go ahead and vote for it. Whatever. This improves up my workforce by a pretty good amount. A lot more children are able to start working. So if I go to scout training over here, we can get the Pathfinder scouts. I don't like that better than the exploration time. It seems like our territory threat level actually might be down to the minimum. But whatever, we can worry about something like that later. The generator number 2 does need to get upgraded at some point. People are demanding this now. 15% extra surplus of production is pretty darn good. There's no way around it. It is good. But I'd also love to continue getting more resources. I need to get the skyways. I still don't have things like worker compensation, housing blocks, parenthood. We can learn a bit more about that. Communal parenthood. Yep, that's even more workers, right? There's things there, better hubs. Oh, God. Yeah, the maintenance hub will reduce the material demand. That could be useful, too. Oh, boy. Let's learn about the skyways, okay? It's worth it. Everyone agrees this is a good idea. We should get it just so I know that I can get more of the oil figured out. Speaking of which, let's go back to the Dreadnought. And what would it take for me to go ahead and get myself the fracturing pump jack? There you are. Although before I do that, let's go ahead and start frostbreaking some more ground, because I want to be able to expand some districts. And we're about to get a lot more workers anyway, so we might as well hold off for a brief moment. There we go. We'll place one right here, and then I am going to place down the rail hub to boost our production efficiency. I'm going to place down an air transport hub to reduce the workforce requirements in both districts. 15%, this is going to pay for itself. It just costs me a lot of heat. But we can offset that by then also placing down the heating hub, which does take some workers, but maybe this ends up being a net benefit for me? I don't know. I do know that we're now making a fair bit more oil, so that's working out all right. Let's make sure we send more of that back to the city. And my population just skyrocketed. Okay, we got a lot more to work with. That was a net positive in workforce. It was not in oil, though. We are now consuming a lot more heat. And a lot of materials. Holy crud. Okay, so how much was that worth it, honestly? I don't really know. The heat requirements, yeah, boosting the efficiency. It appears that the 80 heat might have made this worse. If I turn this off, yeah. The amount it boosts up our efficiency for our oil is not more than the amount of heat that it requires. Therefore, it is actually better not to have a rail hub here. Okay, these are the kinds of tests that we needed to do. So now we know. Well, we have the skyways. What are freight docks? Boost up the skyways capacity and also increase the productivity of the outpost it's connected to. Really? Okay, that could be really good for us. It's expensive, but this could be great. I do need to continue working down progress and not adaptability. I keep going down these routes because it turns out I like this a lot, but progress is still what I'm trying to do for my ethos. So we're going to do this. The automated freight dock seems like a great idea, but it does take a lot of prefabs. Okay, that's worth noting. We're going to need to have a very consistent source of prefabs to make these work. And we're not there quite yet. So let's go ahead and do the scout training and just fulfill the promise. That way I don't have to think about it. But now we know what we need to work toward, and also I need a lot more housing. Gosh dang it. I do feel like it's often worth building your houses kind of in layers like this, right? Just one layer at a time, almost like you're still building out the old rings from Frostpunk 1. That might be crazy, but you can see here we're going to get an absolute ton of heat for doing this. I kind of wonder what the most efficient shape would be. I've been trying to think about this, right? Like if I went over, let's say right here, I got some space to look at. Would it be worth going 1, 2... These aren't quite the shape I want. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Or maybe 3, kind of a triangular pattern. See, what I'm trying to think is, how do you get the maximum number of sides where you'll be able to have access to 3 adjacency points on every side so you can easily build with more districts around it. Something like this might work. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1 extra here. And then you can expand the district, right? So if you're building all your housing districts like this, and then you keep stacking this exact same shape next to each other, this might be the way that you optimize your efficiency. Either that, or exactly what I was saying earlier, you just keep building out in layers. So, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, boom, done, see? And that's worth a ton. So, like, it's something like that. I've got to figure this stuff out before I move on to Captain Difficulty. Otherwise, I am going to get eaten alive. We've also got some sort of an event. What do we have here? It's for the dutiful youth. Fund a remembrance ceremony. I hate losing some heat stamps, but sure, alright, whatever. It's gonna make the pilgrims a little bit happier, and right now they've been causing some issues. I'm gonna go ahead and get another extraction district over here and just extract these prefabs. This is very much a temporary district. I will get rid of it later, but I want to go ahead and boost this up without getting more industrial zones for the moment. We're making 19 per week. We do need to be doing a lot better than that. I need to be making at least 60 per week if we want to get ourselves a district that makes our outposts better. So that's going to be important. If we go back to the Frostland, what would it cost me to start getting the skyways up and running, right? So this is just to boost up our capacity. Would it even have an impact on something like our research outposts? Doesn't look like we can do much with it. Maybe we can. I actually don't know if this would boost our research at all. Probably not. I bet you that's not a capacity thing at all. And I would actually say don't even bother getting the skyways for something like, let's say, this coal deposit over here, because the trail has a capacity of 250, and this is only going to be producing 200 anyway. However, sorry, 250, so it's the exact right amount. However, we know that if I do get myself those docks, connecting by skyways is what gets me the extra production. So maybe in this case it is worth hooking up to a skyway anyway. And in the case of coal, where this is going to be running out after, you know, only 210,000 coal, maybe that doesn't matter anyway. But something like 2.4 million materials, that I might care about a bit more. So in fact, yeah, let's try setting up a skyway over here. We can connect up over here easily, and then it only takes a couple of connection points to get all the way over. That's a long range. I like this. Well, my material production just skyrocketed. Now I've got 478. Hey, okay. Let's send more of that back to the Dreadnought so we can make sure we are meeting their needs. I still have an excess. Oh, but that's my trail capacity. I can't handle that many. Okay, hang on. So that's why we need to have a skyway then. Right, we've got to get one of those built up. Maybe I can get a good prefab factory and this would make things worthwhile. Yeah, I think so. We want to get a standardized prefab to get... looks like it just costs a little bit more heat. That's not a big deal. This is completely fine. It does cost a steam core, but it's worth it. Let's go ahead and research this idea. Actually, did I misread? Hold on, I'm known for having reading comprehension issues periodically when I'm recording. Was this a maintenance thing? No, that's just the construction cost. What does it actually cost me to operate this? Anything? Or is this once it's built, it's done, it's done? In which case, those are amazing and you need them as fast as possible. Either way, I know that I need to get some more skyways built up to the old Dreadnought, so let's do that. And I think I just saw a very scary pop-up. Oh god, here we go. Yep, an old enemy. Okay, incoming whiteout. Steward, it was only a matter of time. We had an unusually long streak of mild weather, but now meteorologists are clear. There's a familiar drop in air pressure at higher altitudes. A whiteout is coming. The wind will cause extreme cold and the clouds will blot out the sun, impacting our food production. Without shelter, ample fuel, and a stockpile of food, our people will be at mortal risk. Oh goody. I'll bet it also interferes with my outpost production. To me, that would just make sense. Great. Okay, so we really need to get on top of our food production, materials, fuel. I need a lot more fuel. We need everything. Badly, we need everything. I do want to vote on the Pathfinder Scouts, I guess. I don't really care. Fine, we'll go ahead and pass the vote on it. I only need 2 votes for it to pass, which is probably what's going to happen. Exactly the 2 votes. Okay, well, I was wondering if that wasn't going to happen, but there it is. All right, so boom, done. And now the Pilgrims are continuing to promote adaptation. Please stop it. I mean, I'm not really upset about it. I get why you're doing it, but, like, I also would like you to knock it off. Anyway, let's get pump jacks in both of these last locations. And then we'll see where things hit with an equilibrium. We may not need any more workforce than what we've got right now. I mean, we could extract some prefabs, I suppose. But it's only a few hundred. It doesn't seem worth the extra effort. Maybe we could build a materials hub over here? Sure. Not only to reduce some of the workforce requirements, but also because I might as well stockpile as much oil here as possible as a backup reserve. So yeah, we're now producing 222 oil. Okay, that's pretty good. And with the new Skyway capacity, we can start transferring that oil back to the city. So this is looking solid. And we should be able to transfer enough materials to meet our needs. And I'll even expand out the housing district so I can get 1 more ventilation tower. And this will solve any problems I'm going to have if I only had a little bit more workforce. Okay, so I actually do need more people, but not much. Let's transfer those over. We'll take care of this. Then I don't even have to worry about squalor. This place will be self-sufficient and I can focus exclusively on the city for a while. Let's get those freight docks up and a-running. Totally worth it. And in the Frostland, we did discover some new stuff. What do we got over here? The last camp. Okay, some survivors of an expedition have been taking refuge in an old coal mine. They refuse to return without their commander. He's our only hope. Bring them home. We need to first resolve the Deserters End Frostland site. What about this one? That's not it. This is the Discovery Station. Okay. We could disassemble a structure to get some prefabs, and that's all we could do. Free prefabs are fine, so we'll go ahead and take that, and let's find another zone to explore. Maybe this high pass? Sure. Honestly, it almost is worth getting myself another one of the logistics hubs at this point. Could be great. Alright, so over here, it looks like there's nothing left to extract. We're going to go ahead and demolish this sucker. But it's fine. What I'll do is I'll build another industrial hub in its wake, and we should be able to get advantage from all the extra heat and stuff already in place. The infrastructure is perfect. Why not just get a prefab industrial hub? Also, I did say I was going to get another food factory. So let's go ahead and get this district. Place this correctly. We could actually try for some more heat. If I do an expansion, we'll get the workforce requirement reduction. So that's fine. That's not actually how I meant to build that just now, but it's what happened, so okay. The stalwarts are rallying once again a new district. Really? They want us to focus on what? High-rise housing district contributes more workforce, contributes more heat stamps, mobilizes enforcers. Ooh. Well, a high-rise housing district, huh? More workforce is nice. This is actually not an substantial amount of extra heat stamps. But mobilizing enforcers, the fact that they keep offering me this, I just had a thought. Oh, I wonder. Do you think there's going to be a civil war in this game? Do you think that that is likely? We've got the two extreme fanatical ideologies at each other's throats. Do you think that at some point it's actually going to come to a civil war? And if we had a lot of guard squads, we'd be able to deal with this? Oh, that would be interesting now, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. I'm going to go for the active workers, because I can raise funds pretty well. We don't usually have a ton of issues with our heat stamps, but I do need to keep having more workers to just keep doing more things. So I'm going to do that, but that would be very, very, very interesting. And what now do we have? Loud and clear. The stalwarts have begun using oil to power a small radio they've attached to their lamps. That's kind of a cool trick. They claim this will allow them to further ensure the safety for workers and increase efficiency by enabling constant communication. I mean, yeah, managers can report accidents in a heartbeat. Spreadsheets can be updated in real time. This is definitely not going to be used for propaganda or anything at all. Okay. Sure. I mean, that's to my advantage. We like propaganda, right? I can use that for good stuff, probably. I'm gonna try building out this district to just go ahead and capture the infinite deep frozen forest. I don't know if this is dumb or not, but we're gonna go ahead and do it. And what I will do is I'll just go ahead and start extracting this with regular sawmills, but once that starts running out, we can just place a deep mining drill and that'll open this up, and this district becomes useful still. I'd just rather do that than open up a whole new district, because that adds a lot more heat requirements and so on. Hold on. A beacon of hope. Oh god, the incoming whiteout. People are flocking to the city. Population growth is extremely increased. We're about to have more people than I know what to do with, aren't we? Yes. Flippin' heck. Alright, industrial district, let's go ahead and place these over here. Place you, and then I don't think I ever did build an air transport hub, so we can place one right here, and oh my god, this is going to save a lot of workforce. Not that I need to save workforce that badly right now, but it's always good to have this as an option. Maybe worth getting some heating demands reduced. Right? Do this, reduce heat by a fair bit? Where can I put this to be even more effective? Right along over here, we get at least a reasonable amount. Yeah. It just cost me workforce and materials, and I'm about to have more materials than I know what to do with, right? In theory. By the way, we also should get ourselves some additional stockpiles for our food, because I know I'm going to need a lot of it. So let's do this. And then we should also get ourselves one of these bio-waste hothouses, so now we can produce a lot of extra food out of this district. I know I've got more than I need right now, but that's going to change. And we actually now officially are in the positive on, well, okay, just about everything. Hold on. Fix this, boom, done. We actually are now in the positive for everything. This is great. I just realized I built a stupid material stockpile hub over here. Gosh dang it, it's not what I wanted. Get rid of this. Needed fuel. Fuel capacity is what I crave. Okay, we have freight docks. What is outpost operation? Outpost upkeep is decreased, or production efficiency is increased. Okay, well, we all know that I have to keep going down progress, but it's interesting to know that exists. We should go ahead and get our Generator 2 upgrade. It's time. If we're going to be having the whiteout approaching soon, which it will be, then it is time for us to go ahead and start working toward the rest of Chapter 2 and move on. I'd like to get into Chapter 3 very soon. Let's get a standardized prefab factory over here so that we can start getting a bit more of this. Running low on cash, that's not a problem. Can someone please give me their money? Mobilize more enforcers. We should always be doing that when we can. Can't raise any more funds for a bit. Maybe I'm gonna wish that I had the extra heat stamp income. And actually now we're back down to having less materials. Tell you what, we could work our way out over here. We know that we could get ourselves a silica foundry over at the iron deposit. It's not exactly a permanent source, but it's pretty darn long-lasting. Also, justice has no scabbard. Is that an automaton? Did somebody sick a police automaton on somebody? They upgraded the automatons to respond to a specific frequency on their radios. They've equipped the beasts with searchlights and speakers and mounted them, patrolling the city. The pilgrims believe this is absurd. Do we allow this? Mobilize the automaton enforcers. Crime is decreased. Oh, no kidding. Increases the wear in districts. More repairs. I mean, this seems like we're going in a dangerous direction, but I'm all for it. This seems quite fun. Oh, people got frustrated and joined the pilgrims. No, don't do it, no. Do we want to pass a law that would regulate outsiders? We could accept all outsiders, or we could only allow in the productive outsiders. Population grows up a little bit, heat stamp income goes up, and more active workers. Seems like a smart play for me. Any negotiations that would make sense here? Anything I could do easily? Nothing that really excites me. Let's just go ahead and cast the vote. I'm gonna take the risk. Let's see if we get this for free. Without any more... actually, don't I have the ability to kind of nudge these votes? We got it anyway. We're fine. We're fine. All is well. Of course, that means we're probably leaving a lot of people out to die when the whiteout hits, which, by the way, I can see on the horizon. There it is. The temperature's going to drop a lot before this hits. Oh, God. And we just got so many more people, and the temperature just dropped again. Ah! Okay. Hang on, though. Let's not panic. Logistics. I don't have enough heat stamps to build the dang freight docks. No! Pilgrims! Give me money! I don't care if you like me or not. You're giving me your money for some reason. All right, attendant freight dock. Can't place it over there. Can't place it over here. Oh God, I need more. I need more building spots. We've already used up all the building spots. No! Alright, that means we have to frost break our way down over here. It's fine, I wanted to do this eventually anyway, right? We're not even producing enough goods anymore. I have too many people. There's too many people in this dang city. It makes me sick! Let's get coal liquefactors. This is something we know we're gonna need, right? Because we want to be able to take the coal that we currently have stockpiled up way more than we know what to do with and start getting the oil. Yes, I think we do want this. Oh, but I still haven't done Generator 2 upgrades. I meant to do that. No! It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Logistics District, go, 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 go! Frostlanders, what did you discover in the gorge? A hot springs refuge. Dismantle the station or rebuild the station. Need to get a trail here first, and then we could rebuild it. Why would I want to? I bet you get something good from it, though. Would it be worth? Well, let's just see. We can hook it up like this. That wouldn't take too long, right? Let's try it. I can't believe we're still not producing enough oil over here, though. This actually does scare me a little bit. Because how will I be able to survive this if I can't get enough oil fast enough? Do we need more pump jacks? Is that the thing? We just need more of them? Expanding the district will boost up its production a little bit. So let's do that. Yeah, I think we just need to get more of these fracturing pump jacks. I can build 3 more of them. I need a few more people. I'm out of housing. And I'm starting to run low on things like food and goods again, and this is going to keep costing me more and more materials, but it's the only way to get enough oil. So we have to do it. I've got 40 more teams to work with. I don't think at this point there's much value in trying to get any more outposts, because I bet you're about to lose all of them. Why can't I rebuild this? I thought I already did something here. We have to reestablish contact. Did I not build the trail? Because I thought I did. I definitely built a trail. We have no need for this unless we reestablish contact with the hot springs. Okay, well, I guess I'll just dismantle the station then. Oh, now we can rebuild it. Okay, use this to rebuild or improve our relations. Improve our relations with whom? Okay. I don't know why we would want to do this. It feels like a weird order to do stuff. What's this? Hold on, intruders just arrived at the Dreadnought. The Wanderers are back! Oh god, they're furious. Maybe I shouldn't have messed up with their bodies. I didn't know. They asked to at least provide a stockpile of oil. They seem desperate to be a threat. Give them 30,000 oil? That's a lot of oil. Or protect the colony because they're a threat. Oh god. I will give the 30,000 oil. That is a lot of oil, to be fair, but I've also been working on it for a while. There's their encampment. So they've now set up outside. They're expecting us to hand over the oil. I will do it. The old Dreadnought will be safe from raids? Oh my god, they could be literal raiders! Holy cram! What else would make sense for some research right now? We've got a lot of our heating upgrades. I've got almost everything I can. What's the heat dispatcher? Constructed in various different districts, which I guess just reduces heat. So this seems terrible. Unless I'm misunderstanding how this works, because it seems like it's going to require a fair bit of workforce to maintain, just to give us a bit of heat. But, like, I could do that with a heating hub for less workforce for more, right? So why would this be a good idea? It boosts the generator's output. Boosts it. Huh. We could go for the advanced pump jacks, take some more of those steam cores, get a lot of extra oil. Lots of squalor, too, if we do that. Charcoal waste management facilities could be a good idea. Greatly decrease the squalor, but that takes more steam cores. We could do the extreme technologies. Harvester hangars, a way of getting some extra harvesting efficiency. Food output, meh. I don't know if I care about that. I do like the idea of more production efficiency in outposts, though. This will only take 4 weeks. Let's go ahead and research it. We are ripping through the technology right now. Oh, and I never did actually build my silica foundry over here. Let's go ahead and build this out like so. Oh, God. Frick me, and I forgot again. Hold on. Logistics. Attendant freight dock. Yes. Build! I want to see exactly what the benefit is. We should also go to the central area and build the surplus injectors. It takes a lot of my cores, but I don't want to forget that I need to do this. Because you know I'm gonna screw that up and spend all my cores and then I'll be crying. The stalwarts have now begun their automaton patrols. I mean, yes, I did tell them to do that because it gets me a lot of guard squads. Crime will not be an issue here. We just got a ton more materials for getting this iron up and running, by the way. 240 output seems pretty darn good. And we can make that even better with the silica foundry, which just takes a bit of heat and workers to get a ton more. Disease risk goes up, sure. We may need to consider getting another hospital very soon. But we got space for that, that's fine. And with the extra materials, we can go back to industrial and make sure we get ourselves some more other stuff. I do also want to get one of these coal liquefactors. Where can I place that? Any industrial hub? Okay. Takes a core to do that, though. Still, it lets me start turning the coal into something useful, so we will. And we'll also get another calibrated goods factory just so I can make sure our goods production is okay, because we are constantly struggling on that front. Did we finish with this hub thing? We did. Okay. Hold on. So we now are getting a lot of extra oil. I don't remember what it was before. But we've definitely gained a lot all of a sudden. Now it's up to plus 134. That seems pretty good. Can we actually see somewhere exactly how much is being produced and transferred? No, I don't really know. What about the other outposts? Can we see, for example, this was producing, what, 250? So, okay, yeah. So by Skyway, now we're producing 310. So that actually was worth a fair bit. Okay, very, very good. Now all I need to do is have enough oil to just turn on the thing. Where is it? Surplus. Done! We can survive the whiteouts. That is the next goal. Chapter 2 is almost done. We're going to end this video here, though. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you are looking forward to the rest of this series, because so far we're doing great, but oh boy, it's getting scarier and scarier by the minute. Hey folks, my name is Pravus, and welcome to more Frostpunk 2 in the city of New London. And with a whiteout on the way, things are about to get very, very difficult for us indeed. So how the heck are we going to survive against this upcoming storm? Right now we're burning through a lot of our oil, just getting all the extra production. And as much as I do like that we're getting a lot of extra stuff, it just doesn't seem that smart to leave the surplus on. Because right now, I'd rather be building up a big stockpile, because when we start having some serious problems with the cold, y'all know we're going to burn through this very, very quickly. There are a few things I know I need to do. My squalor is starting to boost a lot because the generator has gotten a lot dirtier. So let's make sure that we do place things like some additional ventilation towers to try and keep that under control. We've also got 40 teams. We still have no idea really what we'd want to do about this station, but I have no more cores to speak of. Oh, speaking of cores. So there is something we can do with those. I was looking at this. There's another generator upgrade. Upgrade level 3. It would be really good. Oil produces even more heat, and overdrive is safer. Construction, 40 cores to build this thing, a hyperdrive regulator. Sounds great. 40 cores? Frick, dude! What is this I see down here, by the way? A geothermal plant. You know, I'll bet you this actually would work with the hot springs. Could we go to the hot spring, build it, get a geothermal plant, and send some more heat back to the city? Wouldn't that be interesting? Maybe. I'm looking for anything that's going to start boosting up our heat in some way, because it's about to get a lot worse. We could do crop selection. This is an adaptability technology only. But the base heat demand of food districts is significantly decreased. That's worth something. The heat dispatcher, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it would get me a lot of heat. It's basically just spend a lot of your workforce in order to get a lot of heat. That's all it is. Is that worthwhile? Maybe. I feel like there are other things we could do. Like getting a charcoal plant. 20 materials turning into 150 coal doesn't seem that bad. Doesn't seem that bad at all, if I'm honest. So we could do something like this. That'd be a way of getting more coal that we're then turning into more oil. It's an option if we're desperate. We also haven't done, like, any city research. We probably should. So, for example, worker compensation. Equal pay? I don't know about that one, but efficiency bonuses. Hey, production efficiency increased? Yes, please. Equal pay. What is this, communism? I don't know, actually. Has communism got any entrenchment of the lore of steampunk stuff? I have no idea. Hey, this food district is gone. Oh, no. All right, well, we'll have to dismantle all of this now. Feels bad, man, but we do have a lot of food, and I have a way to get a lot more food. All we have to do is get out to this fertile soil with a deep deposit. And so far, we haven't even accessed the deep deposits over here, or have we? No, I have not built the deep drill that was in this area, so there's 200 million more food to be had in here. We should actually make sure that we build that, now that I think about it. Let's do that now. Oh, no, but I need cores! Shoot. Yeah, we went through all of our cores. I better figure that out. The nomads received their promised oil. We did give up 30,000. That was not a small amount of oil. That was so much. But all is forgiven. This shelter is now your shelter. Our graves are now your graves. So we're not going to get raided. Okay, we delivered that. That is done, and they have left. Okay, good. So, steam cores. I really wanted to repair these automatons because it seemed like it'd be really cool to do. But do I need 1,200 workforce or do I need cores? I feel like the answer, weirdly enough, is I need the cores. It feels bad, man, but I'm doing fine on that. I've got to get cores at some point. If we do not have any more, I'm not going to be able to do a lot of good stuff. We have 35 teams remaining. Where else could I explore that might have some cores for me? This valley might. Let's go there. 23 to go here into the mountains. Sure, let's go looking. I've got to find more stuff. We do have a new law that's currently in proposal. Outpost operation extraction strongholds. Oh, yes, the production efficiency for the outposts. Yes, please. I do want that. I thought this was already enacted. Maybe this is a separate law compared to what we were already doing. We had the docks built up last time, which should have increased production by a fair bit. So there we go. Vote has been held. The extraction strongholds is now done. So if I go back to the city, we're making a pretty good amount of extra resources. That was a little bit of extra oil and stuff. It's not bad. We are still behind where we want to be on our goods production. I do feel like it's kind of hard to keep up with goods sometimes. You know? Feels like it's a little bit difficult to make enough of this stuff. We go through quite a lot. I do have another empty building slot, so I could get some more goods production. We've got enough materials, it makes sense. So I guess we'll go ahead and do that. But without the cores, that kind of leaves just the mechanical factory. And for now, at least, that's fine. That's all I need. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I am feeling quite nervous about this upcoming whiteouts. The temperature's about to drop once again. So things are only going to get worse at some point here. I did get a liquefactor, right? Yeah, so that's getting me 88 oil right now. At the cost of how much of my coal? 100 coal is becoming 88 oil. Okay. So, wait a minute. What that would mean, though, is that I could get the charcoal, and I should be able to get, like, 20 materials into 150 coal, which is more than I would need in order to get 88 oil. Like, is that actually a pretty darn good way of getting a lot of oil? It might be. I've got no idea. Separated families. Oh, right, because we only allowed the productive outsiders. Do we allow... do we allow families to stay together? Well... increases the percentage of active workers in the population less efficiently. I'm going to do that because on a moral standpoint, I feel like that's still kind of the right thing to do. Don't separate the families. Plus, I have enough workforce. I can kind of afford that. Like, I really feel like my population's doing quite well right now. I'm very nervous about the fact that squalor's only getting worse still. That generator is spewing everything awful into the air right now. I assume more ventilation towers do... stack, right? Extremely decreased by ventilation tower. Yeah. I assume that more only continues to boost that up. I hope I'm right on that. I'd be very sad if I weren't. We will get another hospital up and running since disease is slightly going up. Alright, temperature is about to drop. So much more population. So much more population just appeared out of nowhere. Gosh dang it. Seriously, it just keeps going. Talk of a protest. The pilgrims are unbearably tense. They see your current efforts as utter folly and spit on the ground whenever you enter the council. If there wasn't a whiteout at our door, we would be out of here with our fists held high, dragging the city to a halt. I thought they were about to say they'd drag me out of the council hall. It's like, that's a threat. I got mechanized police now, so don't do that. We could ignore them, but we may consider placating them before the weather worsens. Okay, we have to keep them at least neutral, huh? Repeal the machine-centric shifts. Research the frontier footholds. Alright, I will research this. Oh wow, they actually are quite angry. Well, I don't have enough heat stamps to placate them, but hold on. Stalwarts, I'm sure it will be... they won't give me any funds either. Okay. New Londoners? Give me money. I'm sorry to make you upset. I'm sorry. Fund their projects. Boost the relations. It's not much. It really isn't much, is it? Yeah, I'm watching tension start to go up. It's because of all of these problems with things like squalor and disease and so on. I don't see any evidence that the ventilation tower is making this any better. I really don't. So, how do you deal with squalor at this point? It says it's diminishing, actually. So even though it's not showing that it's more than just extremely decreased, I do think it is going down. Yes, the cold is bad, I am aware, I'm sorry, I'm working on it, for God's sake. Alcohol could shut you all up, though. Heat stamps income per capita significantly increased. Or trust. Much as I like the trust, getting a lot of heat stamps would be great. Let's do that. And maybe it'd be worth getting some additional other kinds of hubs. Could we get ourselves like a heating hub over here? Yeah, if we do that, we would create a lot of heat. Now, would this actually help me, though? Because the heat demand, well, actually the heat demand is still high in a few places. 50 right there, 20 over there. Yeah, actually, you know, no, okay, fine, it would make sense. Doesn't cost me a lot of materials, only costs me some workforce, greatly improves our heat in a lot of places. I think that's worth it, do it. Let's see if this actually greatly increases the amount of oil that's available. Yeah, the temperature's dropped, it's now minus 60 degrees. Okay, we're fine, minus 29 becomes, can you stop pausing, please? That did nothing, minus 20, that's it? We only saved 4 oil out of all of that? Really? Additional modifiers. Yeah, no, it's worth a fair bit. It's just that the temperature is that cold. Frickin' heck, dude. The stalwarts are rallying once again. Another dense housing district. Okay. So I guess this is just going to keep happening. They're going to densify districts here and there. We can decide what we want. Well, you know what? This time we're going to take the heat stamps. A little bit of extra income doesn't seem bad. We're up to 50 a week. In fact, I just got an achievement for doing it. Hooray. And this district is going away. Bye. But we do have steam cores now. So I could get myself one of those deep melting drills, boost up our food. What other ideas could I do that would make a big difference right now? The alcohol's going to be nice for the income. Mandatory unions? Nah. Trust falls slightly from labor oversight. Production efficiency's not bad. We'll take it. Oh, we ran out of something over here too. Okay, so this extraction district is now useless. We'll go ahead and demolish that next. Oh boy, we're building a lot right now, but we are starting to run out of a lot of things that I really care about, and more stuff just got damaged. I think it's the one that we actually are now dismantling, so who cares? It's fine. We need to have more ways of getting rid of this squalor. It continues to be a huge problem. There is a solution to that. Under resources, we could get a waste management facility. Cost a steam core, but squalor is extremely decreased. Man, again, the adaptability seems like the better solution, if I'm honest. Like, I've done so much to get myself extra workforce that these are just better. They are. It's just better. I like it better than going for progress. I'm trying really hard to do this, but like, I really prefer some of these options. I'm gonna research the adaptability. I have opportunities to get more progress elsewhere. I do, okay? We're gonna have to do that. Good God. You know, I'm starting to get a kind of familiar feeling in my gut right now. This little tension starting to build. I'm like, bad things are about to start happening here, right? Yep, sure enough. What do we got down over here? A languid herd. I thought it said hero for a second. No, it's food. I mean, yeah, it's fine. It would cost me some teams to run this, but it's fine. What over here? Erect warehouse. Cores! All right. Take the cores. Let's go ahead and start harvesting the food. It's not a lot of food, but it is some food, so I'll take it. How are we looking in the Dreadnought? We've actually got more population than I technically need. We're not producing enough oil over here. Hold on. We're gonna be running out in 14 weeks. Oh, God. So you're telling me that I need to get myself another fracturing pump jack. Yeah, we're getting quite a lot of squalor out of all of this as well. All right, so I need a few more workers over here. Just a little bit more. Just another 100 or so will do. Thank you. Gosh, this is getting a little intensive, isn't it? Just a wee little bit intensive. Yes. All right, unemployed officially. Watching the tables, they claim they'll spend these funds to help their community, but I know these pilgrims' bigwigs will end up here eventually. They always do. Courtesy of the steward. You have repeatedly funded the pilgrims' projects. Apparently this is a reaction to the fact that I have funded them a lot. Well, I have funded them a lot because I'm trying to shut them up a lot. But okay, good to know that people apparently aren't liking that. That's probably fine. We'll go ahead and promote this faction again. Not a lot of people joining, though. It seems like we're kind of capping out on how many people can join the extremist factions. Frostlanders, I'm willing to make you a promise. If maybe, disease slightly decreased. Maybe we want to do this. I'm willing to consider passing something if it makes you happy enough that you can de-radicalize the pilgrims a little bit more for me. 40 weeks to repeal the machine-centric shifts. Yeah, this is reducing workforce. I could switch over to weather-adjusted, though. That would be okay. And even though I lose a little, losing the production's a problem. But I don't like having the squalor right now. I can't handle it. So... But this also saves me heat. Maybe weather-adjusted shifts would be smart. I'll research it. I don't promise to enact it, but I'll research it. Oh, a new law being proposed. What do we have here? The worker compensation efficiency bonuses. Production efficiency goes up. Can't negotiate. I've made too many promises. Let's do some guided voting. Relations with people who are opposed to this will go down. But it's a way to do this. No, I don't want to say you want to go against it. Alright, we'll risk it. Let's just go ahead and pass it. That's a free production bonus for me. Which is good, because I don't think we would have gotten enough votes if I hadn't done that. So we get a little bit more there. Alright, the stalwarts are promoting merit. We're starting to hurt relations with a lot of people. Uh-oh. I'm gonna go ahead and get the charcoal plants. I think it is time to do that. Gosh, dang though, but the adaptability is just objectively better here. Again. Disease goes up, but I can handle that. Less heat demand. More coal output. I can afford the workforce. This is such a weird position to be in. Okay. I'm starting to hear more whispers and stuff in the background. People are talking to me. It's making me feel like bad things are gonna happen in my city. Oh, is this the whiteout? This is a nice little thing from Frostpunk 1 where you actually could see the storm approaching. Does this give me actually an idea of how big it is? Maybe when the whiteout hits, we'll have a chance to kind of see just how bad it really is gonna be and how much longer it will take for it to go away. It looks like it's only gonna last like a couple of weeks. Like, it could be worse, right? I feel like it could be a lot worse. Did we never build? I never did build the extra food over here. Technically speaking, I'm okay on food right now, so I guess I'm not worried about it. The only thing I care about right now is just heat. Where else could I place something that would get me a lot of heat savings? We could place another over here. It would boost some. Yeah, that's something. What about over this way? There's got to be a few districts where I can get some value here. There's a couple of areas here and there where we could hit a lot of housing all at once. That said, though, the housing I feel like is... Oh, God. Never mind. Yeah, the demand is pretty darn high. Okay, I was going to say we had gotten it to a point where it had 0, but not anymore. Alright, we'll build a hub over there for sure. And we'll build some more in a couple other places. Like over here could get a lot of value. Sure. Believe it or not, over here it looks like would get me a lot of value too. Sure. Look, I'm trying. If I've got the materials to go around, if I've got the workforce to go around, we should greatly increase the amount of heat value we get and save this dang oil. In fact, what I should do is probably go to the generator and start overdriving again a little bit just to reduce a little further. Right? That saves me a little bit. I'll have to turn it off before we get too close to the whiteout, but hopefully that'll be enough to keep me afloat. And yeah, over here in this area, we do have enough people to go ahead and get that last one of these fracturing pump jacks. I guess we'll place it over here is fine. Would it make sense to get a train? I don't know if it gets me enough. We tried this out before and it didn't get enough efficiency. I assume that's still the case, even if we have a lot of buildings that are working. But yeah, this last little bit of extra oil, we can send all that stuff back home. I just need every bit I can get. Every tiny bit. Really, though, I am actually starting to feel the panic set in. This is a very familiar feeling right now. It is setting in right now, for sure. 100% it is. Alright, we're actually not making enough food anymore. So, tell you what, yeah, let's go ahead and just work our way over to this infinite source. It's worth having it as an option, right? I think it's gotta be. Alright, cool. So we'll go ahead and build out over here. We have space to put down a stockpile nearby. That's great. My scouts should be returning. Charcoal regeneration plants. New building proposed by the Frostlanders. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, there it is. We have it now, so we probably should start using it. Be a way of getting a lot of extra coal. I don't need the advanced foundries. I do need the waste management facilities, but I've also made promises to people that I would go and research different things. Whether I actually want these or not may be a different thing, but I promised I would just go ahead and research it. It only takes 4 weeks. Let's just get it out of the way. Look, I keep my promises, okay? I may not like some of these people, but I keep my freaking promises. Alright, what's new? Did we discover anything useful? We found Winter Palace, the Old Empire, a possible settlement that can produce goods? Well, that could be very, very useful. Okay, but right now it's blocked by the storm. This is familiar. An IEC storage over here as well. Again, blocked by storm. Nothing we can do. Oh, that's why we're not getting enough food. I can't take anything out of this anymore. Right. Well, it all makes sense. Let's launch some more expeditions then. We're going to go to the plains. And we're going to go to... I don't want to go to the Cursed Valley right now. That just gets me people, and I don't need people. But more food and more cores? Sure, that's attractive. I'm 1 team short from being able to explore some other places. I mean, again, considering how important exploration is for us, I think it might be worth just expanding this district to get a few more teams. Won't take long, won't cost me much. It's worth it, it's worth it, it's worth it. Notice how much extra oil we're making right now, by the way. This is looking good. Labor oversight, placed on the council's agenda. This one is not looking great. Negotiate. The New Londoners are open to the idea. Fund their projects. Yeah, I'm good with that. Research and hold a vote for mechanized scouts. Funding their projects is a pretty cheap way to do things. We'll just go ahead and do this and secure the vote. So let's go ahead and do that. It's going to cost me all my heat stamps, but that just goes ahead and solves the problem. You know, one thing that we could really use? Trust. And one way we could actually get some trust is literally to go to hubs over here, and we could research the communication hub. That would work. So with the communication hub, we could start getting trust in neighboring districts. Yeah, that could be worthwhile. A little expensive, but it would work. Everyone agrees this is a brilliant propaganda strategy. The Pilgrims are increasingly a problem over here, though. Look, I'm trying to do what I promised for you. Trust rises a little bit, but look at that. I mean, okay. The Frostlanders are a little happier, but that's kind of it. And that's not enough to get them to de-radicalize. I need to make these guys much, much, much happier. Oh, God. Okay, what else can we do? What else can we do? What would make sense? Prisons! Yeah! No, maybe? I'm not really worried about the crime right now, but this would be an option for us. We did promise to do another research somewhere over here. We said we would research the weather-adjusted shifts. Yeah, losing the efficiency would suck, but it'd be another way to reduce some of the squalor and also the heat demand, which seems smart. So I'm actually totally willing to consider adjusting our laws based on what they recommend. I think that is a completely fair thing to do. What do we have here? There's the charcoal regeneration. This would go in an extraction district, and I don't have enough money to go around, but yeah, you know, go ahead and just start getting the extra coal. Though right now I've got more coal than I know what to do with, so really what I want is just more coal liquefactors, which, by the way, just, you know, creates more squalor. How's the overdrive looking right now? High enough that I'm going to go ahead and turn it off, which means we're down to only 15 oil. Question, by the way, surplus injectors. The bigger the surplus, the bigger the output, up to 15%. I was going to say, can you cheese this in a way where you have, like, barely any surplus, you put this in there and you get a full 15% bonus? No, you don't. So we could do this, and it would be a way of getting a teeny bit of extra production. And by a teeny bit, it means a frick ton. Look at this. Look how much more food and how much extra materials and stuff you would get. That's not bad. For 15 oil, that's not bad, dude. Especially since I'm making how much extra oil here? Oh my god! Okay, hang on. I think we're fine now, actually. I don't know what I was so worried about. I think we're completely fine. Let's go ahead and start transferring a lot more oil back to the city. I will leave behind some for a stockpile build-up here, but, like, yeah, that's 235 more oil. Then again, if I do this, I am going to burn a lot more. Hold on, let's just see. So I'll transfer the resources. Now we're making, if I turn this off, it is still substantial, but it's not as much as I would have thought. For 250 oil, that is not a linear relationship right there. The 15 oil actually gave me a lot more value per oil. So in this case, I think actually it's weirdly enough better not to do this. So let's pull back. Go back to, let's say, 19 extra oil, all right? So if we do this, we have 39 to 218. Turn this on. That's still most of the benefit. Unless it's got to readjust again or something. But, like, this makes me think that what you do is you keep most of the oil in the new Dreadnought and you trickle extra into the city in order to get huge production bonuses. That actually is ludicrous. What else can I research that would help me right now? I mean, I think we're actually okay when it comes to oil and heat right now. I think we're alright. I'm not worried about anything down here in the Frostland. I could do some stuff here in the city. This is new. What do we have here? Hold on. Drugs manufactories? Drugs? Heat stamp, upkeep, disease, production efficiency goes up. We're just giving people caffeine. Poverty eradication. Hard labor camps. That gets rid of crime, all right. Uh-huh. Workplace control. Production efficiency is significantly increased, but it is a radical idea with empowered management. Leisure. Pleasure clubs. Oh, no. Interesting. Yeah, these are things you could do. I don't think it's smart, but it's things you could do. Okay. So we could get some better housing blocks. I definitely don't want to go for the heat stamp upkeep. I'd rather go for dense housing blocks. That could be a thing. Society. Is there anything I want to do under treatment? Experimental treatment. We could do this. This is something that I know I needed in order to finish an event out in the Frostlands. So I'll go ahead and do this right now. Okay, we apparently just got a lot more people because now I don't have enough housing again. Oh my god. Another pop-up. The elevator broke. It's the newcomer kids, I'm sure. The little imps ride it up in day, breaking the elevator. Yeah, the productive outsiders and kept the families together. What do they contribute to the city? Some people are genuinely heartless, but you know, that's kind of what this game creates, is a very cold-hearted, and I mean that in every possible pun, community for people who have to survive in the worst possible conditions. That's exactly what we're seeing here. A bunch of meanies. Okay, hold a vote on the outpost upkeep. This is going to get rid of something that I already had, I think, which is not what I want. We're going to have to hold a vote. I'm not going to negotiate on this one. It is what it is. If we reduce upkeep, we reduce upkeep. But I'd rather keep what we already had. Alright, there we go. It passes by literally one vote. Okay, that's fine. I got another achievement. I passed 20 laws in a single playthrough. Yeah, I did do that. Well, we're building out a few more housing districts, so we're going to be fine here. The whiteouts almost here. By your leave, a supply run. The pilgrims are sending their strongest travelers out before the whiteout to search for supplies. They don't appear to be asking. I could supply them with food, I could let them leave, or stop them. Sure. If they leave and die, that actually helps me politically. But you know what? If they die, I win. If I give them food and they owe me, I still win. So we're going to send them food because I've got a massive stockpile of extra food right now. A bunch just left. Okay. There we go. We'll do it. Hey, maybe they find something. Maybe they do. Maybe they find something and it's great for everybody. I'm not opposed. We're all in this together. Yeah, that... Oh god, that just brought up a song in my head that I really did not want to remember. Alright, I'm going to go back to the Dreadnought here. I'm going to go ahead and start we have 70,000 oil in the city. I was going to say, before we get hit, maybe we should just go ahead and send some. You know what? We could actually, yeah, rather than burn the surplus oil, we could just send them 5,000 units. No. Other way around. Other way around. There we go. Yeah, that's probably fine. I want there to be enough oil in the city that we know we're okay. But I don't want to have more than like 15 plus, because then we know we're not getting as much value out of the injectors. I could be totally wrong on how that works. It does feel kind of weird, but from what I just tested, it seemed like it was right. Anyway, new research. What next? What next? Pharmaceuticals. Disease decreased, research speed goes up. I mean, yeah, sure, it seems pretty good. Increased research speed, reduce laboratories' effect on diseases. What about parenthood? Communal parenthood? That's more workers. I don't really care about that. Let's go ahead and start getting things like the communication hub. Or, no. Let's get the waste management facilities out of the way. Let's just go ahead and research those next. Our research speed is very, very fast. We're getting through this stuff quick. More teams just arrived from the Frostlands. Anything that could save me! Another familiar herd of food. We'll come back to that later. A crashed dirigible. Sure. Some cores sound great. Let's go ahead and grab those. I don't know, by the way, if my teams need to get recalled or if they could die in the whiteout. That was a risk in the first game. I have no idea if it's true here. The Lovers, 2 automatons. Take their cores or repair them, gain workforce. At this point, I'm starting to think we like the cores. My workforce is great. Our population's great. But getting more cores could eventually lead to the hyperdrive regulator. And we all know that's going to be great. 50,000 materials? Holy cram. Yeah, sure, go ahead and grab that too. Let's make sure we have enough of a stockpile available. We don't. Let's fix that. Temperature is going to be dropping here in just a minute. We all know it's coming. We still haven't had to enact almost any emergency shifts, by the way, for this entire game, which I think is interesting. Sure, let's mobilize more of these guard squads. I got 67 so far. These seem permanent. Like, this seems pretty good. All right, our scouts are arriving just before the storm hits. Good. Do we allow for the experimental treatment? I want it. What can we do here? Heat overclocking, production efficiency. Or the extraction strongholds. Try this one again. I mean, yeah, I'd rather reenact this. I really would, but all right, we'll go ahead and research something new instead. That'll be fine. Vote, dang it, vote! And we did manage to raise trust here with the Frostlanders. Good, okay, can we de-radicalize the Pilgrims? Yes. The relations with them goes down, but it was already terrible. Less of them is great for me right now. Okay, just wait for those teams to get in here. Temperature's gonna drop. We're about to see just how bad this is. For real, it's gonna be bad. We all know it. The overdrive hasn't quite recovered yet either. Okay. Yep, we go down to minus 169. Holy frick! Wow! 794! Okay, guys. It's no big deal. We're gonna be fine. Oh, no! I'm not getting any oil from the Dreadnought anymore, am I? No, I don't think I am. I'm pretty sure nothing can get delivered. Which makes perfect sense. I also can't see almost anything in these goggles right now. Overdrive on! Alright, that helps. It's cold. There ain't no way around it. It is freaking cold right now. Holy cram. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We have a heat surplus nonetheless. We're okay. We're just burning through the oil. But this is why we made ourselves a massive stockpile. As things are right now, I can last for 32 weeks like this. Thank God this is not going to be that long of a storm. It's here. The cold. We're gonna die. No, we won't. Shut up. Someone slap that person. And we're gonna keep doing research. What, you guys thought that we were gonna stop? That's ridiculous. We're not gonna stop. Let's learn about food energy efficiency so that it costs us less energy to make food or something. This is dramatic, by the way. I love the lighting change. This looks so cool. Those left behind in the whiteouts. Uh-oh. The Pilgrims have accused the stalwarts of indoctrinating Pilgrim children. Okay, kids began leaving for the stalwarts in droves as soon as the Pilgrims left. I'm not doing it, it's just the children want to be here. Okay, punish the stalwarts? Why? I don't see what they've done. Or there was no ill intent. Yeah, no, the stalwarts gained members. This is fine. Indoctrinate the children's. I mean, we're not really doing that, but like, if we did, I wouldn't punish you for it. Oh, God. It's so cold, it hurts. Yeah, no freaking kidding. Let's research those communication hubs. I need to make sure that everyone knows. Oh, wait, which one did I just... Hang on, which one did I just research? I didn't mean to do that. They're all the same. Doesn't matter. Okay, I guess we just go ahead and do it for the stalwarts. It's fine. I want to convince everyone that we are the best steward. We're the best for the job. We've made it through, I think, half of the storm. We pop out over here. Yep, that's about right. Half the storm. The temperature is going to be rising a lot pretty soon. Let's research the maintenance hub as well. Being able to save on materials would be great. Why am I suddenly down in the negatives? Oh, I bet you the other outposts no longer can deliver to me. This'll change. It'll pass in a few weeks. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. We've almost made it. Just a little bit more. 670 died from a generator malfunction? Whoa! Frick me! I didn't realize that the overdrive had gone up to 97 already. Glad we turned that off. This is blue. I don't see red. Okay? I do not see red. Everything is a nice colorish blue and purple right now. That's all I've got. No gradients. More people just died from a malfunction. Oh, God. Oh, God! And our heat just went down. Why did we lose all the oil already? Has it really been 32 weeks? Ah! Come on, come on. We just gotta hold on a little bit longer. Hold on a little bit longer. Raise that temperature. Raise that temperature. Jasons! Okay. Okay. Oh, God. So that was extremely bad. But I think we just finished Chapter 2. Whiteouts are still a threat. Ice turns to steam as the whiteout wanes, but it's clear that we are far from keeping New London warm forever. The whiteouts aren't gone. What will we do if the horrors of the whiteout years return? Asked the stalwarts. If we want to withstand them without fear, we must improve the generator even more. And that will require a great deal of cores. Dozens. We only know of one site with so many cores. The metal roots of Winterhome's ruined generator. Winterhome! Hell yeah! I remember Winterhome! Alright, change of plans, ladies and gentlemen! We're going to frickin' Winterhome! Does this actually start Chapter 3, though? Because that's what I want to see. Also, I desperately need oil. Please, for God's sake, give me more oil. Alright. Chapter 3. Return to Winterhome. Frick yes! Yes! Every reference to Frostpunk 1 just makes me so much happier. Colonize Winterhome. Past the gorge, in the Cursed Valley, I know where that is, lies the failed city of Winterhome. Our scouts have avoided the ruins for years, yet without its cores, we cannot upgrade the generator to its full potential. We must reach for Winterhome and chart the area around it. This is going to take time, it says. It will pose a significant challenge. So take our time, don't rush it. Got it. Okay, well, this is a perfect place to end this video. But first, can you please deliver some oil again? Can we please have some excess oil? I really need the oil now. Didn't do anything. Okay, well, we're burning through our coal, but that's okay. As long as we're alive, we're alive. Jeezums, I need to recover after all of that. That was bad. That was really... I was feeling so confident going into it, and no. No. Alright, we're gonna end this video here. Hey folks, my name is Pravus. Welcome back to more Frostpunk 2 in the city of New London, where in the last video, we just barely survived our first whiteout. We did run out of oil at the very last second, but fortunately it was not enough to cause some problems before, like, the storm eventually did let up. Actually, the only people who died were because I accidentally left the generator on overdrive for too long. And weirdly enough, by the way, I did accidentally turn it on again when it was already at 97%. I think that when it gets to 100%, it actually just automatically shuts off, which is not how it used to work in Frostpunk 1. In fact, you'd have to sacrifice a child to throw the emergency shift. So, okay, that'd be interesting if so. Either that, or we ran out of oil at the exact right moment, and I got the luckiest supply shortage of all time. Either way, though, the new plot twist is, in order to survive whiteouts, we know we need to upgrade the generator to level 3. But to do this, I need 40 steam cores. That's more than we can find out in the world. What we have to do is now return to Winterhome. If you guys remember that from the first game, that is a pretty exciting moment for all of us. That was a great scenario in the first game, and we already know it's located over here. Unfortunately, I cannot launch an expedition because the whiteout is still blocking off this entire region. We're not even getting any supplies from this area either. So we're gonna have to wait a little bit. But eventually we can go over here. In the meantime, though, let's build up our economy and recover. In fact, the game does warn you specifically that if you do not, if you are not prepared, Winterhome is going to get you killed. So let's go ahead and take a little bit of time, get our economy situated, work on our politics, get a stable position, maybe even pass a few of these rulership laws, because I kind of suspect things are about to get a lot harder. So this might be the time to do that before we head into the end game. I'm going to readjust some of my economy a little bit, since we're going to be apparently producing way too much oil in the city now. Let's actually transfer over pretty much my entire stockpile of oil, because I'm going to burn the surplus here, but we'll leave most of it at the Dreadnought. And we've already kind of figured out that that is the best way that we can boost up our economy. Like, it's actually stupid how effective this is. So change this up, we have all the oil we need, a surplus, go back over here, turn this on, and look at that, we're producing a ton all of a sudden. And for what we're missing, let's just go ahead and place down another deep melting drill, and that should solve the issue here too. Now, the other stuff I want to do, before we go to Winterhome, it'd be really cool if we could explore the entirety of the map. That way, I could actually start using my expedition teams to start running as many of these outposts as possible, and I think that puts us in a ridiculously good economic spot. So we're going to go ahead and first launch expeditions literally everywhere. I want to uncover the rest of the map, and then we're going to figure out what to do with the rest of our teams. Uh-oh. Pressure points. Steward, a handful of desperate pilgrims gathered in front of the generator earlier today. One spoke to the gathering crowd as they painted themselves in oil. She detailed a different plan for Winterhome, one that would breathe a second life into the cursed land. We cannot destroy Winterhome for its cores. We must settle it. We must adapt. This is our last chance to make you hear us, Steward. So we must be loud. And with that, they set themselves alight. Rescue teams were able to save them, but the people are shaken by the immolation. You don't say! Do we spin the narrative? This increases the fervor of the pilgrims. Well, that's not good. Or we could just ignore them. They gain new members. Well, I don't want them to get new members. We'll try to burn down that fervor, but I'm going to need the Frostlanders' help to start de-radicalizing these guys. Very, very quickly, I'm going to need that. What else can we research that would actually help us here? There's not a lot, if I'm honest. We've got almost everything I feel like we care about. Fighting hubs may not be a bad idea to go ahead and get these. Ways of reducing tension on demand. Seems kind of smart, to be honest. Yeah, we'll go ahead and research this. And then we're actually really close to getting capped out on a lot of our different resources. Let's make sure that we get ourselves some more stockpiles in a few key areas. I do not want to risk running out of anything ever. We also know that squalor is the #1 thing that is hurting our city right now. So let's get some more industrial districts placed down, which may seem counterintuitive. However, we need that in order to place down our new waste repurposing facilities, where I don't have any building slots yet. But this severely reduces squalor. Doesn't even cost me much, honestly. It seems like a great solution. Warm at last. Life in the city is now warmer than New London has ever known. People can take off layers? Man, what's that like? I've been roasting over here. Anyway, trust rises and tension goes down. Nice! Let's get that waste repurposing facility like so. Okay, I think this helps. We'll even expand the district and place down a second one. I think it's worth it. And unfortunately, one of our herds apparently just went away, so we no longer have the food coming in from that section in the Frostlands. Yeah, that's unfortunate, and that's going to continue happening the longer we wait. Some of these outposts are going to go away. Still, right now we're still in the positive. I think we're fine. Young blood. A young doctor has come with a complaint. The chief physician in my clinic hasn't developed any new treatments in months. He's slow. Do we put him in charge and get new ideas? This could be good, it could be bad. I could see it going either way, but we'll give it a shot. Sure, why not? Hopefully no one dies. I'm trusting you here, buddy. What else? What else? What else can I research? Prisons. We haven't really had any crime issues yet, but this seems like something we're going to need, especially as people continue to get radicalized. This would be a way of getting some additional prison wardens and guard squads. Like, if we're not worried about crime, that's just more guards. That's not bad, right? Could be. Question is, why would I go with the extreme versions if it looks like these are just objectively worse? The isolation prisons do the same things, but don't increase tension or reduce trust. I'm not sure why we would do anything other than this. I don't know. We're gonna go for the isolation prisons. Are there any laws I could pass that would make a big difference here? I really want to go down the rulership laws. But right now, it'd be very difficult to get people on my side here. Who is mostly against this? Most people are just hesitant to it. We could try to get the pilgrims on our side and get rid of some of the votes that would be against this. What would I want to vote, though? Support quarantine, dedicated motherhood, research, hold a vote on mandatory unions? Like, if I did this, the number of people against it go down, but it's still not enough that I think we'd be able to pass. What I need is probably for tensions to be worse than this. Or, we spend some money and fund the projects for different groups, get them to love me so they're likely on my side, and then try for it. I feel like if there's any time to go ahead and get these rulership laws, it's around now. Tension, I think, makes it more likely that people are going to vote for you. I'm pretty sure that's how this works. So if I were to propose this and say, I don't know, Frostlanders, if I wanted to get your votes, what would it take? Enact the weather-adjusted shifts? Construct a Vanguard logistics bay. Funny thing is, I'm pretty sure I can demolish one and just build another one, and this does the same thing. I think. Or we could just research the refurbished good factory. I don't even have to do anything, and that gets me most of the votes. Like, we're really close at that point. I could make promises to 2 factions. Never done that before. That would be enough to get the New Londoners and the Frostlanders on my side and guarantee a victory. Yeah, okay, sure. We'll do this. I'm not willing to take any risks. This requires a supermajority. This guarantees a supermajority. And with the extra guard stuff, I mean, yeah, we just gotta start working down that. I don't know. The thing is, if this is anything like Frostpunk 1, the more extreme you are, the more of these laws you pass, the worse your ending, depending on your point of view. But also, they can unlock some really powerful options. Besides, all I have to do to make these people happy is just research a couple of things. That's like such a cheap promise for me to make. I can research very quickly. In fact, we can go over here and rush the researchers, reduce trust a bit, and yeah, that sucks. But it's gonna make us go really, really fast. Plus, if I'm really worried about it, we could place down a couple more of these communication hubs. I say a couple more, I haven't used any yet. But this is a way of just getting some free trust at a pretty low cost for me. That said, let's keep in mind that we're running low on workforce. I can't afford to hold off on that for too long. Uh-oh, however. Ooh, wait a minute. The Pilgrims are protesting! Now! Steward, the Pilgrims have taken to the streets in protest against the growing dependence on oil in the generator. We cannot stand by and let the stalwarts further bind the city to a single point of failure. As opposed to what? The generator has always been our single point of failure, you morons! We kept silent as the whiteout endangers us all, but no more! They are deploying camps. Oh god, alright, so we can promise things, demolish a teaching hospital and repeal labor oversight. We can research 2 things, okay, or we could convince them to stop. I'm not gonna get their relations to neutral, that's not happening. 30 weeks. I can research this within like 6 or 7. Alright, we are going to let them have, we're gonna negotiate with them. We're gonna make a couple promises. What happens here? The district is deactivated. Okay, our options are to quell the protest, which we could do, but the faction gains fervor, which seems bad. Or we could counter-protest and send in the stalwarts, but then people might get injured, and then both sides get fervor. That seems like a bad idea. I need to resolve this quickly. That said, if this is about to raise tensions, this could be more opportunities to get even more of my rulership laws passed. Do we let a good crisis go to waste? Probably not, right? We did discover a new area over here at the graveyard. Okay, we found a lot more materials at an old freighter from the Empire. So that's useful. And a wrecked ship from the Royal Navy, the HMS Atalanta. Huh, okay, there were lots of... our compasses are behaving erratically. Is there magnetism there? Sure seems like there might be. Get a bunch of coal. Yeah, I guess taking some extra coal doesn't seem like a bad idea. It's not that I need the coal, but having the coal as an emergency option is not bad. Okay, so now I've promised way too much research. I'm kind of glad that we're rushing our science right now. Let's go ahead and start knocking out some of the Pilgrims' demands. This seems like the more immediate emergency. So they wanted things like a carrion coal liquefactor and stuff, right? They wanted other stuff here too. Yeah, the refurbished goods factory, sure. Although, actually, that's not what I'm looking for. It's the advanced bio-waste and the carrion coal liquefactor. Let's make sure we get the right ones. Starting with the advanced bio-waste. That was something I probably wanted anyway, if I'm honest. Oh, our new doctor got people killed. Whoops, that doesn't seem good. Wow, and the protest has spread. For every 1,000 members, their protest can spread to additional districts. However, because the city is in a good situation, it's actually pushing people away from the Pilgrims. They don't like that people are blocking up their jobs. Okay, so that's a thing. Notice the tension continues to grow, though. This might be my opportunity to just keep passing more of these laws, and I'm going to take it. Could we move on to the Bureau of Propaganda? This would reduce tension, which is good, and deaths decrease relations less. We could guide vote more often. But more tensions could be good for me. What if I enlisted the Stewards' militia? The problem is, I'm not sure how else I'm going to get people to like this shy of doing a guided vote, which will reduce relations with everyone, which I don't like. And then I can't negotiate because we have too many promises already made. But if I guide the vote, we can do this. I'm going to take the risk. Let's go ahead and pass the Stewards' militia. It's time to get more extreme, guys. It is time. We barely make it even with all of that. Only 2 extra votes after that. Woo, that got close. All right, but yeah, relations go down a little bit with everyone. I think it's manageable. Maybe I should have done the propaganda office first to make this easier. I don't know, but we'll live. Might be worth placing down some prisons. We're having a lot of deviants who are causing issues. Maybe I need to get more guards. I mean, I could quell this. I could do that. What else is there? Negotiate the end. We're already doing that. I need peaceful solutions. By the way, most of our teams are back. Let's go to the Frostland and find out what is in the world. We have a seal colony. Hey, would this exist if we had not spared the seals in the prologue? I would like for some of these decisions to actually have lasting consequences. Hunt them, protect them. Make the Frostlanders and Pilgrims happier. Ooh, I don't need more food, but happiness is good. Let's get the Frostlanders more on my side. A fragrant find? Take a bunch of goods? Yeah, we could do that. We'll come back to that in a minute. Crashed Hulk. A bunch of cores were destroyed in a wrecked transport. That's unfortunate. We could take more materials and coal. Don't need that right now. Thin ice to get some more food. Okay. A reverberating wreck. Some automaton was tapping SOS on the hull after 30 years. They've named it the Tap Dancer. That is funny. Increase workforce and get the Tap Dancer or get a core. How badly do I need 400 workforce? I feel like a core is more useful to me. I think I'd rather take that. Cores are great right now. We have up over here a timber kiln. Nomads, a possible settlement. A huge sawmill and kiln believed to be used by nomads to produce oil and frozen timber. We can share a site with them, but we get access to some oil. Or we could send guard squads and take it from them? Oh, that's interesting. Ice caves, more nomads. Clanking and grinding sounds echo over the ice. In the distance, we can see the entrance. We hear violent shouting, but nothing is more terrifying than those that pass in eerie silence. Convince them to let us pass. Would this not even be an option if we had not given oil to the Wanderers? We could enter by force, but I'll bet you there's something we probably did that makes this possible. We should not expect anything in return if we force our way in. I'm okay with that. I don't need anything else. Let's be nice to them. Sketches. Hold on. They have sketches of oil heaters more advanced than we do. We get reduced cold? That's great! That's really good! Okay, I like all of that. We're gonna be nice to the nomads. Share with them. Nice things can happen. That's actually a lot of oil. That will last me for the rest of the game. Let's continue exploring, though. I want to find out what else is over here. All of these territories must be explored. And in the meantime, back to the city, back to the city. I need to solve this quickly. This is going to become a problem. More people just joined. We don't have enough housing. Crap! Also, trust is falling because there are too many protests. I'm working on it! Protest sympathizers joined. The protest spreads a little bit further. They've taken over 3 districts so far. My trust is falling from all of this. And the economy is looking pretty bad. Yeah, we've got to have ways of dealing with this. We've got to have ways of dealing with this quick. This is where the research is coming into play. We've got to go ahead and just meet the demands. Meet the demands, and we're fine. All right, so now the carrion coal liquefactor is next, right? Where was that? Under heating? Something else? There it is, right over here. Yep, and we're just going to keep actually making the promise to the Frostlanders. I don't care as much about whether we throw a bone to the Pilgrims at this point. They will always hate me. Let's get the Frostlanders as much on our side as possible so we can de-radicalize. Ooh, though I am really out of heat stamps. Our economy is struggling for sure right now. It'll be fine. Once this is dealt with, we'll be fine. I am getting more lag here, by the way, which doesn't feel very good, so I hope that this is not going to be a recurring issue as time goes on. Another district, and they are destroying our prefabs factory. Stop it! There, I've met your promises! Okay, it looks like these actually are going down. Finally, okay, we're fine. Trust is falling. No. Just wait a minute. It'll be fine. Shut up. Hey, Frostlanders, can you do me a favor? Can you de-radicalize the Pilgrims, please? There we go. All right, good. Okay, all right. People mostly like me a lot right now. Can I pass one more law before the tension goes away? Martial law? People will vote in heavily for this right now. Ooh. Wait a minute. Okay. That's an option. Or do the Bureau so it's easy for me to guide votes and finish out the rest. Yes. We're gonna host this. The odds of me failing this are not impossible, but not very high, and I don't even have to promise anyone anything. This is the kind of opportunity we are looking for. Seize the moment, seize the crisis, centralize the power around me. Look, I know this sounds awful, but I've played enough Frostpunk 1 to understand how this freaking works, okay? I've been down this road before! The protests disperse, tension falls, trust rises. Good. We're okay. All right. Path to power. The Pilgrims' protest has terrified many in the city. Many are calling for a response from the council. The captain limited the steward's powers, but he couldn't have foreseen this dissent. Maybe the time has come to increase our leader's authority. For the safety of the city, of course. Okay, so cool. I'm way ahead of you guys. We could call an immediate session. Does this cost me anything? Because usually doing an emergency session is bad. But if we could pass another law immediately... Okay, this one would be less likely to work. Because the tension's down. Secret police. Assign the secret police community action with different options to manipulate faction size and council participation. Ooh. Hold on. We could do this. My trust is really high right now. If I guide the vote, it's pretty likely to pass, but we could do one more round of negotiations. We have active promises with a bunch of people, but if I got the Pilgrims on my side instead and took their votes away, I already want to do the city round alcohol shops. I want to do this. Okay. This reduces the number of people against it, then I guide the vote, and the odds are extremely high I pass this right now. Yeah, we're gonna do this, and it passes easily. We're passing a lot of constitutional amendments very quickly right now, but I think this is a good thing. This is a very good idea. I'd like to reactivate these districts, please. Can someone explain to me why they're not active? Oh, because the workforce isn't assigned over here. Hang on, we can fix that. I know I haven't used this, by the way. You guys remember from Frostpunk 1 how you could assign certain numbers of people to work in, let's say, the sawmills or whatever, and you could decide whether it's going to be your people, whether it's going to be your children, whether it's going to be your engineers. The same kind of idea works here. If you're running out of workforce, you can reduce the output of certain buildings you don't need and do this. Like, it still exists. I don't like that this is still saying it's deactivated by a protest, though. I really hope this isn't a bug, because these should be coming back online now. I have dispersed the protest. What is the issue? I don't know. We'll see. Let's go ahead and get ourselves some additional food, by the way. Wouldn't hurt to have a bit more. Heat demand decreased. It is warmer. We've met the Frostlander demand. That's great. Okay, are these on now? For some reason, it seems like it's still delayed. I don't understand what's going on. I really don't. All right. Well, let's go ahead and pass things at the Advanced Blasting Foundry. I promised that to the New Londoners. This will make them happy. And for some reason, the New Londoners are really angry with me. Why? Greatly decreased by the guided voting. Yeah. Raise funds. I haven't done that in forever. So what's the issue here? The city is favoring... Oh, the city has swapped over to mostly adaptation. Ooh. That we need to turn around. Okay. The stalwarts are radicalized because I negotiated with the Pilgrims. Well, that's not good. Can you stop that? If I promote you, I think that would solve the problem. We could also assign the secret police. Boost numbers, reduce their numbers, or bar them from the council for the next vote. I can kick the Pilgrims out of the voting chambers?
Steward.
Oh, that makes my life easy. I definitely think this is a bug, by the way. I don't know why these won't turn on. Do I need to demolish these and rebuild them just to get them back online? Because I can't afford to wait on this forever. I hate to say it, but I think I might have to. Either that or it's going to resolve itself on its own eventually, but for whatever reason, this is taking a long time, and I don't feel like it should. Round up stalwarts? Reduce their fervor and arrest them. What? Well, that's interesting. Yeah, okay. This is awful. Let's remember what we are losing here. This is bad. This needs to get fixed ASAP. I literally have to demolish, like, almost all of my industrial zones. Oh, God. Very unfortunate. It's clearly not supposed to be that way. Still, we have enough time to react to this before my goods run out, which will be very, very soon. The Frostlanders adore me now, by the way. I'm not sure what happened there, but okay. Let's pass those alcohol rations. People are mostly against this, which shocks me. Won't negotiate. Right. Maybe we need to get the New Londoners on our side here. Well, what if I wanted to pass martial law? Nah, no. That one's not gonna work. That's pushing it a little too far. Fair enough. Now that we've met promises with the New Londoners, it still says most people are against it. I don't understand why most people would be, to be honest. New Londoners, could you be persuaded? Research the waste incineration facility or the blast found. I don't really care. Sure. Yeah, we do this, and we're mostly there. All right, let's just go ahead and vote. I really want the heat stamp income. It's important to get as much as possible. There we go. Problem solved. Oh, and we can do some more exploration in the city. Sorry, in the Frostlands. What else did we find? We found a lot! Okay, Outpost 11, a possible settlement. Increase our stockpile limits? Yeah, okay, I guess that's alright. We'll just have to connect it up. Nansen's Stormwatch. Increase exploration speed. I like this idea, absolutely. A shipwreck camp. Broken chains hang from the gunwale of a wrecked prison hulk founded by escaped convicts, who all swore all residents would be equal. Is this the freaking prison camp we had from the first game? Because if so, that's awesome. We could reinstate old leaders if I were more about equality. We could support new leadership at the Baron's Cave, or we could bring them back to the city. Frostlanders and New Londoners. I feel like maybe we shouldn't mess with that yet. What else do we have here? The Baron's Cave. A wall of whiskey barrels protect the entrance to the cave. Inside, shackled servants sell anything from stolen jackets to sun drugs. Whoever rules New London, I rescued each of my servants from certain death. Send us the materials to make weapons, and we can expand the shipwreck itself. But they're basically slaving people, right? So, like, I feel like we shouldn't support this. Yeah. I'm gonna break this down. I don't know, maybe we aren't gonna have any way of dealing with the shipwreck camp, but I'm not supporting this guy. He seems like a slaver. The Woodsman. Okay, sawmills. I guess these are probably the same people that could work here. Old leaders? Maybe not. I have no idea who these people are. I could take their sawmills by force, but I don't see any reason to do that yet, so we'll hold off on that. A textiles factory. Take goods or materials? Obviously, we take goods. Bone traders, hot springs, trade for goods, lose food, gain goods. Sure, that seems great. The hot springs mushroom cave. Broken heat pipes run through the caves. We could take the mushrooms and get food production efficiency, or we could repair it. The hot springs will be pleased. Okay, that is the second thing that I have seen about improving relations and something to do with hot springs. We're doing this because somebody, we clearly haven't met someone. I'll bet you they're right here in Steam Valley. Let's go there. Let's go over there and find out what the heck is going on. We're gonna promote the stalwarts. That gets rid of their fervor. No problems there. Let's research that blast foundry. Somehow, I've got to get these New Londoners back on my side. We also really need to swap back over to progress. I did not mean to go for more adaptation like this. Not this much. A prominent pilgrim has disappeared. Uh-oh. Dismiss the case, trust falls. Pilgrims disappear? No, we're not doing that. We're gonna resolve this and find out who's kidnapping the pilgrims. I mean, you know, if anyone's kidnapping pilgrims, we don't know for sure. Okay, we're officially going into the negative on goods, but this should help quite a lot. There we go. Okay, crisis averted just in time. Oh, the Curse Valley is now available to explore. Finally, all right, the storm has relatively recently passed. We didn't miss too much time on that. The head of our secret police just requested a word. It's a nice show to investigate, but the people will never be found. My secret police has been kidnapping the pilgrims without my permission. Okay. We won't tolerate murderers in our midst. Make an example of these thugs? Yeah, ooh. I don't want to expose my secret police. I might need them. But they did not take... This was not my choice. You don't get to just do that. Reduce their fervor. Or maybe their fervor just went up. Frick. Frostlanders, help! Nah, we can't do that for 20 weeks. It's fine. We'll be fine. It's fine. Whoa, my population grew again. More housing. The stalwarts have begun rallying. Okay, so they're going to start getting more rallies here. Workers, heat stamps. I think I'm going to take the heat stamps. That's the hardest thing for me to get right now on its own. Once again, by the way, I'm full on oil in the Dreadnought. Like, we are producing way more than I need right now. So when the next whiteout comes, I'm going to have a lot more fuel to worry about. Maybe we should go ahead and just research generator upgrade level 3, do you think? I don't really need to right now. Not until we actually get to Winterhome. I guess I could research the actuated heat dispatcher. Sure, why not? We've solved Squalor, by the way. It's basically absent in the city. More things found in the Frostlands. There's hot springs, so there is a bunch of people. Okay, if we want to access the springs, rebuild their loading station and their mushroom experiment. Didn't we do that? So do I just need to get a road? Many small mounds under a cliff. Hundreds of infant skeletons. Hot springs, what have you been doing? No. No. Stop murdering your children because you're out of food. Frick you. Maybe it's because I'm a father myself now, but I don't tolerate that kind of crap. What are you doing? Dried up oil well. Prefabs. Sure, bring them back. What else? A makeshift mine. There are nomads here. We could send them food. I don't mind that. Might as well make more friends. Musk ox herd. Sure. And a ghost town. We could take a core. But I need more teams to do things like this. Fine, 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 fine. There's the Cursed Valley. Okay, finally we can move on to Winterhome. A cursed history. A series of corrupt leaders pushed the city's generators beyond its limits. At last, a competent captain, it was me, took charge, but by then the generator was permanently damaged and doomed to explode. The people had no choice but to gather all they could and flee. Rumors have it, the ruins still have valuable resources, but our scouts avoid the site, fearing toxic gases leaking from the fissures. Okay, well, I'm not going to move on. We have to explore this site. I need to get myself a trail and be ready to send in the colonists. We also found a dreadnought husk. Oh no, I don't think they made it. So, I know there were theories that the Wanderers were actually the descendants of Winterhome. That appears to not have been their dreadnought, though. This was their dreadnought, so I don't know. Maybe so. Everyone who goes there comes back with a cough that only worsens. Stay away from Winterhome. Let in the Frostlanders? I kind of don't know if I want more Frostlander population. It's just going to make it harder for me to get the delegates I want in the council, right? There's not many more places to explore. Let's go to these hills over here. There's some hills over here. And then I only see one more territory, these mountains. And I think that's it. I think we've actually explored almost the entirety of the map. Good. Okay, that'll make my life easy. The Pilgrims are protesting again. Gosh dang it, guys. Alright, punitive prisons, conservative treatments. I feel like we're gonna go down this route. Or I could ignore them and just quell them, but we're not going to. That just creates a lot of radicalism. 2 more researches is not a big deal. It's relatively fast for me, but once again, the city is going into tension. Alright, tell you what, we're gonna deal with this. We're gonna try to use this crisis to pass martial law, and then we are gonna move on to Winterhome. I'm hoping that this is the last round of protests before it becomes an issue. Once again, I will speed up the research. It's worth it. Discovered a couple more areas over here. Deserter's End. Frozen corpses everywhere unburied. After that bloodshed weeks back, he only got madder. Oh, this is the leader of Rowit. Okay, well, we now know how that ended. A fishing spot. Site of a conflict. We could repair some transports or take some cores. I mean, more cores are good for me right now. So, hi, guys. If I had 5 teams, I could convince these guys to come home. Are you New Londoners? Because if so, I actually want to have you guys on my side. That'd be very, very helpful. Are you? You are. Okay, we're gonna take this. 100,000 coal and 3 cores as well. Heck yes! Site of conflict, we could actually have mechanized transports, exploration time extremely decreased. It's too late for this. So we might as well get the core. Protests are spreading again. I swear to God, if you guys ruin these districts and I have to replace them too, I'm gonna get very peeved. That better not be what happens, guys. Better not be. Here's one law. Where's the other one? Conservative treatment. 3 weeks. It's all it takes, and then you can stop breaking my stuff. Swear to God, if these guys make it so I can't actually work these districts ever again. There's a third. They're spreading really fast. But we have dealt with this. Please go away. And this time it actually looks like, yes, the districts did come back online. So, confirmed. That was a bug. Alright, well, we got lucky this time. And with that, we now have everything I need to go ahead and build a skyway out to Winterhome. Got it. Okay, we are now able to send colonists. I'm gonna save this for the next video, though. I think we've spent enough time on this. This is it, folks. We're about to move on into Chapter 4 and get ourselves the cores. We're heading straight for the finale. Hey, folks. My name is Pravus. Welcome to more Frostpunk 2. And we are about to begin Chapter 4 by starting a colony in Winterhome. Good old Winterhome, with toxic gases everywhere to kill us. It's gonna be great. Time to send the colonists. Let's begin. Do we want to accept this is already dangerous? It seems we're ready to meet the challenges. The game thinks I'm ready. I think I'm ready. Let's do it. Steward, a radical group of stalwarts has come forward with a proposition. They suggest ensuring the leading members of the Pilgrims end up included in the colonist group that will be sent to Winterhome. The Pilgrims have been a source of discord, and make sure the fervent among them are the main group. With them gone, New London is free of protests. Oh, that seems like a really interesting and dastardly and probably a bad idea. I feel like the pilgrims just won't leave. They'll be like, screw it. We're going to sabotage your efforts and we're going to turn this into a new home. No, I'm not doing that. I understand what you're recommending. I think that's a really bad idea. We also just dealt with all of the protests, so I think we'll be okay. Send everyone to work regardless of affiliation and location. In a few weeks, 16 weeks, we'll be ready to begin. By the way, I think we have one territory left to explore still. No, I thought we were done. A slavers camp. Excuse me, we found more slavers? Not gonna allow that. Once I have some teams, we'll go ahead and send the guards and break that up. Also found a breakdown point for another one of these dreadnoughts where it was serviced for a while. Need more teams. Just need more teams across the board. Once I've explored this, though, like, we can start deleting some stuff in the city, right? What I'm thinking of specifically are those vanguard points that were reducing the danger. If we've already explored everything, there's no more danger. I could get rid of this and just start getting more of these logistics bays for teams, right? That's what I think we can do. Sounds like a questionable idea, but I'm willing to give it a go. We've also got way more workforce than I know what to do with. Might be a good time to start placing down some heating hubs. Cost me materials, and I've got a ton of them. But we could save a lot of oil if I start placing these in a lot more locations. Well, I say that. I think we tried this before and found it wasn't getting me quite as much oil as you might have thought, but, I mean, it still does seem okay. Could also place down some of these maintenance hubs. Reduces material demand in several places. It seems like a great way of getting a lot of materials. Huh. So by doing this, it costs me heat, but I'm saving heat, and then I'm getting materials back. I don't know, if you got workforce, maybe this is a net positive across the board. And then, you know, maybe it's not. It's hard to say for sure. I'm gonna go ahead and demolish these survivalist headquarters. I no longer need them. Make sure we keep mobilizing more automatons. I want guard squads. We could also enlist people to the steward's militia for even more. Pull the most violent out of our ranks and join a private army. Risky. Let's de-radicalize the pilgrims one more time by making the Frostlanders happy. We've got a very heavy majority right now of support. If I wanted to, I probably could start passing some more rule laws. I'm also going to start placing down some more surveillance towers in a few areas. I got a bad feeling that I know where this plot is going. I'm not positive, but considering the unrest we've had, it might be worth something. Oh gosh dang it, Stalwart, stop it! Just, no, stop it, you're fine! A pharmaceutical testing lab built in an industrial district. Does increase your research speed a little bit, though. We could give it a go, I suppose. We're getting really close to maxing out some of our zeitgeists, which is kind of cool. Also place down some of these automated logistics bays, get me more Frostland teams with which to get more resources, including breaking up the... Oh, we already did break up this shipwreck camp. Hold on, I forgot. There was a follow-on event here. So we stormed the wall and shut down the Baron's operation. The servants are freed but don't know what to do. So we could bring them back, it's Frostlanders, or we could establish an operation and get heat stamps? Seems like a win to me. And we have arrived in Winterhome. All right, the cores under the ruins could be used to further upgrade New London's generator, bringing about levels of warmth we never dreamt of. To reach the cores, we have to demolish the ruins, split the earth open, and access those that are buried and extract them quickly before the toxicity renders Winterhome forever uninhabitable. Alternatively, we could seal them in an avalanche, but we'll lose the cores. Ooh. So this will decide whether we are going to be joining up with the Stalwarts of the Pilgrims. Well, we already know the answer. We're going to be salvaging Winterhome. I feel like this is an opportunity to literally deviate from the choice you made in Chapter 2. That's interesting. I'm not sure why you'd want to do that, but you could. Whatever, we're going to blow the ruins. I accept this as my choice. The Pilgrims are going to be super duper peeved! Boom! Alright, let's expose those beautiful cores. Winterhome hath been colonized. Chapter 4, Veracity. I think this is going to be an exercise in speed based on the way they described it. Alright, Stalwarts have presented some new ideas. The gas will build up in time as the toxic fissures are now exposed. If we want to minimize casualties, we need a frost break and extract the cores as fast as possible. Duly noted. So this is our little area right here. Where's my frost break button? Guys, where's my frost break button? It's gone! Crap! Okay. I don't know what to do about that. Can we build anything right now? No, we haven't opened up these districts, so I can't. We could place down some housing. If I build it down here, we get some toxic gases. I don't want to build there, so I want to build up high, right? That would make sense. So we'll build up here on this cliff face with some housing as quick as we can, and we'll let them start getting some heat by just sort of sitting close together. I need a frost break, though, for real. If I don't frost break, what am I gonna do? Generator. Oh, I need to turn that on. Right, that might be part of the issue. Hold on, we're gonna have to rebalance. I need to send some fuel over here. We need goods, we need food, we need fuel. Why? There we go, there we go. Let's say a couple hundred fuel be fine for now. Turn the generator on. Okay. Still no frost break button. Uh-oh. The pilgrims have gotten more radical, by the way. Oh, there's my frost break option. Oh, thank God. I was afraid that was gonna be gone forever. Okay. Hold on. Rapid frost breaking or safe frost breaking? What? Well, one is expensive and the other isn't. But Winterhome's toxic gases will hurt or kill some workers. Oh, God. I want to do rapid, but, like, this is super dangerous. Crap. Alright. I can afford to have 3 frost breaks going at once. This is going to cost me a lot of money. I don't have very much money. Shoot. Okay. Well, we can start some frost breaking. I think we have to do safe. Let's start in these fissures. Make sure we can place down an extraction district easily over here. And until I get more cash, we're in trouble. I'd like to go raise some funds, but we already know that that causes severe problems with the happiness of our people. Stalwarts, can you give me some money? I need money. That'll work. Thank you. Okay, it doesn't even make much of a difference. A bunch of people left. We'll get them back. We'll get them back. I can't reach all of these cores. There's some here, a bunch along these fissures, some right here. We want to get as many of these as we can. Let's go ahead and start working our way over here. And this is going to be a little on the intense side, ain't it? It sure is. I could send more people over here. I don't have the housing for it yet, but maybe eventually we do. I think we just finally explored the last valley of the game, by the way. Yep, there it is. Let's find out what we've got. Ice sailors. More food. Force people to return to their homes. Or we could go to Ice Sailors' families. Wait a minute. Take some of the families, gain Frostlanders. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on, hang on. Our husbands barely come home, and when they do, they're out of their minds. We could bring the women and children. Ah, this is why I could force the men to go back home. But if they're all Frostlanders, I don't want this. So no, it's actually better for me to just help them search. I'm gonna leave the rest out here in the ice. They've got their own livelihoods. They're fine. Let them do what they want to do. And by the way, over here in the hot springs, why is it acting like I don't have a trail connected? Oh, I never rebuilt the station. I thought I did. Weird. Okay, fix that. Over in the city, what are we learning here? The city-run alcohol shops law has led to alcohol abuse. Uh-oh. Apparently having a state-run monopoly is not very good. Who would have guessed? Well, I've got a lot of people to go around right now, and a lot of prefabs and enough money. Can we transfer some more people over here? Would this be stupid and risky? Let's finish our housing first. Get that set up. Okay, we're set there. I'd like to build more of these, but I need more workforce to pull it off. We're gonna send at least a few hundred more people. Actually, let's say about 3,000. That'll be enough to run several extraction districts at once, but it means I need a lot more housing. And good God, it takes a long time to frost break all of this. Long time. Some enraged... Wait, what? Uh-oh. It looks like the pilgrims are angry. We tried talk. It's time for action. They're gonna sabotage me. No! No, no, no! Don't do that! No! No, no, no! 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 This is not what we call acceptable. By the way, let's go to our heating. We now definitely want to get generator 3. So let's go ahead and research that now, just so we are prepared. What else can we frost break? Interesting, the rapid frost breaking can do some dangerous areas where the safe cannot. Oh, that is interesting. Do I want to waste any of the time in the cruise on this right now? It takes so long. Maybe we hold off a little bit. Oh, there's the first sabotage. Uh-oh. They tamper with buildings and heavy machinery. We need to build watchtowers to maintain order. I can do this. However, the stalwarts propose human experimentation. Why? Pass human experimentation? No, I'm not doing that. I'll build a couple of towers. It's not that hard. Frickin' heck, the stalwarts want me to be a horrible monster. I don't know what you've heard about me, but like, I mean, I'm centralizing authority, but it's a benevolent dictatorship. Death to the stalwarts. We discovered ransacked provisions, and people are now stealing my stuff. Oh, God. Conflict between the stalwarts and the pilgrims is brewing as salvaging Winterhome has crushed their dream of settling a second city. Oh, no. Oh, guys, I'm right. There's gonna be a freaking civil war. I know it. I know it. Hot Springs, can we talk to you now? Yes. Create an outpost that reduces disease. Well, I don't have enough people for that right now, but okay, cool to know that exists. We have built the towers before they could sabotage anything of importance. Good. All right, frost breaking is finally done. Jeez, and the temperature just dropped. Ah! Okay, whatever. We know what we need to do. Extraction districts all the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. 6, I guess? Get these things built. We don't have enough tiles frostbroken to finish this district? Really? Oh, for God's sake. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can only break 6 at a time. Oh, this is a problem, guys. This is a problem. We're going too slow. Legitimately, we're going too slow here. What would it take for me to get martial law? No one is interested. People are too happy to get to extreme measures. It's fine. When in doubt, grant an agenda to somebody. Let them pass a vote and just get some happiness. Yep, tensions continue to rise. Yeah, I'm starting to think that we're in trouble here if I can't frost break a lot faster than this. Let's start working our way up over here. I know we're going to need this. At least we're starting to extract some steam cores now, but time is of the essence here, for sure. And the gas just gained some severity. Okay, it's now a notable level of toxicity. But we built most of our houses out of reach of that, so I don't think it's super dangerous. We have generator level 3. I'm gonna go for some advanced pump jacks in case we need some more oil. It is time. Yeah, disease is getting worse. Okay, Winterhome's a terrible place to be, it turns out. I was excited to come back here, but I want to get out. Come on, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and get some more of these extraction districts up and running. Yes, I know. It's horrible, and the fumes are rising. It is what it is, folks. I need all of this. We're gonna get like 3 more extraction districts up and running. I'm gonna go ahead and expose this last one right up over here. And then all that's left, I think, is to get up to this round. And that's all the steam cores. And once I've got all of them, we just freaking run for it, right? Like, what incentive is there for me to stay here? There isn't one. Oh gosh, more events. Okay, it's the stalwarts. They want machine attendants. They have a new idea regarding a new work model. Machine attendants. We've done all the work. All the steward has to do is put it to a vote. We can have robots? Sure. I'll propose. Yeah, we'll propose that as a law. Also, a stalker was arrested. Pilgrims are involved. Caught him loitering with no good reason to be here. Notebook full of timetables of the delegates coming and going. The dream of expansion we lost in Winterhome must be salvaged. Oh, we have reached a breaking point in tension. Okay, we can condemn the pilgrims. I don't want to... Alright, we're going to do that, but it's going to make them more radical. So, this is bad. Somehow I have to make the Frostlanders more on my side. They want me to pass a lot of laws that I don't care about, though. That's the problem. I'm gonna have to make more promises just to fulfill promises, but I've got to get rid of these radicals. I mean, we could send them to prison. Wasn't that a thing we could do? Right? We could go over here and build more of these isolation prisons, have a bunch of them on hand. Oh god, we're gonna have a breakout. Get more towers. Now, we are gonna be running out of cores pretty quickly in some of these places. Like this extraction district. I could do some emergency shifts, but right now we're still kind of okay. So, we've got 12 cores there, 4 cores there. That is the same 12, right? No, it's 12 and 12, and then we're going to be getting some more over there in a bit. And then over here is 6. We're getting somewhere. I don't think there are any buildings that could speed this up, though, is my guess. I assume not. Maybe it'd be wise to go ahead and preemptively get myself a hospital up over here, because we know disease is only going to get worse every few weeks, right? Oh, I can't make it up here without doing rapid frost breaking. Oh, no. Alright, we have to take the risk. Some people are gonna die. This is about to cause problems. Big problems. What is a pyrochemical oil extractor? Dear God. Squalor goes way up, but that is a lot of oil. Some people got sick. Rapid frost breaking is harming the workers. Tension goes up even further. Develop automated frost breaking. If I can build a factory, which I assume goes in an industrial district, this would be a way of getting rid of that. Hold on. Hold on. Is that a new thing I got right now, or is it an extraction building? I have to research the automated workforce factory. Okay, hang on. That actually could be good. By the time we need it, though, it may be too late. Because if I do one more round of rapid frost breaking, do we care? Maybe we don't. Maybe this is the last bit. How much am I willing to save just a handful of lives, as opposed to getting out of here fast? We're doing this. I don't think we need to get the automated workforce factory. I think it is what it is. This district is officially done. Thank you. Let's research that automated workforce factory, though, just in case it turns out there's more going on in Winterhome than I realized. We are also this close to getting all of the cores we need. Okay, I've almost got everything. The final steps, we've gathered enough cores. There we go. Okay. The cores are a valuable resource. We have enough to upgrade the generator, but we will always need more. They are a lifeline in a world where we can no longer create them. Do I evacuate? Or do I mine? We're this close to mining the remaining anyway, right? This is probably going to increase tensions further. But I think it's probably worth it. We're going to try. Last extraction district. The gases just got worse. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We've got hospitals for a reason, right? Almost done with some of these. If I could just get enough room to expand some of these districts, this would help. I could do some more rapid frost breaking. I could, and then just open up space and make it faster for us to extract. The faster we go, the better, right? Risky. Let's do it. Population just increased again. We're running lower on food. Uh-oh. I'm a little bit worried by the fact that I'm running out of oil on all fronts. The temperature has dropped too much again. Please tell me. I mean, is there going to be another whiteout? Because if so, I might be in a little trouble. A radical law is on the agenda. The machine attendants. Drastic step towards progress? Alright, screw it. Let's do it. Wait, I can't because the people I care about have already got some promises. I guess I never did pass things like heat recycling. We could just do a guided vote, I suppose. And that would be enough. But it'll really upset a lot of people. If I get the New Londoners to guarantee they'll vote for it, this would be enough as well. Okay, let's go ahead and propose this. A radical step towards progress. Trust rises. Seems great. We have way more workforce than I know what to do with now. Oh my god. Uh-oh. No, this is good, right? Embracing progress. City zeitgeist. You've been leading us on a steady path towards progress. It's time to embrace it fully. Automaton primacy is a new cornerstone we can research. Reorganize the city so that automated machines carry out most of the labor. Powerful squalor reduction tool. Release the swarm. And reduces workforce even further. Wow. Okay. That seems quite, oh, it's the center thing right here. Neat. Let's do it. I'm gonna hold and enact this. This can only be good, right? Or is it gonna really upset a lot of other people? This actually might cause some problems now that I think about it. Wait, what? All adaptation laws and buildings are now incompatible with your city, meaning they increase tension. What? I may regret this. A bit. Or a lot. Oh, the Frostlanders are mad. Okay, dreams of utopia. We have also just fully embraced reason. We're gonna get rid of all things that are traditional. Or we're about to, I think. We haven't done it yet. Or could we? Can we do it? No, we're very close to doing it, though. So we're about to see tension skyrocket, huh? Maybe we should just go ahead and start placing down a bunch of these fighting hubs. Reduce tension in a lot of places. Yes. Let's do that preemptively before this becomes a massive nightmare. It's gonna be fine, it's gonna be fine. Just let them vent their aggression somehow, right? The Romans knew what they were doing when they built all those arenas and coliseums. Alright, that was the right idea. Just bread and circuses, people. I'm also a little bit worried about trusts. Maybe an extra communications hub or two wouldn't be a bad idea right now. I realize it kind of stinks of propaganda, but if it saves my life, I'm super okay with it. Oh god, yes, tension just is literally, the performance is slowing down. Tension is skyrocketing. I would say this is a perfect time to pass myself a radical law, if we can. Progress my arse. We're supposed to live by this a lot of bollocks now? You've got robots doing the work for you. Okay, the pilgrims are now max radicalization. Oh god, I just need to get these dang cores. Get the last of these cores so I can get the heck out of here. Okay, pause, for God's sake. Why is it so hard to pause? There we go, okay. Finish with these districts. Good. I think tension may have just maxed out. Oh dear God, it did. Don't worry, I'm getting fighting hubs. You'll be fine. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, wait. Did that solve it? It's going down. It's going down. We're okay. We're okay. The angry Frostlanders have grown more radical. Oh no. I don't want them to join the Pilgrims. Can I repair relations with them? Probably not. We just embraced progress. They're gonna be peeved. Alright, the Pilgrim's fervor's already maxed out. We're gonna suppress as much as we can here. Look, I fully acknowledge we might be in a little bit of trouble here, guys. We may be in a bit of trouble. Pass an emergency shift over here. Reduce faster. 4 weeks is all I need, and then I'm out of here. Somehow I have to make the Frostlanders happy with me. I've got to. I don't know how, but I've got to stop them from joining the Pilgrims. I could research things on your behalf. It's very fast, it's very cheap. It's a way of getting a tiny bit of opinion. Not much, though. Okay, a little bit more, a little bit more. Just hang in there a little bit more. We're about to get the last steam cores. I've got 68 of them. Okay, we have all of the cores. Do we get a pop-up now saying that we're done? Can I pass a radical new law? Martial law. People are really not into it. Hold on, though. Can I negotiate with the Frostlanders? They have an active promise still. Frick! I said I'd pass heat recycling for them. Okay, we gotta do that, but that's actually really bad now, because now that I'm embracing progress, this is gonna cause tension. We can handle the tension. Guide the vote. Pass it. I made a promise. But every time I do this, I'm just reducing my opinion with the New Londoners, too. This is a problem, but we did this, okay? So, maybe pretty soon we can pass some freaking laws? Are we done here? Can I leave? I want to leave Winterhome. Winterhome is a terrible place to be. Maybe I... Oh. Maybe I need to build, Yes, the hyperdrive regulator. Okay, maybe that's it. Maybe that's all I need. Build it! Build me the ultimate machine that will melt the snows! Done! A future just within reach. Well done, Steward, we're nearly there. You've shown it's possible to defeat the frost, that this new ice age is simply an obstacle. On our way back to warmth, the future is within our reach. But our path at this point has divided our people. Trouble brews, chart your course with care. Oh, don't I know it. I'm gonna end the video here because I'm about positive we are about to hit Chapter 5, and I think we're going straight for the finale of this game. Yeah, get yourself together, we must do it, we must. If a crop is diseased, you burn the plants. If a scout has frostbite, you cut off the limb. And if a faction doesn't serve the people, what do? We get rid of the people who destroyed our future. This is it, folks. Whoa, what's happening here? Okay, I wasn't expecting to start this video with a cutscene. Hi guys, my name is Pravus, welcome back to Frostpunk 2. We are heading into the finale. Wow! Oh, no! Okay, Civil War, baby! That was it, right there. That was the spark that's gonna kick it all off. Welcome to Chapter 5, A Dream of Utopia. Oh, it's about to hit the fan now, ain't it? Steward, one of the pilgrims, has stabbed a speaker of stalwarts to death. At the exact moment, bands of pilgrims stormed several districts in the city. New London is on the brink of chaos. The stalwarts are furious and terrified. These terrorists have no place in New London. They must either leave or cease to be pilgrims. And they get ready to fight back. Banishing the pilgrims would punish this crime and unify New London under the ideals of stalwarts. You could try to stop the madness and seek reconciliation. However, we'd have to ensure concessions from both sides. Or, many in the city would rally behind you. You could retake the captain's lost authority, separate the bickering factions, and enforce order. Okay, well, we can banish the pilgrims, which they might actually be willing to do. This would probably be doable, yeah. Reconciliation's not even an option. The fact that we embraced progress as our cornerstone apparently eliminates this. So if you want to go for a reconciliation route, do not embrace a zeitgeist. Enforcing order, both of the factions must be brought to heel. Okay, you've chosen to unify the city behind you as a new captain. To succeed, you need strong relations to vote through all rule laws. This choice is binding. If you confirm, you must succeed. You should not encounter insurmountable obstacles. I will bet you that this would be considered the hardest path because we actually need to get a supermajority of votes. That's not easy for me to do right now. Not at all. Still, I've got tools already at my disposal. I've got secret police. I got guard squads. Could we do something here? Maybe. We're gonna go down the path of order. We're gonna rally around me and only me. You have decided the city can only survive if you unite behind the rule of a strong captain. Only the council can grant you this authority. It will mean little, however, as long as the factions kill each other in the streets. You must secure your rule and decide how to enforce peace. Whatever it takes, I will unite us. Okay, hold on. What is happening over here? Something's happening. Civil War just began. So we have a food district that is in trouble. I cannot repair it. Protect or quell fighting. Is that all my only options? I need more guard squads. Hold on. Stalwarts, can you provide more? Yes. Send the automatons. And enlist to my militia. There we go. That's a couple of things we can do. I will also promote you to hopefully reduce some of the faction fervor. Sure. Actually, you know what? Before I continue, I should look up what a civil war means. We should find out in the tutorial. What does this mean? What do I do? There it is. A bloody conflict has erupted in the city with people fighting in the streets. Some may get injured and some may die. Ongoing civil war will increase tension, reduce output, and disable buildings. Figured that part out already. Wear and tear increases in the district. If both factions engage in battle have no fervor, there will be no casualties. If there is fervor, yeah, people can die. So we need to burn down fervor. Fast. Wars will spread to encompass more districts until you've solved the main quest of the Civil War. Uh-oh. Okay, we can protect and stuff like that. Okay. Somehow I have to get peace. So, first off, we are going to mobilize the watchtowers. Get me some more guard squads. We are also going to use prisons. We can mobilize even more guard squads, or I could round up the pilgrims and reduce their faction fervor. Yes. Tension is significantly increased by doing this. Could also round up the stalwarts, but let's start with this. So we're now rounding up pilgrims. Okay, this is dangerous, but I'm gonna do it. We are going to enforce order one way or another, I swear to God. Trust falls, get me more guard squads. I need all of them. Do we crush this? Is there any other option before me? I don't think so. I think I need to send the guard squads and quell this as fast as possible. The guards are awaiting orders on what their priorities should be. Use max force to neutralize them quickly, but it will incur numerous casualties. That's exactly what I need to avoid, because the unhappier factions are not likely to give me a supermajority, so I need to reduce casualties fast. So I don't like that. We could enforce peace, though. Try to avoid bloodshed, but it requires more guards and makes it slower. I have guards. Let's do this. We're going to enforce the peace. I need as many guard squads as possible. Give me more prisons. Give me more watchtowers. Fast. The music also just got a lot more intense. We did, by the way, abandon Winterhome if you missed that in the last video, so that is now officially gone. Question, are there any other population groups that I could bring into the city that are New Londoners only? I do not want any more Frostlanders. It's very important I do not get more of them. I need people to help pad the votes and give me more delegates. Let's send in some guards here. That's not gonna help me. Come on, tell me there are New Londoners somewhere. Oh, we never actually did see the rest of this area, apparently. Hold on. A frozen grove with materials. Do not care. And an explorer's grave. Take a core. I do not need cores at this point. We've got more than I know what to do with. It does not look like there are any more people I can use. That sucks. In that case, nothing else matters. Should I de-radicalize the stalwarts? That's going to make them upset. But the less radical we are, the better, and I'd rather not round you up and put you in prison. Let's do a de-radicalize. Whoa! Tension increases. Frick me. Hang on. I can use that. I can use the tension to my advantage. We need to pass these laws, right? Yes. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Civil War is expanding rapidly in a lot of places. Enforce the peace as fast as we can. Do we have enough guards to go around? I don't know, but we've got to try. Okay, that's 4 districts that are all getting dealt with. I have no guard squads left. It's okay at the moment. It's okay at the moment. People have died. No. The pilgrims are the ones who are at fault here, guys. It's only the pilgrims. High fervor of warring factions means high casualties. I'm working on it, dang it. I'm working on it. I need to keep the tension high is the funny thing. Otherwise, I would actually try to get more ways of getting rid of this. But high tension serves my purposes. Don't go away. Stay here. Stay here for a little bit longer, please. A child was shot. Crap. Quick movement near the detainee. It was dark. My survival instincts kicked in. The guard just killed a child. Oh, no. No. Don't do that. It's going to cost me more guard squads to round people up. No! We're going to do it. We got to do it. We got to do it. It's fine. I cannot make this worse. We need to de-escalate. All right, law time? No. Tension, stay where you are. Stay where you are. Martial law. Okay, we're going to propose this. I will do whatever it takes to get this. If I have to guide the vote, it's not enough. Who else can I get? The Frostlanders are mostly against it. Get them on side. Demolish an automated logistics bay. That's fine. I'll just rebuild it. So frick you. Yes, let's do this. And then I will also guide the vote. That is 70 votes. Vote. Do it. All right, martial law. We are ready to institute this. I will do whatever it takes to save this city. A temporary stop to the fighting. You have put an end to all pitched battles. You can expect a respite from violence for a few weeks, but so long as the militants exist and no permanent solution has been found, the fighting will break out again, sooner or later. So they will continue. All right, so temporarily we have stopped the fighting. This is good, but it's not enough. I need more. Frostlanders, I need you on my side. What can I do? What can I do to make them happy? I could mass research my way to victory. Is that stupid? I don't know. Maybe, but we can research every law that they want. We don't actually have to enact any of them. We don't have to build any of their buildings. But if I can just get this going, I think we got a chance. I really could have sworn that I had more research buildings already. Apparently I am wrong. Build more. And for good measure, get another prison, because I think I'm going to need it. I've got more than enough prefabs to keep the city repaired. We're fine on this front. Demolish an automated bay, you say. Hold on, where's my logistics? There you are. I will demolish this, and then I'll just build it right back up. Frick you. What now? Detaining the militants. Steward, we have detained a group of militant, violent faction members. They're in prison for now, but we can still count them among the members of their faction and citizens of the city. What do we do with them? Great question. Whoop, that's not what I'm looking for. I did notice this pop up. Detainees. Okay, 3,000. Did we round up 7% of the city? Okay. Exile them. Population declines, everyone gets upset. Make them into guard squads in exchange for clemency? Or let them serve their... No, we're gonna need guard squads. And I got 200 of them to go around, but more is good. A little is good, more must be better. Can we round up more pilgrims? Do it. We need that fervor to go down. Actually, for some reason, this isn't clicking. There we go. Okay, fervor down to 2. The more I get it down, the better. Honestly, so far we're fine. I don't even have to worry about our economy. Though, can you imagine if a whiteout struck right now? Woo! That'd be fun. I need to build up the trust of my people. They don't trust me enough right now. Things are too scary. More communication hubs. Propaganda. It's gonna be costly, but who cares at this point? It's so worth it. We've met the demands of the Frostlanders. Good. All right, that gets a little happiness with them. Joke's on you, though. I am going to immediately rebuild it. See, these are the kinds of promises I like. I can do stuff with this very easily. I can bamboozle all of you. New laws. All right, synthetic composites. I don't really care. What can we do to make the Frostlanders happy? General things that no one disagrees with. Like this. 3 weeks is all it takes. And this gets me a little opinion. The more opinion I have, the more delegates I can win over. It's all I care about. Oh, and the war just started again. That didn't take long. All right, quell them again, quickly. Keep rounding up pilgrims, keep rounding up pilgrims. I need all of them gone. Surveillance hub is done. Emergency medical hub. Keep throwing bones to the Frostlanders. That's getting a little bit of opinion. We could fund them. It will cost me all my money, though. It's not enough. Make them promises? What kind of promises do you want? Repeal laws. I'm not doing that. We're progress focused. I don't want to promise anything on laws because I need to use the laws to pass rulership. So the less of those I have to worry about, the better. Like, that just slows me down, and I can't afford to go slow right here. The faster we can deal with this, the better. Oh, I have nowhere near enough housing. How did my population just skyrocket? How did that just happen? Hey, we're in the middle of a war! I don't know, but we can deal with it. I've got plenty of space to continue propagandizing and also get some extra heat for our people. New law, what can we do? Rulership, captain's authority. Not enough people on board. Hold on. Is this stupid? Or can I find all my fighting hubs and turn them off for a moment? That might work, actually. Can we temporarily raise tension? I have to actually find the dang things. Which, admittedly, this is a little bit of a pain. How am I supposed to quickly find my hubs? There's one. Turn that off. That's what I'm looking for. Find these little arenas. Ooh. It actually looks like a pretty cool stadium. I spy. There it is. Another fighting hub. Turn them off. Get that tension up there. I need people to be scared. I need people to be afraid so that they will do what I tell them to do. God, I'm an authoritarian dictator. I mean, we already knew this, right? There is zero surprise here. There, that turns all of them off. Contention start to increase. It is growing a little bit, yes. What else can I research that would make people happy? Random crap like hydraulic pump jacks. No, I can't because I embrace progress. I can't research anything there. Oh, no. So what, you're telling me there's nothing I can do to make these people happy? It's just like random crap like this? Okay, so using research to get out of this may not actually work. It was worth a shot, though. Come on, tension. Build for me. Build for me. Get scary! be afraid! Okay, pause. Pause, please. Pause, there we go. Okay, good enough. Rulership, captain's authority. That's what I'm talking about. Right there. That is what I'm looking for. Guide the voting. Once I get to this point, I don't care what people think about me. You know what? We can go one step further. Pilgrims, I am going to deploy my secret police and revoke your council seats. You may not vote in this next election. Your opinion on whether I should be captain is irrelevant. There, that should remove some of the risk, right? Okay, now we're looking pretty good here. Propose, guide the vote, guaranteed victory. Vote! You will make me captain! And if I'm sounding a little excited, it's because I am. This is actually feeling very familiar from Frostpunk 1. The final Franticism. All hail the captain! The steward is no more! The council has declared you captain, so now you control the council. You have effectively seized all power to make laws in the city. Yet the militants who battle each other in the streets refuse to recognize your new authority. You cannot end the violence and ensure lasting unity until they are brought to heel. You must order your guards to root out militancy and silence dissent by forcing all faction members to sign an oath of loyalty or face consequences. Trust can never decrease. The council votes however I wish. It's time to enforce my rule. Enforce your rule using the Secure Rule City option. Which is what, right here in the city? There it is. Send guards. End all conflict. Decrease all factions' fervor. Many fighters are detained. Do it. Send forth the automatons. The guards have begun their task of enforcing your rule throughout the city. All civil rights have been suspended. There are no warrants or probable cause tying my guards' hands. Anyone opposing my ascendancy is quickly dealt with. The fighting will end soon. Your peace is at hand. My will be done. All right, thanks, peasants. I'm gonna go ahead and let you enjoy your arenas now. Bread and circuses, bread and circuses. That freaking worked like a charm, just FYI. It is useful to be able to turn on tension on demand. Who would ever have guessed? Are there any other radical laws we want to pass just for fun at this point? Sure. Crime elimination. No more crime. We sterilize all criminals. Oh my god. Is that what I just did? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It probably won't even pass by the time that I have secured my rule. We only have 3 weeks to wait. And I'm pretty sure we just won the game. Did you hear? The pilgrims eat babies. Is this the propaganda I'm spreading? Effective. Very effective. And our city is looking great. We are prosperous out the wazoo. I'm almost maxed out on all my stockpiles. I can't keep up. I literally can't. And we've got so much oil and stuff we're sitting on too. Like, we're doing fine. If a whiteout hit me, we'd be great. So I say, damn the storms. Bring them on. I am your new captain. I am unbending before the elements and unyielding before the mob. These terrorist forces shall never divide the society that I have unified. Just a little longer, a little longer. My rule has been secured. Now, we must separate the radicals from society. Really? Okay. Captain, the guards have finished their task. All fighting has been quelled. All recognize your absolute rule. Yet the hatred that led to war remains. Fighting will break out unless we separate the radicals from the upstanding citizens. You must physically separate the warring factions by placing them, or both, in special monitored enclaves. Build containment districts for those that endanger the peace of the city. We're segregating. Oh, good. Okay. Sure. Build an enclave district, or 2 of them. The stalwarts did fine. They didn't start this war. It was the pilgrims. I only need to build 1 then. A literal new district. The enclave. Okay, I just need to have a lot of space. We do not want to place it next to our people, though. It creates tension and crime. So let's just dump them out here in the wastes somewhere. Oh my god, it's a huge district, too. Sure, right there will work. Who's even worried about it? Build a watchtower in the district. Sure, I'll do that. I want to be able to keep an eye on them after all. It's literally like a concentration camp. Oh god. 1 box. That's all we're allowed to bring to the Enclave. My entire life has to fit nicely into one box. And the worst of it is, I look around and I see every adult, every supposed leader, quietly obeying, meekly stripping away their lives until it timidly fits into one tiny suitcase. Cowards. There's an easier way to get someone into a tiny box, and I'll get the captain there one day. That sounds like a threat, and I should have you know I'm omniscient in this city. So we got solutions for you too. I like, by the way, that the whispers in the background just changed. They're not saying, "Do you hear us?" They're saying like, "Yes, Captain, as you wish, Captain." Oh, that's fun. I like what you are doing right now. It makes me happy. All right, begin the Enclave relocation. This will end the Civil War. Captain, the infrastructure to isolate the troublemakers from the rest of the city is complete. Our guards have begun the relocation process. Peace is at hand. Yet some of them balk at the conditions in their new Enclave. "These ramshackle huts are barely fit to live in," says one. "This is outrageous. We will not have it." But the Frostlanders and the New Londoners urge us to ignore these concerns. Let them tend to their own nest. They've cost the city enough already. High security enclaves. This will cement the legacy of New London. The story ends here. What do you mean it cements the legacy? The legacy implies that this will impact something in the future. Is this one of the DLCs? Really? Improve relations with the New Londoners or upset them. Comfortable enclaves, equal conditions. If I do this, I am probably, if I am right, and there is a DLC that's going to be tied to this, I think I am literally setting myself up for an uprising of sorts in the Enclave. But if I make it comfortable, maybe not. But at the same time, this just makes sense from the roleplay we're doing. I mean, look at my garb! I'm literally trying to look as orderly as possible, as stalwarty as possible. Frick it. Alright, we're going to say you are lucky not to be dead. You have no rights. Unity has been achieved. You have united the city under your firm rule as the captain. All forces which have opposed you have been eliminated. The city will survive, united as one. The city has not fallen. And the end of descent. Our wayward city needed a single voice to obey, a firm hand to take it by the neck. You saw this. You rose from the muck and mire and stood, our beacon in the fog. In the face of such brilliant light, how could we do anything but follow? And now, like the seed of the stars, the city is pulled to you, warm in your light. We will follow any course you chart, Captain. Against all odds, the city stands. Oh my god! Okay, that was fun. The city did not fall. That could have gotten a lot worse. I am very lucky that I chose to go for all of those rulership laws, but I can see a challenge run in the future, right? Like, don't pass any extreme laws. How do you deal with the Civil War? Probably reconciliation, but that means no zeitgeists either. That'd be interesting. You took matters into your hands. The captain lives again with the stalwarts as allies. Maybe you wanted everyone to get along. Maybe. But we just supported the stalwarts in their vision of the future. This is a lot like Frostpunk 1, where it basically makes you rethink the choices you made. Maybe you tried your very best. Maybe. 931 machines were running as automaton primacy. 2,000 students performing successful surgeries. That sounds like progress to me. Smell of progress. And steam and burning oil. God, I love it. Maybe you grew impatient with the bickering. Well, Winterhome was salvaged, and you know what? It was the right choice. What happens next, though? Literally, what next? Maybe you had to do it, or the city would fall. I regret nothing. I did what it took. 22 people died in the Civil War. Do you know how good that is? Only 22 people died in a Civil War? That's practically nothing! 3,000 pilgrims were contained for their own safety, another 6,000 were imprisoned. But New London is finally at peace. All hail the captain and the stalwart city guard. But it does not matter. I beg to differ. What do you mean it does not matter? It matters a lot. Hello, child with a knife. Lily May. Lily May! 14, Adept Cirrus, contained with her mother, smuggles food into the district. Dreams of those that wronged her and how to slit their throats. Maybe one day she will succeed. I just got a small chill down my back there. No? Don't do it, Lily May. You were our hope. The only doubt is what? Is what? Is how long it will last? When you are gone, Captain. Oh no, the cycle will repeat. No! Wow. Okay. That was fun. That was really, really fun. It got frantic. If I had not managed the city as well as I did, I could see that being game ending right there. That would have been so hard to beat. Yeah. But here's the thing though, and actually this is probably a little criticism I have for the game. In the last chapter, the last 2 chapters, I barely had to think about the economy at all. You know what made that more interesting? Legitimately more interesting and far more difficult? Multiple whiteouts. If you take too long, more whiteouts come. I think that actually would have been fun, right? Because then you would have had to really worry about building up all your stockpiles still. And actually continuing to stock up against the storm and all that tension that can come with it. That could have been pretty cool. I wish they had gone down that way. Only 1 feels like a little bit of a letdown after the first game, but it was still scary as heck. It's just interesting the transition. First survive the elements, then survive your people. Still, what an experience. 626 weeks. That's pretty fast. I think we went through that about as fast as you can go. Maybe you can go a little faster if you make a few more sacrifices. But that was pretty great. Dude, I had fun with that. That was really a fun experience to go through. Now, I know some people probably want my final thoughts here on the game. And of course, we're not sponsored anymore, so, I mean, like, take it for what you will. Obviously, I'm biased in favor of this. 11-Bit Studios has treated me extremely well. I've been paid to play the game. Not right now, so I can say what I will, but still. I think that there are still some valid criticisms about this game, but I'm not really sure what the devs could have done about it. The number one thing that I think I've heard people talk about is that this game doesn't have the same emotional impact as the first game. People say soulless, but they just mean that whenever they're not happy with something. Like, really, they throw that word around way too easily. This game has a soul. It does take a little while to unlock some of it, especially as you get toward the end of the game, you start seeing more of it. It's a different kind of urgency than you had before. But here's the thing, right? How does this game have the same level of emotional impact as the first? How does it do it? Because when you think about it, we're building now on a huge scale. In the first game, if 1 person died, that was a big deal. You got upset about that. Frostpunk 2, though, we have tens of thousands of people. I think I had like 60,000 inhabitants by the end of this. So when a few hundred people die, you just shrug. It's actually a great example of the famous quote that 1 death is a tragedy and 1,000,000 is a statistic. Like, you can't have that same emotional impact. At the same time, though, the game is a little bit less impactful than the first game because of it. I'm not sure what the devs could have done to make that better. This is the choice they went with, and they knew this was the risk they were taking. I've talked to them. They knew that. But yeah, I don't think that... I think that if there was anything else they could have done to build that up, that would have made the game a bit better. So as a result, would I say this is better than the first game or as good as the first game? No, I think the first game is still by a long shot my favorite game, but I think this is a good game. I think this is a fun game. It's a really fun game. And now I'm curious about playing things like the Utopia Builder to find out like how that's different. That ends at 600 weeks, so it's not endless mode. But to be fair, Frostpunk 1 didn't have endless mode either when it came out. People had to beg for it before it was finally added into the game toward the end of its life. So I bet you we see that at some point in the future, just not yet. I'm very curious where the story is going to continue to go. I think 11-Bit needs to lean heavily on the emotional impact and let those choices be dark and have consequences. I know in an interview they said they don't want it to be a jackass simulator, and fair enough. But like, let me give you an example. Toward the beginning of the game, right, we had the coal running out, and we could choose to either send more workers and do demolition, or we could send children into the mines. But I've done both paths, and they both end up at the same result. It's just, do you want to lose active workforce, or do you want to kill children? But otherwise, it's the same choice. That doesn't feel impactful enough. Let me suffer the consequences of my choice. Don't give me an illusion of choice where it really circles back around, and I think things would actually be a bit better for it. I really do. Yeah, anything that builds intimacy, anything that makes me really question what I just did, that is where this game is strong. It has it. Frostpunk 2 has it. I just want more of it. That's all I can say. So in the future DLCs, if 11-bit is listening, and I know they do watch these videos, hi guys, I love you, thank you so much. But seriously, lean on that, and I will not be unhappy about it. Also, I feel like the city builder things were a little bit easier than it needed to be. I know I only played on officer difficulty. I'll bet you when I play this again on captain, I feel differently about it. And this ends up being more frantic and it feels more balanced and interesting, but as it was, this felt a little too easy to me. It really did. I think that the city builder aspect of it was toned down from what I played in Warsaw. I might be wrong on this. I could be completely wrong. It just felt easier. Maybe because I knew what I was doing. Or 11-bit watched so many journalists and content creators in Warsaw struggling with the event. Like, seriously, I think more than half of them didn't even make it past Chapter 1 within 2 hours. Seriously. So maybe they toned it down. I think that was a mistake. Keep the game hard, keep the game brutal. The more you lean on that, the more you lean on the dark, difficult nature of it, the better the game is. Just straight out. Still, I had so much fun. I am not disappointed. This was a great experience. Really cool to play, and I'm looking forward to doing more of it on the channel. We are going to have to do another run as the captain at some point, captain difficulty, but go a completely different route and embrace the frost and see what happens with that. We're going to have to try Utopia mode and see if we can go for a captain difficulty deathless campaign or something crazy like that. We will see. And also, I had a great time just dressing up for this. I know that I'm just rambling at this point. I bought all of this stuff the day they announced Frostpunk 2. I have been waiting to wear all of this for years. So I finally got to do it. Though I will say, I'm a little disappointed by one thing. And this is not the game's fault. This is just how it worked out. I was growing a beard specifically for this, and I'll show you a picture of what the full cosplay was meant to look like. Like, I committed. I went for it. With the mutton chop look and everything. I was going about my daily life and my work like this. I got a lot of weird looks. Unfortunately, the time that I got access to the game, I had to shave it. So it just timed out that way for reasons, but dang! Oh well, I still had fun. I like this. Alright, enough talking on my end. Thank you all so much for watching, and thank you 11-bit for making this game. Absolute treat. Be sure to hit that like button if you enjoyed this series. Leave a comment with your own thoughts on the game or what you'd like to see in future DLCs. I'm sure 11-bit would love to hear some feedback on that. Subscribe if you have not already. Hit that notify bell to see more future content for Frostpunk 2, and I will see you guys next time.